got what I want. Let's see. Do I have everything still off, it seems? Now, I didn't have any major issues when I went into a single player game and turned my stuff on, so I think I might just leave these on and see if they mess up, but I think they're fine. So I've only got the 7 mods. Now I did see some rumbling. Okay, do I want to maybe see? I'm gonna see how messed up it is if I just click tutorial. Let's see what's new here, bro. Are they gonna teach us how to do something new? Yeah, I'm 5-5, nothing. Second here. All right, we're all good. Blah, blah, blah. Skill points. Close the character panel. They've kind of revamped this a little bit. Oh, I can't even sprint until I allegedly get through this. Well, it's interesting that they changed this. I don't think I'm going to play through the tutorial. I do know there are some secrets and all that. I think we're just going to jump straight into getting our 16x set up. How I said it was going to run down originally. Challenges. Let's look at this though. These are new, top of the world. Of course, this is what everyone has seen. And then they have some actual sprinters set up that isn't what that nighttime sprinters one. All right. Custom sandbox. They add any new spawns. Doesn't look like it, but I did select this one. That is what we are going to run with. Lost Lake. What's up, Azure? And then today's date. Let's see if these saved over 16. 7/29/26. Looks like it did save over. Billy Milk, you're not first. How dare you? How dare you lie about something like that? Alright, they left most of this the same, I think. I don't see anything directly new. This doesn't matter in single player. Wait. They did change. So, controls the maximum number of zombies tracked before cleanup occurs. 0 means the zombies will not be cleaned up. The default 300 strongly recommended the value. They can... So, you can set culling to 5,000 now. That's... So, this is a multiplayer only thing. Alright, well, I mean, we're going to be really stress testing the 4 gigabyte server I'm fucking paying for, I guess. So, there I go, swearing in the first, whatever, couple minutes of the game. That is an interesting change. So, hopefully they change the stability around that. I mean, a 10 times bump to 500. 500 was already pretty low. I thought that they would do like 2K. 5,000 they'll be pushing it. All right. I mean, I'll leave it at 5,000 just for the hell of it. But I mean, it doesn't do anything in single player. This is the multiplayer only thing. Yeah, there's everyone's taking pictures of, oh my god, look at me in Riverside. Riverside is so cool now. Oh my god. I'm never going to that town. What's up, Louise? What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone? All right, so just doing a rundown on the settings because I don't know what's changed. I mean, this is the most notable change. That being bumped up to 5,000. That is pretty substantial. You can disable the calling with just 0-2. Interesting. I still think some calling is good. You know, just to stop like reefing, I guess. Because if somebody just has like a siren and they're just looking at, you know, the maximum amount, like they're looking at the entire of Louisville, putting the server to like just chugging it, kind of in essence of like Minecraft servers where people lag by just having like a bunch of entities loaded. They'll have like armor stands or snowballs or whatever, you know. So I can understand why, you know, if you're just playing co-op or whatever, you can have it off because, you know, your friend probably isn't going to agree with you. But bro, turn my volume up a little bit. Okay, do we want to do a volume stream? Because it's actually just the background of this freaking game now has like thunder going on, which we all know is amazing. But yeah, I actually have the game volume at -8 decibels and then my own volume at 0, as in like just default, and I can't make it any higher. But yeah, that's what my stream looks like. Maybe I can disable the thunder. All right. So nothing changed there. I'm gonna keep all the ammo the same. All right, that is really cool. Is there a way to disable the thunder? Oh wait, I know how to get thunder out of here. You false lake, that. Just skip through it all. Next. Voice preview. There we go. Now we can play without the thunder going off. I will do nothing and eat the bugs. Yes. All right. Zombie population loot effects. If greater is 0, that was already in the game. I am going to play with the electric on the whole time just because I want to see the lights. So maybe not a super serious run. I don't see any new settings to change there. These are all okay. They're not normalized to 0.6 anymore, but that was like a change in .15 or 16 or something. We are going to play with the nature somewhat bumped up, you know, so I can actually do farming, so I don't have to have these stupid plant seasons that just are you know, somewhat functional. I'm not going to be playing with the helicopter, but might put it on late game. I don't know. Maybe. To be done. Everything else, default XP. Default, no multi-hit, no whatever free trade points, no endurance, no blah, 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 blah. What's up, Val? We're all excited for stable. And of course, you know, typical what you've come to expect from me. I'm just going to run into the woods. Everyone's going to be so happy. Oh my God, look at my new house. I'm so happy. I have West Point, guys. I have Riverside. Oh my God. And I'm just a chud in the woods. I'm just billions must carve. That's me. Oh yeah, cheating settings. I mean, yeah, this is probably the most cheating that is going to happen, along with the electric always on. But this is also just I want to see the lights, man. I feel like I always just run into the woods and then I never see them because by the time I come back to the city, uh, you know, it's been like 4 months. So, we're trying it out. These are the settings I'm going to run with. I think I've shown just about everything. As for my skills, I already picked out Carpenter 00.19, right? This is the build I was running with. I have Resilient. I have Bushcrafter, namely these are some things that from the stream, the quick stream yesterday, you saw not having Bushcrafter is a huge detriment to your skill gain. But I don't think anything was changed here. I watched Retinaru play for like 15 minutes. It looked mostly the same. Let me just run with, can I reset rates? Let me do a quick rundown, just make sure they didn't actually bump any of these up. I think they are all the same price. I guess I can just kind of look at the ones that I would typically take. I think construction workers the same, DIY experts the same. Any trait changes? I mean, I could already select my old build from the last one, and I had no point changes at all, so I don't think that they changed anything. That's for Dr. Zero. Armor still is the worst trait in the entire game. That is cool. Firefighter still very good. Lumberjack still very good. Yeah, I mean, it looks like nothing is different. No new traits, no new occupations. Occupations have been left the same. Now, I didn't go and read like the whole full changelog, so I mean, there might be like some extremely niche, like, oh my god, Hunter can now be, he has a recipe to fucking, I don't know, build himself a little piss gulper or something, or I don't know. But it looks all very similar. So we're gonna run with our no strength, no fit character, full illiterate, what you've come to expect, I guess, from the channel. What build do I think is best? If you're just asking about like occupation-wise, carpenter, construction worker, or lumberjack, those are your like kind of three trifecta of what are the classes. They give you a weapon skill, and maintenance they give you crafting skills that go along with it. I guess lumberjack doesn't technically give you any crafting skills, but it gives you a weapon skill and maintenance and expert exclusive to it. And lumberjack notably can cut trees down like really quickly, so that's pretty helpful. Been quite sad since they removed the +1 from park ranger. Yeah, park ranger, I think it was pretty good before. Excuse me. Park ranger, I mean, it just it has a lot, man. It's kind of like carpenter in that, like, if you give it like an axe skill on top of it, it's like, I mean, I guess it is a bit more expensive than ones, but I think if you're trying to do an outdoor axe guy, you should probably just do the lumberjack and then take wilderness knowledge on top of it. On my webcam, bro, it's always been there. I made it like 5% bigger so that, it's a little bit more noticeable. Rosewood rework is crazy. I literally have no idea where I'm going now. It's glorious. That's what I feel like a lot of the towns are, but we'll see how long it takes me to get into them. I mean, if you've seen any streams before, it's usually a while before I'm able to get into there. And I know a lot of people are probably going to be debug flying around and all that, but me, I'm such a stupid chud that I just don't give myself anything at all. We're gonna actually play naked this time, guys. Oh my god, I'm playing with the naked mod. No clothes. no shoes, no anything. I don't even know if I'll make it out of the town. I don't know if I'm gonna spawn in Falls Lake and be able to walk outside. So and I did say I'm gonna change this back to regular Virgil since we are unstable. We're not playing as fake Virgil anymore. Well, Virgil Stokes. Dave. All right, how bad could it be? Can I get out of the town without scratching my feet? Absolutely not. All right, so I do get a chair, right? I already think that, so Falls Lake looks like it's been revamped. I see metal crates there immediately. That is brand new. So I will allow myself to loot the house though. That I will do that. Nothing. There is cereal. I probably won't end up taking that. I will take a bowl. Do I want anything from that? No. I already have drawn the attention from these guys, and that is not good. So how much can I put in? Ooh, I could boil water in that. That might be, I mean, might be takeable, but I have to get the chair. I'm in Falls Lake. Do that. Shut the door on myself. Very cool. All right. Guarding, remove curtains. Do it. My sheet bag. Where? Put my stuff away. Pick up the chair. Turn this TV down. All right. Think there's some zombies outside. It's very possible they could be there, as we're playing a game with zombies in it. All right. Oh wait, there's a fence around. Okay, I might be cooked. How do I get out from here? Okay, wait, now I can just go that way. They're gonna hit the thing over there. I'm chilling. I got my little computer, my gaming computer. Toothpaste. Okay. A bizarre upstairs. I guess it slopes up. How it's supposed to look, right? Ooh, I'm a gun owner with an 8x scope and no bullets. Do I give myself a tank top? I might give myself a pillow. No, I think I'm going clothesless, right? Because it has to be craftable clothes only. I'm taking the pillow. I'm not taking the tank top. All right, I think that might be it. I thought this would be wilderness again. I mean, it very soon will be wilderness. Trust me. we're gonna be. I just still don't know that people enjoy the oh, I teleported over explanation for how the run started more often than not, because I had the whole tutorial stream from yesterday, and I got like a bunch of like I don't know, it's not you guys, but like some random people were like coming in and saying like worst tutorial ever, and I'm like, oh my god, die bro. But yeah, I already edited that down. Anyways, enough complaining. Now the run begins. I walk outside in the foggiest terrain ever. See if I can't escape before my feet get all scratched out. Probably not gonna happen. Fresh eggs. How fresh? Ooh, okay. I mean, these are already probably way too heavy for me to pick up. Is this ENV? I don't know, man. Is it ENV? Oh, I can just walk through this box. This, oh, what? This tree is huge. Yeah, these trees look insane. Yeah, I just noticed that too. What is, I didn't know they changed the trees. Alrighty, ain't a problem. All right, we just get through this. Our feet don't get scratched, right? Like maybe if I stick to the sidewalk, there's a less chance of All right, well. All right, it's all right. We can make it through. I could probably, you know, if I had shoes, be looting a little of the things indoors somewhat. But we're just gonna make our way through here. Another big clump of oids. This is a brand new fence. I've never seen these fence tiles before. That's kind of neat. I'm seeing the way out. Don't have to run just yet. Don't have to run. All right, well, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. New trees. Are all the tree tiles new? That tree's been in the game. All right, well, that might have been one of the easiest escapes to town I think I've done so far. Trees are big now. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of new trees. But I don't really know if... I mean, I hope if I just walk to the left, I end up getting to the water like I did before, but I don't know if I'm going the right way. We'll see. All right, I'll put you down there. Get some passive foraging going on my way over. I think I'm already good. Every day the cam gets 1 centimeter bigger. I mean, maybe I'll just sub-goal making the cam bigger. There were long socks in the starting house. I'm not wearing them, bro. I'm making my own socks. Where we're going, we don't need socks, bro. I'm going to be the sock master at the end of this. I'm making my own socks. There was a tank top, there was a hat, there was all sorts of clothing that I could have, but I'm permitting myself no access to those things. Now you might say like, but Wadford, you gave yourself the bowl and you gave yourself the chair. That's just to, I guess, somewhat to give myself less agony. All right, we're already off to a great start. We've got some potato seeds. Okay, these trees are kind of huge, bro. Like, I feel like there's less trees too. There's less trees, but they're bigger, maybe? Like the forest is actually a forest and not just some clump of shrubs and whatever. Wait. Yeah, why the chairs sleep outside. Yeah, so if you don't have a sleeping surface, you have to sleep on the ground. And sleeping on the ground requires you to be ridiculously tired. So it takes, you know, quite a while for you to hit that. There will often be times where you're just like running around doing absolutely nothing, just to wait to be tired enough to go to bed. I'm gonna go ahead and eat these. Thistles are always good to eat. That is, unless they change the game to punish me. I'll keep my scratch tab open so we can watch Virgil suffer. Is it true you can have up to 2 pillows? What do you mean by that? What did he mean by this? My initial start to these wilderness, I just try to get sticks and stuff kind of Getting the lean-to set up is a little late in terms of the start. You need saplings, and saplings are kind of hard to get a lot of. Okay, I think this is the road I was foraging on, so maybe I'm close to the not maybe I'm close to the what's it water. I think I'll rip these for rags. These are kind of nice though. This is brand new, not dirty clothes that I'm just gonna rip up and not wear. Oh, maybe that trash bag. I'll take the trash bag so I can make a parka, right? He's cheating, bro. He's taking a trash bag. Oh, hair gel. Nice. Big trees gives 2 saplings. Interesting. So maybe it's going to be worth getting that early on. Save myself from catching a cold. I mean, I am playing as a resilient character, so my cold catching self or whatever, you know, is a slightly lower chance. I don't have outdoorsy, but the frog. I still miss the eternal bucket. Maybe we'll find another bucket duplication glitch. I guess that wasn't really a bucket duplication glitch as much as it was just a permanent bucket here forever glitch. Sleeping on couch with pillow. I read you can put 2 pillows for better sleep. I mean, the pillow, yes, it does give you. I don't know about 2 though. But yeah, putting a pillow on a sleeping surface does increase your fatigue regen. Did Stable 42 come with multiplayer? Yes. Yeah, but when such good friends with the bucket, you couldn't get him to leave. Wanted him to. Yeah, even if I deleted him in debug mode, that bucket just stayed around. But we have it fixed that, I think. Allegedly. You kind of rip these and do they get smaller? It does get smaller when I rip it. But they became dirty despite the tank top being clean. Okay, so the water is still here. That's nice. What's up, Jawar? We are in the woods. Everyone else is so excited to explore brand new Riverside content, brand new whatever. Me, I'm in the woods. I'm eating the berries. I'm eating the bugs. I'm actually not eating the bugs. I'm only eating the berries. Is that my character? My character is screaming because he's scratching his feet because I didn't give myself shoes. I gave myself no clothes, no anything. I mean, I guess I do technically have my key ring and my ID card and the chair that I allowed myself to get. But we'll have to make our own clothes this time. You get some socks? No. That's cheating. Is the book on the table? In what tape? What term? Is this 16x? Yes. Sure, he took time to start the stream because I was eating 1 gallon of Indian food before I got here. All right, we're gonna walk around. Let's get some tree branches. You know, I did learn that this black sage is actually pretty good for me. And considering I'm gonna be in pain a lot from these scratches, might be worth grabbing it. Barefoot and Zomboid is miserable. Yeah, I am gonna be in pain, and I'm gonna have some boodles for quite a while during this start. Alright, so over here is a little bit of a U-shaped. I guess it's more like an M. But there are no Zeds here. There might be a meta Zed, but usually pretty clean over here. I intend to kind of scale up in the woods. The most recent update revamped the towns. It did. He will eat the termites. He will eat the caterpillars. Okay, we got that. Now I just need to find a large rock for a crafting surface. Virgil is having the worst day of his life so far. I have enough mallow. If I do get a cold, I can just eat it. Looks like they've made mallow more common. Or maybe I'm just getting insanely lucky for the scripted cold that I'm about to get. Carrot, don't care about the branches. I have enough branches. I got a decent amount. I'm not picking up like literally every one that I see, but sometimes I'll also pass up large branches just because they weigh a lot and you can't really use them for carving until later on. Cigarette carton now exists. Yep. Stop this suffering eventually, but I mean, if you're wondering when the foot pain infected feet scratched part of the stream will end, it's not going to end for a while. And also, you know, I am concerned by the lack of large crafting rocks that I walked by. I did not see a single one. This might be an issue. Okay, that's not like give me a rock. Okay, a sapling. I can't really craft anything if I don't have a surface to do it on. Alright, maybe I should like walk across the river and see if it's stuff's there too. That's my, so when you only have scratches, your health will go down to half, but you won't ever die from it. Bro, where's the big crafting stones? What happened to him? They removed my crafting stones. There's flat rock on the ground. I can't use it as a crafting surface. So like these rocks, it's a matter of finding a crafting surface. Oh wait. Crude stool? Hold up. Never mind. We're so back. We're so back. Alright. I think I can use the stool as a crafting station. Just from the rags I got from ripping the shirt up. Yeah, I forgot that I had the rags. Otherwise, you would have to use twine to get that. Yeah, I didn't get a boulder. I think they got rid of most of the boulders. There used to be a lot of them, but now there is no crafting station. All right, I'm going back up to the corner. The chair, not the cushiony chair, but the stool does. I can use the stool. All right, this is gonna be my home right here. Unequip this, put this down. Then I'm gonna build a stool. This is my life now. This is what it's come to. I can throw everything on the floor. Put this down. Put my singular dirty rag. Can I do twine already? No. But yeah, see, I do have a crafting surface now, so that getting those rags was actually pretty lucky. Is it my rule to never pick up logs and stones on the ground? I just don't pick up everything. If I pick up everything, then especially when you're playing a 0-0 character, your inventory gets full very quickly. Not to mention, logs and stones aren't usually the best things to grab. There's not a major reason. Like, I'll immediately get some stones just because I need to have a campfire, but I don't think there's a whole lot in this biome to pick up. So I'm already limping around, it seems. Go ahead and drink some water. How did my foot injury get worse by when I was sitting down? I don't know. All right. Maybe I'll go ahead and fill this kettle up. And I've got a pillow, potato seeds, that. All right. Let's go ahead and look for some stones. I'll grab any if I see them. Snail. So these aren't... Oh, that is large stone, but I can't do anything with large stone at the moment. That's a stone. I just want to get these so I can have a hammer and a campfire too. That's another thing. Yeah, but some of these things like this they're different stones. There's some flint-based stones or whatever. Hey, what happened? Got bit by a zombie? No, no, no. There's a brand new update to the game. Maybe you've heard about it. The stable release. Want socks and shoes, just fish? In Build 41, you can catch fish, but in this one, you can only catch rags. But there is eventually a way that I can get shoes that way. In the current moment, no. I'm pretty far away from getting the fish. We've got to do some carving first to get there. Alright. Gonna make a flint flake. Now I can do handle. Let's get some twine. Then can I do blade already? Yeah. All right, we have our first tool. I should go ahead and make a campfire. I think I did just use all my rocks doing that, and I still need to do some mapping things. All right, I've got tools. Well, a tool. Need to get another stone so I can make a hammer. Was this godforsaken birch forest? It's just uh U-shaped defensible peninsula outside of Falls Lake. Every couple of stones dug up on the ground, I get a sharp flint. If you have like a pickaxe or a stone maul, you can get flint that way. But I am just a bit far away from doing that, considering I just started 40 minutes ago, and I've given myself nothing. Lemongrass to fight the dysentery. It'll be a bit of a while before that kind of sets in. You know, I've only gave myself river parasites one time, so I've been eating the bugs, absolutely. Take the tree branch, bro. There you go. Leech. Okay, wait. I'm not gonna actually pass up the insects because I do need to get my bait for later. Another tree branch. It's actually so nice of the game that it gives me 2 tree branches every time I find one. What is this about river parasites? I've been drinking the water also. I think the water is pretty safe to drink this update. I've had no issues at all. This is actually a pretty useful skill, I think, because I can break that with 1 strength. Making my bone needle. You saw one of my survivors. I've been around. I've been around a lot more recently, and obviously since we got Fable coming around, I do intend on playing quite a bit. Alright. So I've got the 1 stone. It's probably going to be too dark for me to craft this, but I'll attempt to. There we go. Alright, I have 2 tools. Riverside is 6 now. I will be reading no more Riverside propaganda. Here comes the Riverside. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we're starting the run off strong with no clothes, no shirt, no nothing. No, I did give myself skills this time, so whether or not you want to consider this cheating, that's up to you. But we're just gonna try to speed the game up a little bit by allowing us to have skill bonuses. Wasn't the last update big or something? I haven't played in a bit. This is the stable release of the game, so allegedly now you can have a save and it won't get overwritten in like the next month or so. Also, you know, something I'm just now realizing is I do have a bowl, so I could have been eating all that stuff and making myself happy the whole time I was doing it, but now I only have seasoning. Skill bonuses are cheating? Yes, of course. Having shoes is cheating. That's the new catchphrase we need to start taking up. Alright, I'm hopeless within the first day. At my breaking point, despite not being a smoker. Should I have just taken smoker? Is that what I'm looking at right now? Like, I'm already hopeless, so it's how different could it be? I'm in too much pain to sleep. What's the point of having a chair when I'm still just gonna have to be in pain the whole time? Wait. I can solve my pain. Now I can go to bed. Yes. Oh my god, gaming. Alright, amazing first day. So as you see, I went to bed and my health is already back to full, but it's gonna drop down to about half the whole time I'm walking around with my scratched feet. But ain't a whole lot I can do about that right now. Alright, I do need to find more flint flakes. We're gonna just do a perimeter check by the water. Grab everything that is even remotely useful. Gonna eat some rose hips along the way. I don't know if I can get rid of the at my breaking point. So I think Smoker low-key might be no different than just a regular character for a wilderness playthrough. Oh, I don't even need the fawn skull. I can just get bone pieces. Nice. Alright, rock. Get that for another hammer. What do we got here? Orange. I can actually just make fruit salads with these. But I am going to still just be depressed the entire time. I don't really know how worth it is to do this. Yeah, that didn't solve anything at all. Virgil's so sad, poor thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure what is making me so tense or whatever. It might just be the pain, but... Poison mushrooms. That is more twine for us. Exposed scratches, it could be. The tense things make sad. No, I get that. But I'm wondering, I don't know why I'm tense. Like, usually you're at breaking point because you're around Zeds that are hitting, like, walls or doors and stuff. But, or if you're a smoker and you haven't smoked in a while. So, I imagine it's probably what Billy Milk said, where it's the exposed scratches. But there's not a whole lot I can do about that. And plus, even if I did have bandages, if you bandage a scratch and it gets scratched again, which if I don't have shoes, that's going to happen, you just lose the bandage. We're going to put this on the shoreline. We're gonna find my sandbox settings. I started this run entirely on stream. You can find them within the first 10 minutes of the run. Not a single dog bane? Bro, I got dog bane. I got it. I got it. Alright, we got one more flint axe from that. Any changes to the wilderness survival? We're trying it out right now, but I mean, I am playing with basically no loot at all, so that is the... Well, not no loot, but, you know, no clothes. I did give myself a chair to sleep on. Make them shoes. Bro, I gotta get to carving set up first. So we have a knife to do carving. We have almost an axe to cut trees down and get a bunch of wood to carve up. But not there yet. Yeah, in essence, the sandbox settings, I'm playing 16x. I have modified some stuff like the throw times to make it so that I can actually do stuff. not wait 100 years for my potatoes to grow. But yeah, in terms of zombies, there is the maximum population. I have made them all pretty regular zombies. There are random sight, random hearing, you know, so there's going to be some deaf guys. There's going to be some super sight ones. What's up, Alejandro? Twine shoes? Can't do twine shoes until I'm level 1, and even then I need to have a recipe for it. I disable grow seasons? Yes, I turned them off. I never really enjoyed that setting or like the thought behind it. I'm a lot more interested in the grow seasons just being like everything grows in the spring and the summer, you know, kind of deal, and then you just can't grow in the winter. You know, kind of the RimWorld approach to growing plants would be how I would like it to be, rather than there's just like, oh, there's a bad month and now my hemp is dead and I just wasted 180 days growing it. That is how I personally would like it to be, but there's not a setting like that. This guy? What do you mean, bro? I cheat something in? I think most of everything I've gotten is cheating. Right? Like, that flint, cheating. I haven't got any scripted things yet. Doesn't seem. I mean, I guess I did make it out of the town with no shoes on my first try. Right? But I can't die in this channel, so... I found any military chest rigs? I have. And fun fact, you can actually make a chest rig out of tarp. Did you know this? Probably not. Tarp. So if you have tarp and you rip up the tarp pieces, so you cut tarp into tarp pieces, you can just make this chest rig. And if this is essentially the exact same as like the regular one. And it looks like a suicide bomber vest. But you need a lot of duct tape. You need a needle. You need scissors. And you need some type of thread. But you can just to make your own. Butcher some long pork. I mean, most of the meat that is available to you, at least in single player, is tainted meat. And I think I might stay as far away from eating the tainted meat as I can. Now, maybe the leather could be useful, but I don't know how psychopathic the devs want us to be. They typically stray a little farther away from the whole carnivore aspect of the survival that a lot of games, a lot of players want. Yeah, so I prefer to find a military one. You can find them on Survivor's Eds. But, yeah, if you specifically just want your, you know, chest rig to be green, and you only want green, then, yeah, you can't make it. But if you want functionality, you can make it. One of my thoughts on the Sable version? Well, I've only played for like 50 minutes so far, so we're still forming an opinion. But I mean, so far I'm able to click on the foraging icons and not explode. That's I guess the one thing I should check is can I have something equipped in my hand and get up fast? Okay, they fixed that. That was my only major complaint from the last build. So that was a problem. It's not a problem anymore. It's been confirmed. Going to forage AK-47. Bro, I've gotten 0 scripted things so far. I guess the only scripted thing I have is like the fact that I took that tank top and there's 0 rocks for me to craft on out here, so I ended up making a stool, so I can actually just not be soft locked, you know? I didn't mean to put the cricket down, but I did. Alright, we're gonna do you on the floor, you on the floor. Let's get some of this food back. Dirty rag, potato goes in the stove. Bleach. Grape leaves. Caterpillar, black sage. Alright. Have some semblance of organization going on here. I'm gonna put the potato into the fire. Okay. Then the bugs are up here. All the bugs. Bug, bug, bug. Bug. Alright. That is good. Then let's put this stuff down. Yeah, bro, I've not been cheating like at all. Yeah, my last run where I got the Rolex like super early on. Maybe you could say I cheated there, but felt pretty legit to me. Alright, let's get the seeds. Seed. Seed. Alright, gonna sit down. Second campfire for storage. You can indeed put things in like that. I don't have a massive amount of rocks right now, though. I think I'm just gonna be a floor person for a while here. Is fishing on the agenda? I'm trying to get carving online. I can't fish until I can carve. And I have just now gotten to the point where I can make, you know, 2 axes. So I was going to try to cut one of these larger trees down and see what that, like how difficult that might be. Alright, so they do give me, it was mentioned earlier by somebody that the saplings and large branches have been increased, so that is good. So these are carving stuff. I'm going to move the sapling like here, I think. I don't want to use them for carving. I want to build a lean-to with it. Remove some grass around here just so it's a little cleaned up. And I did learn the last time I was here that you have to pick the leaves up individually. You can't pick them up like grass. Alright, just gonna do that, and I'm gonna put the leaves on the ground. Yeah, spearfishing was convenient, but I don't really think it was balanced for the game. It was rather easy to do. Also, I cut that huge tree down and like barely used any axe durability, but I do have, what, 2 maintenance, 1 axe skill? I don't know, it felt like that might have been a buff to the crude axes. Can leaves be used as fuel? It might be. I don't know, I didn't try. Let's see. I don't think so. Like I said, it doesn't help that I'm approaching this from like my pile of stuff that's all burnable. Yeah, I don't think so. Missed opportunity. Sup, or why this small face cam? It's always been there. This is actually a request from one of our subscribers, Billion Milk. He was like asking me if I was a beautiful person in real life, and you know, he just like was complimenting me nonstop and how I should have my face cam on the stream. So yeah, so if you're ever wondering why there's a face cam, just think Billy Milk. Also, notice they're stumped now. Alright, well, I've destroyed my axe. Alright, well, I already have enough for the lean-to. That was a lot easier than it used to be. Some sort of building surfaces? Wait, you might be onto something. But either way, like, you would need to have some kind of, what's it? Crafting surface initially to even make the axe, because axes do require surfaces. But yeah, you can't do that. Unfortunately, there is like a crafting stump thing or like log. I don't know. Oh, I'm not even in the right one. All right, yeah, chopping block, but you need a saw to do it. So you would think that this could be done with just like a axe or something, but I mean, I guess it is a pretty smooth cut. Yeah, so I think if you're doing wilderness start, you're kind of locked behind either getting, you know, finding one of the rocks that I used to use. There used to be a lot of rocks here, but the only reason I guess I can be here now is because I've had the rags from the tank top I ripped up. All right, I am a couple tree branches away from getting my lean-to set up. Let's do another hammer. Craft that. And I'm just gonna nap lakes for the rest of the day. Alright, I don't really know what time it is, so I'm just gonna go to bed. Or, here, let me see about if I can't get some kind of salad going. That makes me not depressed, but I think I might just be depressed forever. That is until I get shoes, I think. So I think you might be just a sad guy. Well, it did change for a bit. Grape leaves, violet, mallow, mushroom. Okay, now I'm becoming happy. It's not all bad. Look. Just putting my food into a bowl makes me so happy. Eating these mushrooms a different way. Yeah, pretty much just procs inventory and XP. That's again, if you go back to the first start of the stream, there are like 7 mods, but none of them change the gameplay really at all. The RuneScape experience bar is probably the most intrusive, but it's just at this point I really can't play without it. I'm just so used to seeing the XP go up. All right, look at that. I'm not depressed anymore. All right, we'll go ahead and do 1 set of push-ups. I'm gonna go to bed. Oh wait, severe pain. When did that happen? Am I muscle strained from just cutting or making food? Is that a real thing? I think my sleep schedule might really be messed up here. Shit, where's the this? I'm still in pain. Alright, whatever, we can go to bed. We're gonna wake up at like, I don't know, 11. Yeah, this is another one of the mods I have on, but it just tells me like how much experience I got. It's nothing crazy. Alright, not the worst start, honestly. Doing pretty good. Also streaming from previous day exercise. I mean, most of the pain is from my feet, but like that strain was only on my right arm. So, or I could be wrong about that, but. Alright, I have, what, axes now? I can make axe. I need twine. Twine. TW. There we go. Just go ahead and make a bunch of it. I'll do axe. Let's do 2. That back down. Use the most broken one. All right, very nice. So now I have a few more tree branches. But I am going to need to cut down another tree before I can make the lean-to. I'm getting kind of lucky in that it's not raining. When I did that tutorial stream yesterday, I had rainy days the entire time, and also like I had July days where it was freaking 45 degrees outside or whatever. So that was really fun. That classic 45-degree weather in Kentucky in July that everyone knows about. Bro, that axe did not last. All right, let's get you floor. Those are just dead. I should have enough. Yeah, I got plenty for that. I have logs. I just need rocks to do the lean-to, I think. I need rocks and I need twine. But I don't have... I think I have one rock. Yeah, I need to find more. Yes, that lean-to has actually been made a lot easier to get. Plus these logs over here. Let's get some stamina back. I won't be doing fighting, but this by resting I'll not have as much fatigue. Alright. I feel like my thirst has been going down really slowly, or you know, like I've not had to manage it as much, but I guess yesterday I was playing without low thirst. So that might be what I'm just kind of noticing. I'm hopeless again. What we got? Rosemary, I'm gonna leave that. As ginseng, leave it. Most of this stuff I do, you know, it's nice to find so I get XP, but I'm not gonna pick it up. Marigold. I am doing stone focus, but I have not seen a single stone. Stone's extremely rare. I have the same rate of finding stones as I do finding trash here, essentially. Is what the graphic is telling me. Some more food. Gonna go ahead and just take these because they are in high demand, it seems. All right, so I have 3 stones. Oh, I need the twine over here. All right, I already have shelter built up in case it rains. What am I looking for? Twine. And have I just had the kettle on me, or I think it's on the floor. All right. Let's do this right there. Awesome. Now I have sort of a storage spot. Let's go ahead and get all these twigs and broken stuff in the fire. Destroy for fuel. Branch broken. Splinter. Very nice. Food pile. I might move the food into the house. The house. Okay, bro. Billy Milk being critical about my progression. You wish, bro. You wish you had a amazing living structure like this. Bro, I'm not even that dirty right now either. Like, I haven't showered in forever. I'm probably still cleaner than you are, even in real life. All right, we've got a pretty good stockpile on carving stuff. Let me make sure there's not some sapling craft I want before I just go ahead and rip these into handles and start progressing. But I mean, there's definitely like drying racks and stuff, but I don't know that I need this right now, really. Def, wish I had a good setup like this one. Nice work so far. Yeah, this is, I mean, once you're here, it's like you can kind of reliably not catch a cold. You know, you have a way of resting and all that, but the resources I'm going to try to stockpile now are just carving stuff so I can get through that and I can get, you know, some food set up and actually have clothes and get all that going. Whole freaking map got updated, bro. Still in the woods. Gotta respect it. Hey, someone's got to do it, man. That's you know, I'm just chudding it out in the woods while everyone else is, you know, oogling this new. Oh man, Riverside. I love Riverside so much. I like it. I like how Riverside, you know, has a new pool and a police station. And oh my god, Riverside is the best. Oh my god. But no, you know what? I am looking at the map update here. I'm looking at how they move this rock 2 centimeters to the left. You know, we're looking at the real stuff. We're looking at the real gamer. Hobo shelter is what I see. Okay, bro. Okay. Well, you know, you just don't see the vision, Billy and Milk. That's what you don't see. You're seeing with your eyes and not your true mind. Crashing out over Riverside, bro. Riverside is the most stinky town in the entire game, bro. You can't even catch me stepping foot in that shithole. All right, actually, hold up. We're gonna make blades first, right? Because that's important for carving. That is rent-free. Okay, see, like, I can't even really respond to something like that because otherwise you're gonna say, oh, I'm rent-free, right? But either way, my experiences interacting with Riverside residents have always been horrible. They have always been unclothed and unwashed and uneducated. Everything. And they always come into my stream and they're like, it's the best town. It's got a fishing hut, bro, where I can go and eat the worms, man. I just love eating the worms in Riverside. The flavor's so different than the rest of the map. All right, we're getting some noodles right now. Let's go ahead and drink some of that. That is one less noodle. Then what else can I fix? I can fix this somewhat if I sit here, make salad with mushroom salad. Eat all salad, fruit salad. Look at that. I'm so happy having eaten my fruit salad with some berries and stuff. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, I can't eat anymore. And I am very tired. We're gonna... What? I am strength 1. I can actually smash the bone already, but I have bone fragments. We're gonna work on fitness a bit. There we go. Too much pain to sleep. There's nothing I can do. My life is over. My life is just total agony. What can I do? Whatever will I do to escape this hell? Oh yeah, that's right. I have black sage. Let's eat that, and now I can go to bed. Right? Right? All right, whatever. Selling socks. All right, back to carving. Well, actually, hold up. We're gonna do a set of squats with my newfound stamina bar. How do no zombies come find you out in the open like this? Because I am in the middle of the woods, as far away from civilization as I possibly can be. And I have a defensible, you know, river that is protecting me. So, like, if the zombies, if there is a crazy meta event, they're going to be like, oh my god, I hate Radford, let's go kill him. And then they walk all the way this way, right? And then they hit the river, and they're like, oh crap, he's across the river. I don't know how to swim. I will never be able to get him, right? Like, the only way that I could have a Zed that, like, you know, wants to kill me is if he's like a mega genius and he's at this house and he just goes fully south and then makes his way through this defensible architecture that nature has provided me. Where's the cabin? The cabin save is gone. At least you got a bigger trees now. Yeah, I've got a lot of trees to work with, right? Yes, guys, the cabin save blew up. It's no more. Gone forever. Treehouse when? Bro, we're literally living in a stick shelter right now, and we're so far away from doing that. My life is over. My life is crashing down. Cut head sack. Oh, I can rip open my pillow and get... This is going to be so worth it, guys. What's my plan if that one super genius found me while I'm sleeping? I just hold shift the whole time he's mauling me in my sleep, and then, you know, hope for the best, I guess. What can I even learn from looking at teeth, bro? What are you going to teach me? Sharpen jawbone. Why do I learn that from teeth? Get them out of here. Elbow, you're going to need those teeth. Play Skyrim? Bro, we never once have played Skyrim on the stream. Never once, a single time. I've played, I don't know, what's like the weirdest game I played? That like COD, World of War, web browser ass zombies game. Play that for like half an hour. Headsack is a bit clan adjacent. Not quite. It's not pointy, bro. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll play Skyrim randomizer. That'd be interesting. But as for today, the Oids just came out. We gotta play the Oids. Everyone wants to see the Oids. Everyone wants to see me go to Riverside because Riverside is so cool. Oh my god. That is something that I would totally say. Hi, bro. I heard they made the Riverside better. Why are you not playing there? Because I'm just a stupid chud, bro, and I just am in the woods. Like everyone else should be. Billions must carve. Hold up. We're throwing it on the floor so we can go back to our exercise. Except we're in Aggie, so we're not doing that. I personally like the Wilderness runs and do not like Riverside, so that is pretty good too. Yeah, see, exactly my thought process. Exactly. Alright, we might need to halt our carving adventure and find something to eat. Best way to level up carving would be dice. No, it's always just dice. From getting from level 1 to 2, you can make spoons. Well, as soon as you hit 2, you just make dice for the rest of all time. I mean, pipes is better, but pipes takes 3 times longer to make than the dice. So it's either A, you waste 3 times the amount of time for like 30% more experience, or B, you cut down one of the singular trees in the entire forest that you live in and get like an explosive amount of wood to work with and continue making dice. Trust me, the dice are just, it's so much better doing the dice. It takes like the carving grind from being somewhere around, I don't know, 3 to 4 weeks to do, to just, you can be done with carving if you know what you're doing in about a week's time. Yeah, especially, so like, if you're playing Extinction or like any, like population type game mode where you're able to loot, if you get a saw, you can saw up logs as well. Like I have, I don't even know how many logs I'm sitting on right now, right? Probably like 20. You saw those logs up, you get a plank. Every time you get a plank, or actually you get 3 planks. Every time you get a plank, you get 12 small handles. So that's, you know, 36 dice you can make from 1 log. That's just an insane amount of experience. Short handle spoon fork route. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just you're using a lot more durability on your knives, and you're also spending a lot more time carving because you're, you know, carving 2 things instead of 1. Whereas if you just do the dice, you're only doing 1 thing. You're getting the most like value from your knives. You're getting the most value for your time. And it's not like, you know, unless you're playing on like some survival island kind of thing where you have infinite amounts of time to just carve things, then, and a very limited amount of wood, the dice are going to be better. Yeah, 0 to Hero is, I mean, it's more of just like a content build, build more than anything. Like if I were just playing this game for enjoyment, I would either A, give myself just like 10-10 when I started off, or like B, make the XP multi for fitness and strength be a lot higher. But, you know, if I do either of those things, then I have people come in my comments and they're like, why did you do that in a long-term run, bro? Or, why is he cheating and giving himself, you know? So I'm just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just do it this way. I don't really care that much. It's been a while since I caught your streams. Maybe I'll get back into Zomboid with a stable update. With the stable update. Yeah, it did just drop today, so there is a lot of new map updates. Of course, you know, a lot of other people are going to be looking at, but me, you know, if you've come to expect from this channel, I just go in the woods, bro, eating freaking acorns and crickets and stuff, because I don't know, someone has to do it. Bro, why didn't you spawn in Riverside? Because it's brand new. I'm actually in the Riverside pool, drinking the pool water. Billy and Milk peed in the pool, and now I'm drinking it. I can beat this game with no skills. Yeah, by beating the game, you mean dying. Alright, we got that. That's crafting, that's crafting, that's crafting, crafting. I have 11 acorns I can eat. A radish. I can use as a pillow. These seeds. Oh, you know, it is raining right now. Hold up. We're gonna do something. Actually, psych, we're not, because I need to make a spade, and it's probably too dark for me to do that. Hold up. Spade, please. I don't know the recipe. Crap. By the time I research it, it's gonna be too dark, right? Oh well. We'll get the seeds planted at some point. Play Riverside in Skyrim? No. After 1.5 hours, it's boring as fuck doing burpees and staying in a weekend house. Yeah, I don't really enjoy clicking through the menus. I agree. Yeah, I like what I've seen so far from the update. Like I like the new tree models, and you know, all the individual houses actually having an identity is a good change for sure. Yeah, if you enjoyed Wilderness and Build 41, you're really gonna enjoy Wilderness in this one. There's so much more to do. Put this caveman on National Geo now? Absolutely, bro. I love eating 11 acorns. Yeah, we're gonna go acorn mode. Actually, I can't eat them. Well, I can't eat them. They're just gonna make me sad, but, you know, it's not like I'm already just hopeless, so how bad could it be? $120, well, $1,200 rent. What are those YouTube shorts of, you know, fashion steel bars and how to expand your $800 rent NYC apartment? All right, we might be cooked, guys, because I'm in too much pain and I'm in agony. I think our sleep schedule is just over. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do right now, because I'm not even tired right now. I guess I can bathe myself. I don't know. Wait, my pain is going down. Hold up. All right, we might just stay up all of today. I don't know. Maybe I can go to bed. Hold up. We're gonna. Well, oh my god. we're kind of juggling the moodles, and they're all going the wrong way right now. It's so cold, even in the thick clothing, you still freeze. I think you could get away with it. I mean, it really depends on what kind of a start you're doing. Like, if you're just doing like a regular zombie population, you can do it. I tried it on 16x, which required me to like sleep outdoors ASAP, which, you know, is pretty bad. But if you have like a house you can go in and actually build like a campfire in, you can maybe get away with playing that way. All right. I guess we're just carving today. Let me do some research to learn the spade. I did learn the spade. Now let's make the spade. All right, now I can dig myself furrows. Actually, we're gonna rest. All right, it's good. I'm gonna grow potato. I'm gonna grow black sage. I'm gonna grow mallow. Go my potatoes. So plant on mallow. Garden, remove grass. We're gonna get some of this out of here. Super brutal. Yeah, I did the like quote unquote easy mode one, but I spawned in the winter, so it was -60 like Celsius outside. And either way, like you would just get max level freezing if you weren't sitting next to campfire the entire time. It was like the only way to play. Alright, so this is a tool that I'm not going to use regularly. We'll just put that in there. I do need a log. I'm going to have to cook here. Let's make drill plank, do that, do it. Now, light fire, I can do that. There we go. I'm actually boiling water. All right, we've got food, and I've got a bunch of carving stuff. Let's knock all this out. Anyone tried the new challenges? I have not, but I have done like the skyscraper-esque challenge by just spawning up there before. Forged a kettle. It was in my starter home, so I did give myself that. It's not a totally no loot. I mean, hell, I'm sitting next to a chair, but you know. In terms of clothing, I've given myself nothing. That's like the biggest hurdle. Handle. That one. Do it. There you go. Let's do dice. Do it a bunch. Alright, we are getting old. And what did I get to? I got carving 5. So guess what? Now I can go here, make a whetstone, do that. Right. Then I do here. Let's do sharpen bone. Sharpen the bone. Make bone fishing hook. Now, actually, we're going to sharpen it again. And then I'm going to make a needle. All right. Now, getting this far with no skills, we learned yesterday that is horrible. You know, is this a Minecraft mod? Yes, of course, bro. This is Minecraft. Like you're on like Benadryl. There were some maps that were pure force, though I don't know if they are compatible with the recent update. There's the one that I know that's the most common that people reference is the Survival Island one. So it's not like pure, but you know, the buildings that you do have access to are, you know, just destroyed basically. Fishing with no skills. Hell yeah. We do technically have skill bonuses, so it's not the worst. It's over for me. All right. Can I make another axe? No, because I don't have tree branches. What do I do? I have tree branch, so I can have a rod. Well, actually, we're gonna make another axe with a fresh flint flake that's not broken, so I can cut the tree down and get tree branches. Where are you, firewood? There you are. All right, what are my noodles like? Is anything gonna kill me? No. All right, we're good. I might get cold though, and I really don't want that to happen. Because unlike yesterday, I will not be cheating myself mallow if I catch a cold. Rosemary, not gonna do that. Spearfishing is completely out of the game. It was, I mean, it definitely, as it's been mentioned several times, I did think it was pretty convenient, but I don't think that spearfishing was balanced. It's kind of like the old school, you know, it's not kind of, it's exactly like the old school foraging where you could just sit there and find stuff. Now, do I like the new fishing minigame? Not really. I think it's, you know, like a D tier fishing minigame. I think it could have been done a lot better than it is. All right, we're gonna do axe. Okay, don't use the worn one. Let's selectively choose new flake. Axe, do it. Now I'll have an axe that doesn't shatter when I use it. Now there's fishing nets. Yeah, I have personally, I mean, like, I haven't used the fishing nets a ton, but they do seem very nice once you get your hands on them. Are you for real right now, bro? I made sure this wasn't gonna happen, man. No, I'm just gonna... Oh my god. Alright, let's find a tree branch. I mean, I can cut the bushes down if worse comes to worse. I think I'm just gonna do bushes next and ensure I get a tree branch. Happened to lose my tree branch. I've broken 2 axes on the same tree in an attempt to get more tree branches so that I can make a fishing rod and tools. Because I got the bone fishing hook to make the fishing rod, but I need a tree branch to do that. And I thought, hey, I'll use my tree branch I found to make an axe so that I can cut the tree down and get more tree branches, right? Instead of just having one of them. But yeah, the game doesn't want me to have that. Okay, I have a tree branch. We take this back. We're gonna make an axe, and we're only gonna cut bushes down until I have like 2 tree branches. Axe. And we're not gonna use, we're gonna use, okay, make another flake so it's a fresh one. Okay, now I make an axe. Okay, now I go and cut bushes down by pushing them. Alright, I got 1 tree branch. Also, oh wait, you can cut bush and now it allows you to cut tree down too? I think cut bush and... Okay, that's interesting. So cut bush can cut certain trees down. Not... It's just the new trees, not the old ones. I don't know if that doesn't seem intentional, but I don't mind that change if that is it's how it's supposed to be. That just saves me having to right click on things. Yeah, like the new trees, I can just hover over and cut them down. The old ones now. So I wonder if I do cut tree on the new one, there's not like old bushes. Alright, now I, like, for certain can cut the tree down and have tree branches and not have to go on this stupid adventure to find tree branches anytime soon. Best way to level up is fishing nets too, if you're already, like, if you just have them. But I can't get to the fishing nets until I'm level 6 on fishing. Alright, this stupid tree has finally been killed, and it's actually ginormous, which is, I guess, why it took so many axes to break it. Alright, we want to do the rod, right? Rod. Do that. Make fishing rod. Oh my god. Amazing. Are there any fish? There's fish right here. 7 logs. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing right there is the amount of large branches I got from it, though. Like, the logs weren't as big of an issue to get. Saplings and branches, though, were pretty bad. See if this still works. I mean, it does, but... I have a water bottle. I have 2 water bottles. Seaweed. Worth cut the big trees, axe consumption time wise, yeah. You get, if you want branches, which like late game you want the large branches or the saplings so you can make spears or baseball bats from them. Before you would max get one singular one from those, so they were pretty eager to get a lot of. How does the fishing minigame work? Alright, we can... Well, I don't have any bait on my fishing rod right now, so I'm just trying to get trash intentionally. But you sit here and you wait for the fish to get, like, caught. I fast forward through it, right, until the fish catches. Which is now taking forever, right? And then you just basically try not to get the fishing, the little line that's moving to go all the way to the right. But it's very easy for me to play this because I am not catching a fish. I'm just doing trash. And I want trash so I can make shoes. Because these dirty rags, this is like my one source of dirty rags. You can obviously get these by ripping up Zed clothing, but for me right now in this very moment, that is my only way of doing it. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed and then attempt to fix my sleep schedule. Nice, we just finally got rid of our sleepiness moodle and get a nightmare. That's really cool. Can I go back to bed, please? Also, by the way, we didn't get the exhaustion moodle back, which is really sucks. Yeah, there's like some out of game things you can do for fishing as well, like the, you know, traps and chum and all that. You also, for the traps, you need to make chum to like bait them. But the minigame in essence is what I described. And there's like larger fish that make that a lot more difficult to keep the bobber from going full to the right. But, you know, since I'm just catching water bottles and seaweed, there's not really any difficulty. Alright, too much pain to sleep. Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? So I thought I was going to fix my sleep schedule, but we decided to have a nightmare and that didn't happen. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Alright, I'm going to chug some acorns so I don't starve. Awesome. Yeah, you can take apart cars for metal. So I need to get 6 pieces of rag. I'm pretty sure my anxiety stat makes me have nightmares more often. That's probably what's happening. So basically until I heal my scratches on my feet, I'm not going to be able to really sleep very well. Did I find any crafting rocks? I did not. I had to make a stool to have a crafting table in the woods. This entire area that I played in .19 or whatever definitely had, you know, those rocks around, but this one I have not seen a single one. Now, I didn't exactly keep a keen eye out for them on the way over, so there might have been some that I missed, but At least on this like little peninsula, there were 0. So that does make things a lot more difficult. So, but I managed to rip up a tank top off a Zed and make the stool. The stool you don't need to have a crafting station to make. And you can use this as a surface. Now, if you're doing pure wilderness, no Zeds, getting the rags to make the stool is gonna, I don't think you can do it. You would have to forage for twine, which is not the easiest thing to do. Alright, I think I officially have shoes. Alright, go over here. Foot wraps. Oh my gosh. I can heal my injuries, guys. So bone needle, rags, twine, craft it. I have shoes. I have them. Men, we are entering a new era. An era where I can walk around and not have my feet scratched. You know, I'm such a civilized guy. I'm gonna boil water and drink non-tainted water. But before I do that, I'm gonna drink tainted water. And I can bandage my right foot. Here, let's just go ahead and use the water I already have. There's a water bottle. Transfer liquid. Do that one. Move that down there. Do that one. Wow, I'm so civilized. Why resilient? Resilient affects your rate of corpse sickness. So in build 42.16 or whatever, they increase the rate that you get corpse sickness by like a ridiculous amount. 4 times, I don't know. And resilient and prone to illness influence your rate of corpse sickness. And trust me, you'll die to corpse sickness like 1 time and just learn to not take it. It's very different now. So what do I learn from this? Carve knitting needles. Alright, I'm gonna keep doing this to get more rags. Alright, we're gonna wash all bandage. Bandage that. Remove the bandage. Bandage rag. Let's heal my feet up. Yeah, I mean, if you turn corpse sickness off, then you can take prone to illness. But, I mean, if you're, like, balancing the game and the perks you're taking around that, there's a lot of things you can turn off and have free points. How much worse is corpse sickness now? It is a lot worse. I don't know numerically what it is, but for reference, so in like my 16x playthroughs, you've seen me just like stand on top of like, you know, giant piles of corpses and just had the max stinkiness. And it only really affected me after an entire day of doing that. Now, after about like 2 to to 3 hours of exposure to, you know, max level stink, you will get queasy. You know, and before that was a like 10 to 12 hour kind of metric. But yeah, nowadays it's a lot worse. Yeah, just for the corpse sickness alone, I think it's worth taking. But I mean, if you're not playing 16x, you're not playing with like some enhanced corpse sickness rate or something like that, probably don't need it. Like if you're just an apocalypse player, I don't think you'll need to have resilient. Maybe you can just play with no prone to illness. But I don't think prone to illness is as free of a trait as it used to be. So we got hand wraps. Now have some more insulation. So my totally naked guy, now if we look at my temperature, I have hand and legs, and that's it. That's it. Yeah, it's pretty extreme, but I mean, you also have to remember that it's like an aerial, like based illness or whatever, and your character is allegedly just like immune to the effects of it. So there's definitely some like biological factors that are going to why it's, you know, bad in the lore to smell the corpses. Also, like why rainwater is tainted in this game. You know, there's just things like that that don't really make a whole lot of sense, but you know, you kind of have to like suspend the disbelief or whatever. You're playing a zombie game after all. They have to like balance some things. $16x ignore the population multiplier. It doesn't actually. Here, let's go ahead and just put the 16x in the title too, because that is the reason 16x is because you're doing population peak times population multiplier. So in 4 times 4 is 16. That's what 16x means. Yeah, but eventually after enough time of, you know, everyone else being dead, that air pollution would kind of start going down. And I think I could make some kind of setup, keep insects and birds from drinking, you know. I mean, you can do it in real life, right? But all right, we got some more water boiling, tin cans. Can eat seaweed, not just by itself. Like seaweed from so the things I'm getting from the trash fishing, broken nets, these can be broken down into nails later. The rags, obviously, I can make like clothing and stuff with. The seaweed, wait, maybe the animals can eat them. Oh wow, this is, yeah, you're right. I can eat seaweed now. It doesn't ever go rotten. either. I think I've, hold up. Before the grass had modifiers to it, yeah, you can't eat the grass. It says hunger -7, but it's only for animals. I don't know. I guess seaweed is okay to eat. It is interesting that it doesn't rot. Start multi, it's all 4. Everything is on 4. That's what 16x is. Start multi, 4. Population multi, 4. Peak multi, 4. Yeah, the sushi has been in the game, though. Sushi has been in the game. You haven't been able to eat the seaweed as is. That's like a new to this update thing. And you don't, the only way you can, I've learned this recipe before by finding it on the ground and researching it. So, but without doing that, I'm not going to be able to do it anytime soon. I would also need to forage a thing of rice. 4 times 4 is not 16. Yeah, I may need somebody to calc that out for me real quick. Yeah, you can use seaweed to make sushi. Why is it not 4 times 4 times 4? Because population start and population peak are like, you know, effectively the same things, right? So if you make population start 0.00001 or like some really ridiculously low number, right? There will be nothing at the start. So you make population peak, it's what the peak day is. If you hover over like the numbers in the sandbox settings, they explain what they do. Hey, it's me, Radford. I eat bugs and have no hair. Hey, it's me, Billy Milk. I go to Chipotle and I actually wait for a really fat guy to go and order his burrito bowl. And after he orders his burrito bowl, I wait for him to eat it. And then I wait for him to go to the bathroom and I go in the toilet and eat what he leaves. That's what I do. That's what my name is, Billy Milk, and that's what I do. Yeah, you can forage avocado though, and the rice though is not a common forage thing. Got an option to make vinegar so you can craft cooked food jars. Yeah, vinegar and lard and a couple things, you know, probably should have some recipes to make. Salt's another thing. Yeast is another thing that you just otherwise can't really get. So you can see in my quest for rags, you kind of get a lot of other things. Oh, I'm not tense anymore. Look at that. Seaweed, go over here. I'm gonna make a head wrap. There we go. Reveal face. So for the stuff I can make from rags, this is actually it, I think. Rag. can do this in the tailoring menu. I can make this. I'm a Giga Chad though, so I'm gonna leave my chest exposed. Cover your nipples. There's also probably a, where is it? Net guard, but I think you need to be level 1 to do it. Yeah. I don't know, my food's going rotten. Alright, I can make 1 stale radish salad. Make me at least somewhat not hopeless. Nope, we're still hopeless. It's so over, bros. Bro, I just can't take it anymore, bro. Life is a prison. A prison that requires me to forage. Alright, we're actually getting a ton of carving resources here, but despite that, I'm gonna need to go and get food and stuff tomorrow, it seems. But I'm not anxious, right? I'm only hopeless. Maybe tonight is the night that I could actually get some decent sleep, reset my sleep schedule, not be in pain. You can actually see the time go by, so I am going to wake up in the morning, I think. Yeah, the sun should be up. Alright, we're good. This might be the first moodleless day I have. I don't already have a 2-story log house built. I gave myself no clothes. That was a major hurdle to get over. It was, you know, we gotta prove that you can do it. Someone's got to do it. Should I be focusing something? I guess stones, they're already rare here, so I'll keep doing stones and pick up food while I go along, and you know. End of the day, I'm gonna need a ton of flint napping things. Rimworld nudist trait, yeah, I can just have a sash or a bandolier or something, and that's my only clothing. Jawbone, nice, nice. Hey, how do you fix foraging items that are stuck in the inventory? Restart your game. If you're talking about like how you try to drop it and it's like permanently stuck at maxed completion, you either restart or like you have to just debug mode and delete the thing, but even sometimes that doesn't work. That happens way more frequently in multiplayer, by the way. Log, I'm just gonna leave that. Caterpillar. Now I do have a trash bag. I don't have any duct tape. If I get duct tape, I can make the poncho. Well, I need 2 trash bags to do that. Yeah, but once I have that, I'll have like a, you know, fully clothed person, technically. Might carry weight. Yep. We're just gonna be in pain on the way home. Turn around here. Let's make sure we're turning at the right time. We are. And I'm finding a lot more mallow this time around. I found more mallow than I found lemongrass. More food, we need that. I lose my clothing, I started with none. I didn't start with shoes, I didn't start with pants, I didn't start with a shirt. Could I have started with a shirt? Yes. But I don't know, I think it's a fun challenge. The quest for shoes, so I don't have scratched feet. My feet don't hurt. Food. Food. Yeah, it might be a while before the mods get updated though, but I mean, if you're playing with like not really that crazy mods, like I just have RuneScape experience bar and stuff like that, I didn't have any issues just loading in. But I am a very limited player. All right, we got our bugs. Our bugs out of here. Our very obedient bugs that do not move after they've been placed on the ground. All right, so here, let's try to get our hopelessness solved. Get one less Moodle out of here. Let's do mushroom, mallow, eat. There we go. Look at that. That pain Moodle is going to go away, and that little hurt Moodle is going to go away. And I don't know what day it is, but I have solved the early game Moodle struggle. Awesome. Take my shoes off? Absolutely not, bro. We got so far. We're leaving the shoes on. 200 mods last time. Yeah, I imagine 200 mods playthroughs you probably don't want to go day one to stable with, but if you want to rip it, you go for it, bro. All right, now for the true starving and carving experience, we're just doing fitness and carving. I'm gonna do rods. Yep. handle. Wait. Drop it. Drop everything. My mod situation wasn't horrible. Yeah, I mean, like, it really just depends on what you're playing with, but do I think, you know, if the sample size of 200 mods working on a major update, probably not. But I have a sample size of 7, which is a lot lower. All right, we're gonna go health menu, exercise, squats, do them. Why are we carving again? We're carving to get bats. So I can have a weapon to hit people with. I'm such a violent guy, bro. You build a hut in this game? Eventually. Eventually you can. In this very moment, I can probably get some walls up, but that's about it. With my daylight tomorrow, I might work towards getting a house. Just wanted to get some exercise going. I'm sorry, so can you explain what you're doing? I'm a new player. I am getting my skills up. I spawned with no loot whatsoever. I finally have shoes, so my feet aren't getting scratched. And right now I'm leveling carving and fitness at the same time by doing squats and making dice. If you want an explanation to my thought process behind like traits and, you know, what I've done, I did just upload a video today actually at 6 a.m. Of the edited stream from yesterday that just goes over my thought process behind starting a run in the wilderness and what needs to happen, you know, perks and stuff that you might choose. I do fitness first. Fitness just takes longer to do and lags behind most things. So fitness dictates how fast you can exercise at all, and strength you need to you don't need to, but if you get a protein bonus, you can get strength to be over 2.5 times faster the level compared to fitness. So I'm just doing fitness first for those reasons. All right, gonna do axe. I can't. Do I have an axe? I do. So I learned last time it was very annoying going out and getting tree branches, so I'm gonna cut bushes down until I can. Oh, there's a tree branch right there. All right, we're gonna go and get flake, do it. Axe. Make them. Put the flakes down. The twigs down. Playing with any mods, I have 7 mods on, none of them in-flat gameplay. I have RuneScape experience bar, I have proximity inventory, I have like XP journal that tells me at the end of the day what traits and stuff I've leveled up. And if you need to see the list of it, they are at the start of the stream. I did it in the first 5 minutes I showed them. I'll just need to update my description to include that. But yeah, RuneScape experience bar shows like the stuff you're getting while you're leveling it up. And proximity inventory just shows everything around you. All the containers. So all these containers, all the campfire, all the stuff on the floor, it shows it all in one menu. So if you're sitting on top of a bunch of corpses, you can see it all in one singular list, which is very helpful if you're standing on top of 100 zombie bodies and you want to find the one guy that has a machete in him. Yeah, I am a VTuber, guys. I have a reaction at the bottom left. My favorite mod's got to be proximity inventory. Yeah, proximity inventory and RuneScape experience bar. If you are a brand new person to Zomboid, those are the two mods that I would encourage you to play with. You know, however, just playing full vanilla, I did play just exclusively vanilla for quite a while before I played with any mods at all. However, those do kind of make it easier. Like you can configure it to show you maintenance. I don't typically play with maintenance on, but you know, some skills like maintenance, some skills like nimble or running are a little weird to like understand what you need to do to level them up. But with that experience bar, you do know exactly when you're getting it and what actions influence you, like leveling them up. So cheating? Yes, exactly. I just have it on to cheat. I feel like these trees give me a lot more logs, like even the small ones. I have hair. I mean, according to some people, I might be bald. I'm really self-conscious, guys. I have a wig on right now. He has a wig on, bro. I've seen him in real life and he was super bald. Just think of the baldest, fattest guy ever, and that was what Radford looked like. Trust me, bro. Those big trees give more saplings. Bro, I cut a tree down and it gave me 4 saplings and 4 large tree branches. So there are some pretty beefy trees nowadays. Like they do take a considerable amount of axe strength to cut down, but I think this is the largest tree. Let's see if I can even do it. Okay, well there goes that. All right, so one tree. It already looks like a giant pile of wood. I'm thinking 4 saplings. Yeah, 4 saplings, 4 large tree branches, 8 regular tree branch, 7 logs. It's kind of crazy now. Yeah, so as soon as you get axes, your carving grind is more or less over. But as we saw yesterday, you know, if you start with no maintenance, getting to axes does take a little bit longer than some people might think. I haven't had a haircut since 2004. Bro, I mean, like, what's it go to your knees? I went like most of last year having had done one haircut, but that was because I just like buzzed my stuff off completely and whatever. Like I just looked like a cancer guy for a couple months before it stopped looking weird. Long stick fence might be viable without mods. I still think the long stick fence, so like the crude fence taking saplings exclusively is pretty grief, man. Like 6 saplings. If it were tree branches, I would definitely be doing it. But like the log fence, you just end up making these. They're, you know, substantially easier to get set up. The sapling one is pretty grief. Alright, am I gonna starve? Do I have any kind of food? Let's just eat this, I guess. Whoops. Alright, well, some of these trees are, you know, very strong themes. But I'm also using flakes that I've probably used several times at this point to make axes with. They're kind of damaged. Born bald. I mean, aren't most people? Yeah, napping 4 obviously is going to be a better axe for me, but I unfortunately started this run today 2 hours ago and do not have napping 4 yet. I also unfortunately started this run with no shoes. Nothing. I have nothing, but I have shoes now. And I'm about to have a house. My life is about to be so much better than it used to be. Everything is sunshine and rainbows. It's just amazing. I guess this is how the house is going to be shaped. It's just high intensity tree cutting. Bro, we got to get the logs somehow. I mean, get it all set out like this. Probably put the door right here, or, you know, another door on the other side, because I'll be running out and fishing. Which, honestly, tomorrow, I think I might do some fishing, because I am hungry. I mean, hell, I could do fishing right now, actually. Let's just get this exhaustion gone. Alright, that's good. Now, at the fishing rod, I have the bait over here. What's my weight? 90? Alright. I mean, it'll be a while before I can catch fish that are large enough to reliably gain weight with anyway, so not a huge deal. we're at with the new update. We're playing it right now, bro. All right, I have a fish. Well, actually, that's my second fish, but yeah, these initial fish you catch, not very big. That fish, you can speed up with it. Yeah, if you have resume time actions on complete, you can just cast your fishing line out, and then you press fast forward, and then the game resumes normal action once you start catching a fish, and then you can reel it in. And then if you are a cheater pumpkin eater like I am, you stand off the shore and you don't have to play this mini game at the end. You just fast forward until the fish is caught. However, if you aren't cheating, you just stand on the thing, right? And then you play this little mini game at the end of don't let the bobber go onto the right. Or I stand here, cast the bobber out. I think the bubbles actually might have went away. Yeah, I'm griefing. Can I even get to that one? Probably not. Well, I think about the update. I mean, it seems pretty similar to .19. I do like that they've, you know, changed the map around, but I haven't seen a whole lot of it. They have changed some of the trees and rock placement up, which is what I've seen so far. Like, there's not any crafting rocks out here. Definitely makes things difficult, but there's like a lot newer like tree models. These trees are all new. They give more saplings. I think it's a good update so far. But yeah, I mean, most of the single player stuff that you're going to watch and see me do, I'm going to use fast forward a ton, right? There are a lot of actions that you don't have to sit around and wait and watch happen for the 100th time. And fishing is just one of them. All right, let's get some of these tree branches and twigs out of here. Destroy for fuel, twig, all. Like, I'm putting one twig in the fuel in the campfire at a time, but if I fast forward through it, it's really quick. All right, we're gonna light fire. I don't have the thing here. Hold on. Grab that. So let's get the notch plank. Light the fire. Go for it. Wait. My guy kept lighting the fire after he broke the twig making it. That's actually such a nice change. I don't have to sit there and re-click light fire 100 times. Transfer fuel. Nice. We're gonna get some more water. Riverside got busted. More Riverside propaganda in the chat, of course. Alright, we got fish. I probably could have left the fire going because I'm chilly, but I thought about that a little too late. Here, let's I'll do like one setup of push-ups. Let's see. Configure strength close. Let's see what our strength XP multi is right now. It's probably 4.8. 4.2, yeah. Even lower. So we have a negative strength XP bonus right now. Because we have eaten just like mushrooms and, you know, no meat for the last however long we've been alive for. Now we have a neutral, but I'm gonna go to bed. My character is now permanently max exhausted. I mean, are you ridiculously tired? There are a number of things that go into just asking me a question of, I'm having a problem in my game. Are you playing with mods? Do you have other moodles? Is your guy, like, injured in some way? Died to a mushroom a few times. Just goes to show that bushcrafter, especially if you're playing in the woods, doing any foraging like that, it's very difficult to play without bushcrafter. It makes wilderness style playthroughs, you know, go from unplayable tier to, you know, very playable. Always have a good time on mushrooms. No comment. But I do have experiences. Typical Riverside citizen. Riverside citizens covering themselves in feces. Challenge impossible. Well, not covering themselves in feces. Happen with non-weight. I mean, it's probably the weight. So you're just completely over encumbered. Like if you close out of your game and restart your game, you probably have some invisible log in your inventory that is weighing you down that you can't see. But yeah, I mean, I would just reset whatever NaN variables you have with debug mode of the debugger to fix things. How do you get the protein bar up quickly? By eating fish. Fish are meat. They are almost exclusively protein. And you can look at what your, you know, you can't directly look at what your protein is, but you can see indirectly what your protein is by looking at the amount of strength experience you get from a push-up. So you saw me getting, you know, 4.2 experience from a push-up, right? And then it went to 6 because I started eating protein again. Yeah, you're just restart your game, Max. That's what I told you to do. Restart your game, see if there are invisible logs in your inventory. That should fix it. Yeah, Vintage Story does have those new mushrooms in it, where you eat them and just completely destroy the bitrate of your stream. Am I using nutritionists? I am not. Having played the game long enough, I more or less know what calories are, you know, and what has high calories, what doesn't. It more or less corresponds to like what is high calorie in real life, you know? Like, is eating low calorie yogurt gonna gain you weight? No. Is eating a bunch of sugar, cereal, and butter gonna make you fat ass? Yes. I have, however, in the past turned it on just to, you know, explain things easier to people on stream, because sometimes people are wondering like, hey, you know, I spent all day foraging and ate mushrooms the entire day and berries and stuff. Why didn't I gain weight? And it's typically because all those mushrooms and berries have like 10 calories in them. They are very inefficient for weight gain. In fact, I think you just simply can't gain weight by eating them. How do you make my farm worn? What do you mean? How do you like do the farm? You just get furrows and seeds and plant them. And I planted it while it was raining so that it would get automatically watered. Now, how do I get the farm to actually work in this update? I actually just made the farm speed like a lot higher than it typically is, because in the base game I find it kind of annoying. So I turned the seasons off and I made it 5 times quicker. Now, is that cheating? Some people might consider that cheating. I don't think that the people that would consider it cheating do farming at all. So I think by making it 5 times faster and turning the seasons off, you'll find a lot more players will actually do farming and, you know, get something out of it, rather than just completely avoid it and eat fish like I do every run that I haven't done this on. So they up the amount of meat you get from large animals, but I okay that up the calories. Probably not. I mean, the major issue with like pork, lamb, and beef was that just eating it didn't really give you nearly the same amount of calories as a fish. You can get like 10,000 calories or something ridiculous from some of the large fishes, but the beef and whatever, like the pork chops you could get, were only like 200 calories per pork chop, so they weren't really worth using. Yeah, that's the thing. So like, it's either A, I just don't farm because it takes a stupid amount of time and has a lot of other negatives that just outright kill my plants before they're done growing, or B, I make it quick and I can actually, you know, do stuff with it. And either way, in like both of those scenarios, fishing is still just going to be better for weight gain and feeding my character in every way. Which is why you're seeing me fish right now, despite having crops that grow 5 times faster with no growth season. But, I mean, that's at least my logic behind changing that setting. Any fish until now? I mean, yeah, I'm catching fish. Yeah, I mean, I usually just have a reason behind, you know, changing the sandbox settings I do. Like another, like, somewhat controversial change I do is I play without the helicopter, but that's just because, like, in my experience, the helicopter just more or less slows the game down. And especially, like, early game, it's just optimal for you to run into the woods and not interact with it. And even late game, if you're trying to, like, you know, actually have an area just completely cleared out, or, you know, mid game, I guess you could say, you know, the helicopter is just gonna dirty the areas that you've cleaned out. But super late game, yes, it does speed the game up, because you want the Zeds to come to you. You want the Zeds that are out in the woods to know where you are and come directly to you. But early game, it's just like, oh man, the helicopter is going to be here. I guess I just have to spend 2 days in the woods doing nothing. Not that I'm like really doing anything else besides being in the woods and doing nothing right now, but that's just, regardless what settings I play on Alum 16X, I'm going to be doing that anyway. Oh wait, let's move these rags to here so I don't use them instead of the twine on accident. I'm going to light this fire, notch plank. Put this away. Maybe I can slice that for... Yeah, some of the larger fillets, it might seem counterintuitive, but I don't eat them early on. I just use them for more fish bait. but most everything that I'm catching right now isn't really going to be high in calories anyway, so I'd rather have more bait than and less food. All right, so if we do our push-ups, I have a negative XP multiplier. I get 4.2, right? Then we'll eat some more fish. Go back to doing, now I get 6, but we can get all the way up to 9 experience. I don't know if I can slice these and make them into salad or not. It might be too small. Yeah, every single one of these is too small to slice. All right, we can do some rod carving while we wait for our hunger to go down. Let's do that on the ground, then do some more push-ups. 6. Yes, this is 16x. Where are the zombies? I'm in the woods. They aren't here. Oh, I need to make knife blades now. Blade, do it. Assemble crude knife. Yeah, the moodles I've more or less solved. The only reason I have unhappiness right now is because I, I ate fish without slicing them. But yeah, we're out of like the early game of just being sad and having my feet scratched up from no shoes kind of thing. No, I have foot reps now, so I'm good on the feet. Now if I somehow walk through a bush and scratch my feet again, then yeah, we're gonna have a bit more of an issue, but I haven't run into that yet. Alright, we're not getting a protein bonus, but I can probably get to strength 2. What's up, Steve? We're starting the good old 16, no shirt, no shoes, no service kind of run. About to get carving to a pretty decent level here. Yeah, so far, I mean, it seems like they've made it a little easier to do, especially because you cut down a tree and you get around like 2 times the amount of wood that you got in the past. Oh, still got the dirty rags on them? Well, they have to heal, right? I don't want to take the dirty rags off before they heal all the way. Why do I use Sunday driver? Isn't one of the worst? Well, if I wanted to drive a car, I have to get a generator, right? And no, first off, before I even get a generator, I need to get electrical to level 3. To get electrical to level 3, I need to take apart 1,050 watches. So after I take apart 1,050 watches, then I can learn how to turn the generator on. And then I have to clear out an entire gas station, put the generator on, connect it. I have to go and funnel fuel from some kind of car somewhere that has gasoline after I find that. And then turn the generator on. Then I can get gasoline from that. Then I can fuel up a car. and then I can use a car. Now, all that I just described is like 8 months of gameplay down the line. So essentially for the first 8 months, it's a free trait point. And then even after that, like after playing for 8 months, my running speed is high enough that I can run faster than car can drive. I'm debug mode and most of my moodles are set to NAN restart or God mode. Well, this is a problem I have not run into. So, I mean, I would just, you know, like I said, select all your NAN ones and just move it to a variable that is in the middle or something like that. Then that should reset you. So whatever action you're doing is making it NAN, and that's why you're experiencing issues. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've had no issues playing with Sunday Driver. I think it's a decent trait to take. You don't intend on using cars all that much. But yeah, and also cars are kind of dangerous, bro. They get you into trouble sometimes. Get me into some trouble. Yeah, run like this, we're not using the car a whole lot. We're staying away from the car propaganda. Can't move the NAN moodles. I mean, like I said, this isn't a problem that I've run into, so you're kind of in unexplored territory for me. I'm just speculating on what you might do to fix them. Gotta get that learn to read mod. I think reading is below me. Honestly, if you aren't playing with illiterate in the current year, that is our Lord and Savior, Virgil Stokes. We're starting a cult, the illiterate cult. The one true path of not reading. Where are the rods? Carve rod, do it up, go for it. We still have comics. Yeah, if you are illiterate, you can read picture books, you can read comics, you can read, that's about it. Oh, I'm in agony now. I guess with my newfound stamina bar, I can do a round of foraging. That actually, we're just gonna get through the carving today. That's what we're gonna do. How do you get recipes for things like bone armor stuff if you can't read? You can still learn recipes by researching. You can learn them by researching, and you can learn recipes by over-leveling your perks by like 2 levels of what the learned recipe is. So like I can research this thing and learn Jawbone Club. So, you know, for instance, there might be a recipe magazine. I'm totally making this up right now, by the way. But if I could learn this by reading somehow, obviously I could do that. But if this is level 7, I level myself to level 9 and I auto learn it. I start with carving 1, I did. your questions are regarding how to get to carving 0 to 1. I did that in yesterday's video. And it's just a matter of making stakes over and over again until you have enough to progress. Anyways, here's 200 watches being put into a campfire one at a time. Or sorry, not 200 200 dice. Very cool. How long it'll take me to get to 10? I mean, if I have everything like set up and I just intentionally grind exclusively for 10, I can probably do carving in, you know, maybe like a week or so. That would be a matter of me taking Whittler though, and you know, other stuff to have a maximum XP multiplier. But yeah, carving is going to be like one of the first skills that I level up, if not foraging, but which I will have to go and do some foraging now because I am getting hungry. Let's go foraging. Foraging hunger solved immediately. Why'd I pick illiterate? I always choose illiterate. I mean, books are helpful, yes, but if you play 16x, you usually don't have access to books until much later in the game. And even then, by the time I have access to books, like, you know, I've already, you know, just started playing for like an hour and a half or whatever, 2 hours and a half. And I'm about to be max carving. So it's a matter of having just a XP bonus to max skills out, more or less. And if you don't have an XP bonus, you're signing up to either just not max that skill out or grind forever to max it out. Which sometimes isn't the worst thing. Like blacksmithing, for example, I'll probably grind out, get that to a respectable level, like 7 or so. But that's because, you know, that'll be late game, and I'll have a ton of resources that I can spam. Do I plan on going to the city at some point? Yes, but it is, once again, 16x, so there are 1 million always in the city. So if I go into the city when I have 1 fitness and 1 strength and no weapon and no clothes, do I think I will achieve really anything? No. I will just probably smack around like, you know, 2 oids or run the entire time, get exhausted, and get no loot, and or probably die. That's how that would go down. Yeah, I don't have a Molotov. I think my time is better spent getting my skills up, building my character, you know, losing my overweight status, amongst other things, learning to feed myself rather than going into the town and burning a bunch of Zeds so I can get, like, I don't know, a box of cereal or something like that. Okay, it's getting too dark for me to see. What's up, Julius? Oh, mods for skill tapping, RuneScape experience bar. RuneScape experience bar, and then I have daily report journal. If you're asking about like the end of the day segment thing that pops up. Back in my day, you used to be able to cook these bugs. I can't. Well, I guess you can cook them, but they don't give you any experience. So I'm not going to cook them. I'm just going to use them as fish bait. Foraging so I don't need to eat bugs? I can eat the bugs if I want to. Yeah, I'm choosing not to right now. Where am I base? I'm in False Lake. I'm in the woods. I'm in the woods. I have no watch. I think. I'm not quite ready to go out tomorrow. Let's do a bit of a change thing. We'll do trash foraging. I don't have any moodles, right? See if we get so many pipe drops. All right, I'm just gonna leave this here because I found that very early on, and I'll just pick it up on the way back. Okay, I already am getting a somewhat scripted foraging drop. That being this empty pot that I can boil water in. That is a good find. Some of this like early stuff I'm just gonna leave on the... Okay, that is also another... Okay, I'm just getting the... See, I just turned the trash foraging cheat on and start finding everything. Metal, alright. Bro, there he goes, cheating. Where am I? In False Lake. I'm in the woods. Yeah, I went to the left. I spawned in and I ran to the left. Because the town is full of 1 million oids. And then being a 0-0 completely naked character, I could not stay there very long. Sure, if I do this. There's like a bone napping tool I can make with these, but I've just been using a hammer. You grab that. Yeah, West Coast. Oh, hello guys. I don't have a tree branch to hit you guys with. Let's get out of here. Well, I can stomp on that guy, but my shoes are really not stomping shoes. They will break, and I don't want to make more shoes. The sprinters are the thing. I don't have sprinters on, no. Yeah, I need some type of tree branch to smack this guy with. I don't want to stomp. I could take my shoes off and stomp on him, but that doesn't seem like a great thing to do. Tree branch. I do have a face cam. Okay, is this really what we're going to resort to using as a weapon? Well, hold up. I am in strains on my lower body though. What is the box of what? Box of candles, kind of scripted. Love a tree branch. There it is. Yeah, I could use a rock too, but that seemed to be equally rare for me to pick up, so. Now you gotta find where those guys were at. It's that guy. I just don't want him to keep wandering closer and closer up here. Wow, why don't you just take his shoes and wear them? Cheating. No, I have heli off. Heli off because I think it slows the game down. I think it slows the game down because you typically just run into the woods to avoid it. And if I just want to run into the woods every 2 weeks to do nothing, then I would have it on. There's also, you know, if I have it on super late game, yes, it does speed the game up somewhat. But usually if I'm just trying to avoid the heli, it ends up being like, I just run away from it. Is the best way of dealing with it. Yeah, I used to do that back. You used to not be able to wash bandages, but it's really not that big of an issue washing the bandages now. They made it a little quicker, or I mean, you can just actually do it on the wall is the main thing. All right, what do we got? So that's 4 guys. They're all probably Metazeds. Same mods as always? Yeah, I haven't changed anything up. I started this run entirely on stream. You can go back to the start of the stream and see all the mods that I play with. I play with 7 mods. Most of them are like RuneScape Experience Bar and Proximity Inventory. All the sandbox settings I showed on stream as well when I started this run. All right, well, I have a watch. I don't know what day it is or what temperature it is, but let's actually get some stamina back because I did just kill 5 guys and I didn't get exerted the whole time. Yeah, I would recommend if you are a new player or you're, you know, new to having modded game, or into Experience Bar is pretty good. It shows you, you know, certain skills like nimble and running, maintenance, and all that you can configure to have on. So just like right there. But some of those skills might be a little bit difficult to understand when you're actually leveling them up, and it just fully displays it there for you to, you know, witness when they're happening. You can. Yeah, that is some dense trees right there. I like this new birch forest, like walking through it, you can actually kind of see where stuff is. Alright, the road zone does have an increased chance to find trash. Maybe we get super scripted. That is a paint bucket, which you can empty paint now. And now I have a 10-liter bucket to boil water in. Huge. So I've got that, I have the kettle, I have the cooking pot. Those are all things you can boil water in. So getting clean water to drink is not going to be an issue for me anymore. Steel scrap. This is actually pretty useful later on. Melt that down and make stuff with it. At one point you couldn't do that, but now it's no longer an issue. Baseball, I don't care about that. Dead bird. I think I'll leave you there. Clay, don't really need that. Piglet skull. Might pick up another tree branch if I see one, because I'll maybe see some guys on the road. I don't think this is the same road I went down, so... Yeah, I went down this road and just went through the trees. What was it? Sewing kit? With nothing in it. I don't think these things ever have resources in them. Alright, I'm not gonna fight these guys just yet. I just wanted to do some trash foraging, see what's around. How unstable going for you? This is actually stable. Yeah, if you're like new to the like window managing, sometimes you'll just get flashbanged by these like giant build menu things, but if you're talking about like tabbing out of the game, there actually is a pause when focus lost setting that it might honestly be on by default, but you can toggle it on so that the game pauses if you tab out. That has killed me as well as some other people in the past. Alright, I'm going to head home because I am encumbering myself now. Want to take a nap already? And you already have short bats? I don't. I have a tree branch. I have a very early game weapon, but it is a weapon. What's the current goal? Level up carving, not die, have a house, you know, have a shirt that I can make on my body. Craft ices. Yeah, I mean, we're playing the wilderness game though, so I craft ices all day, and that's all I do. I won't have food to eat, and then I'll die. So we're going around picking stuff up so we have resources to craft that, as well as stuff to eat while I'm sitting around on my ass making a million dice. I don't really need to get my stamina back. There's nothing that is going to stop me from being exhausted when I go home. So right now, file set, that is pretty rare. Right now we're going home. Just want to do a bit of scripted trash foraging, see what the world had to offer. And I got some stuff I can boil water in now, and actually have a decent amount. And a watch too, because I killed 4 of these guys here. That's the stuff from before. Get this, because why not? There's a muffin pan here. And there's a cooking pot. Yeah. The sapling. What is this? A goat skull? Some type of skull. No, there's another one. Alright. So let's get fill that. Fill cooking pot. Then that in there, that in there. Okay, it's too large. But for all tools. That's more or less a tool. Alright, that is good. Most of this food is probably rotten. Yeah, it's going bad. I'm just gonna mix some food in there with that and dump all this stuff out. Over here, I'm gonna make the napping tool with this. And let's do... Should I make axes? Yeah, probably. Lake, do some more. I got one. And I can do rod, carved rod. I don't have any tree branches. Do I even really have wood for carving? Probably not. No, I have the saplings, which I'm waiting to use those. Let's just go do some tree chopping here. That's good. We're gonna get up and this stuff down. All right, I'm gonna do long stick because I have a ton of these right now. Saplings are not hard to get anymore. And then this is like 80 handles that I can do. Yeah, I could do the drying racks too, but I just want to get a stable weapon going. House getting broken in? How did you die from opening a window? Oh, yeah. Alright, do some more squats. "11 days deep now. I am officially a murderer. I have killed 5 Zeds. Cold blood. Might be able to get fitness. Oh, I definitely can get fitness too, but After another set of squats, of course. Go, nice. We're in the woods. I'm to the left of False Lake. Yeah, if you are a mod enjoyer, I would probably wait a little bit before, you know, you jumped in, you know, but so far I have had no issues playing. I mean, typically my issues with the game had been usually restricted to just like multiplayer. But I mean, this update does feel pretty stable for, you know, what it's worth. Yeah, it was a very easy 16x, just walk outside the town kind of deal. Wasn't a whole lot of difficulty in leaving. Now, usually some of the spawns, like Moldra, is rather infamous for having that, you know, fenced in area that you can spawn in and sometimes have a lot of difficulty getting out of, but this one I didn't really have any issues. Yeah, we're all about that face cam here. You know, that's the difference of, like, you know, maybe a normal streamer has a face cam, right? But if you make it just giga tiny, then that's what actually gets people talking about it. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I like Moldra. Don't get me wrong, but you know, if we have to rank spawns, sandbox spawns, that is, on difficulty to get out of them, Moldra is a lot harder than Falls Lake. Do you have to use bait now to catch fish? Yes. I think that's always been the case now. Yeah, the stool, I mean, without the stool, I would have to go and find some rock. And, I mean, in the past, there were crafting stones here, but I don't know where... I haven't seen any, so... it might be might be worthwhile in like a 60x, like you leave your house with a table as well as like a sleeping surface, or hell, maybe not even the sleeping surface anymore. You just try to get this log bench or lean-to shelter and just have a table so you have a guaranteed crafting surface. But I mean, that is, of course, unless, you know, if you allowed yourself to have rags, which I did, then you can just make the stool and it's not an issue. Piano bench has not been meta at all in build 42. It now weighs 7.5, and sitting on chairs does not regain any stamina like it used to. Like sitting on the ground and sitting on a chair just is effectively the same thing. Yeah, screw it. We're just gonna go through all the saplings. They're not hard to get. I'm allowed to loot houses? Eventually, yeah. I'm just not allowing myself to get clothes that way. You know, maybe after like a year or so of playing this way, I might allow myself to change the outfit up a little bit, but I think it's a fun challenge to have to craft your own stuff. Am I near water? You tell me, bro. All right, we got to get some more flint flakes for knives. My goal with the high carving so I can get short bats. I mean, initially the, you know, major hurdle get through is so I can get to 5 so I can make the fishing hook and needle. Needle, especially in this run, so I can have shoes. But then, you know, beyond that is so I can get short bats and so that I can have a weapon that isn't tree branch to hit stuff with. But usually, like, short blunt, your, you know, path to victory is using the tree branches until you can make the short bats, and then once you're there, you're more or less done with the grind. Why not have a house? Because it takes like a zillion logs, but that is why I am setting the logs out to do that eventually. I don't have a house because I just started this run today. There are a million things I could be pursuing, and right now I am going after carving. So I can have a bat, so I can defend myself. Alright, I can have some more knives. Real hard hobo death. Yeah, that, so, I mean, if you're talking about the fence stuff, that's just because, like, when they're passing through the fence, they're still considered standing up. So, you can bump them, and if there's 2 heads passing through the fence, then you bump 2, you have a chance to just vault over if you're holding shift, which I was. I tried to run back. The character didn't turn around. I jumped over the fence. Now I'm on the wrong side of the fence, and all the oids are eating me. This is the worst day of my life so far. They usually don't want that to happen. Did I just hear something? No. Alright, more flint flakes. We are not starving for these things anymore. Make blades when I get back. It's good, Raphael. I'm in the woods once again, allegedly eating the bugs. Allegedly. That is a ton of knives I can make now. I'm pretty lucky finding these flakes. It's not a problem. There's another one. Now I could go for a better bag if one just happens upon me. I'm on this sheet bag right now, and much as I love the full rag aesthetic, a school bag or a duffel bag would be very nice. Is it worth to slice the fish? Early game, I don't, and that's more often than not simply just because they're too small for me to do that. However, cutting a fish does make it rot faster. So if you slice the fish into fillets, it rots in about 2 days. But if you don't slice the fish, it takes about 3 days to rot. Now, some very large fish, though, need to be sliced into fillets to cook. Slicing it does make them a lot smaller and easier to store. If you are a refrigerator enjoyer, then you know you might as well cut them up. But if you're a quote-unquote homeless person like me, even though I have a home, just putting them on the floor is really all the storage you're gonna get. I'm playing vanilla. This is vanilla. Yeah, usually I do very similar settings for my runs. It's, you know, some mixture of 16x. This run, most notably, the thing that I changed was I made farming, you know, actually attainable. So I made it farming 5 times faster. I turned the seasons off. And we're seeing if maybe that is a little bit more balanced, I guess, for my taste. For this game and actually growing things. Like a little shimmy I had to do. Let's see about trowel. Can I do that real quick? Trowel. And then if I get this clay, maybe I can do this before the sun goes down. Before ya. All right. Close lid. So with this, like a giant container for all my water. I do add liquid. Oh man, I still have to do this one by one. Look at me pouring these tin cans in 300 milliliters at a time. Is this zombie-less gameplay? I am out in the woods. There aren't a whole lot of zombies in the woods, but I'm playing with 16 times the population. If you go back to when I started this run, I ran out of the town. There's a 1 million oids in there. But I am out in the woods right now because they chased me out, and I'm playing a 0-0 character. So if I'm inside the town, I would die. Yeah, it's not the worst, but like I just don't want to wait 240 days to grow hemp. Farming is the real game is insane. Yeah, I think they've kind of overdone it in terms of making farming realistic. You know, I mean, that's my reason for changing the settings in the way that I did. What does flax do? You can make twine with it. You can make all sorts of things. Twine. All right, I might haul it for the empty tin cans for that very reason you just saw. It does take a lot of clicks to kind of empty those all out. So we're just gonna boil the water with our 3 larger containers and stick with that. Oh no. Bro, please. Alright, cool. We have completely exerted ourselves just starting this fire. How about try number 2? Oh, and I still have this smooth stone in my inventory. As well as this tin can. There cotton? Yeah, you can get cotton if you do thread. You do thread and you get like a ton of it onto a loom and you can make a cotton, a cotton reel. It takes a lot of a lot of thread though. You can also, if you have sheep, that's usually the better option for doing that, but sheep are hard to come by sometimes. Does Tinkerer suck? I don't really feel like Tinkerer is worth it now. I think, you know, like you've mentioned, Blacksmith Knowledge or really any of the other maintenance perks are far better for point to value. Cotton crop. No, there's no cotton crop. Getting a bunch of purified water. I should probably go to bed after this next boil. I'll just wait for these to start cooking and then go to bed. So my sleep schedule isn't absolutely the worst. Alright, cool. Put that on. Go to bed. Why am I storing water, not drinking from the river? I mean, it's I can have purified water, so why not? This way I can have water in a bottle just and be out walking around and drink it and, you know, convenience, I guess. Alright, so blade, that was the whole reason I went out and got this stuff. Let's do 4 of them. And it's also just like I can sit here and have a water bottle in my inventory. I waited to do this mainly just because, like, if I, you know, did this when I only had the 10 cans, you saw how, like, quick intensive it was to fill up that with the 10 cans. Whereas now I have, you know, 13 liters that I can get from just these 3 things. Rods. Let's get to 9. Assassinate a ton of cows so the pals at my base can cheeseburgers. I know like that game was just like a lot of getting food automated, so my guys were just stressed or whatever. Kind of like RimWorld in that regard, just having food set up was a major thing. Alright, 100 dice go. Look at the XP. I mean, I can do short bats or baseball bats. It's the beauty of taking Brawler. But if I wanted to save 6 points and not take brawler, I could have just done short bats. Funny enough about like how the skill learning or researching works in this game, as soon as I get the short bat recipe, I can get the regular bat recipe, because at level 9 is when I auto learn the short bat, right? And level 9 is also the regular bat recipe, but you can research the short bat to learn the regular, like, right? You can research the short bat to learn the regular bat. Blunt you chased, I've always done blunt, bruh. I mean, I've done short blade before, but short blade is by and large the worst skill in build 42. It is not good. Not good, bro. All right, we're gonna make a salad at my salad bar. Look at that, 20 hunger. I am living the life. $28. Oh my god. Short blades were one of the best in build 41. They were. In this update, no. They're good for like niche things, like leveling up maintenance. But I mean, you know, if you have any maintenance skill bonus at all, it's just like, you know, use whatever weapon you're already using and you'll level up fast enough. Yeah, like the whetstone stuff. I mean, that's also just like another nerf to short blade, because you basically, like, the best weapons are in the game are the ones you don't have to do that. You know, the stone knife or the long stone knife is a short blade that is craftable and you don't need to sharpen it. But you could also just use axe. Not only this, have a range bonus, not just an innate range bonus by it being an axe, right? And then you get another range bonus at level 7, and it weighs the same as the short blade. And it's actually easier to craft than the long stone knife. So there's just a lot of issues in balancing stemming from that, you know, what's it, flint saw and stone scythe. Just a bit of an outlier. And then the, you know, caveat of, oh, short blade weighs less, so it uses less stamina, but then that weapon also weighs the same amount and benefits from all the pros axe has, alongside just having a longer range to begin with. What's up, Colin? I mean, trust me, if you're saying short blades are good for the exhaustion / muscle strain, then just try out the flint scythe and stone saw. They are not balanced at all, but like that's like typically what I think short blade should be balanced around. I think it's, especially in build 41, where it's like you could use the hunting knives forever and not get exhausted, and I really liked that about them. That's why it like kind of stood out as like a skill thing, that like if you got around the, you know, short range of it, they were very, very good. Now you don't need to do that at all. You can just use the stone scythe and have that type of gameplay. Except, you know, the range is extremely easy to use. What's up, Arde? How they buff short blades to be in line with the other? I guess like halve the weight. But then it's like still there's a 1 carry weight weapon that one shots and has, you know, double the range and the same swing speed. It's more of they need to nerf the what's it? I mean, I think they still could lower the weight of the short blades somewhat. Maybe like 70%, but they really should make the flint scythe and the stone saw 1.5 carry weight weapons. Or just, you know, I don't know. They should not weigh 1. Making the flint saw and stone scythe 1.5 would also then, you know, put them more in line with like upgrading to the hatchet when you have a forge. Because like right now you can have an advanced forge, but the stone scythe is still, you know, more powerful than, you know, some of the extremely late game options that Axe has to offer, while also like totally invalidating basically the entire skill that is short blade. Throw a stone and find 3 Zeds with hunting knives in them. Yeah, they used to be a lot more common. There's a lot more, you know, junk blades, carving forks, whatever, mixed into the bunch. You can find ore in the forest and smelt stuff. It is extremely rare. More often than not, for like smelting, you're gonna find scrap metal. This you can melt down for chunks and stuff. You can melt down certain metal things. Like, I'm not 100%, but you know, the muffin tray or, you know, pots and pans, whatever. This muffin tray is like never going to be useful to me, so I might try to melt it down. Well, I will try. If I can't, then that's no biggie. But yeah, scrap metals, good. Don't ever pass it up. You make it spawn more often than world settings. There might, maybe, I don't know, but the scrap metal is not uncommon. Just look for this iron scrap. There's a number of things like that you can smelt down. Not to mention just like weapons in general. Like I of course, you know, I can probably melt these sheet metal snips down. I'm probably gonna keep it though because that is a valuable tool to me right now. And but yeah, if you're like hurting for metal, I would just keep an eye out for scrap metals and stuff. Or not the most hard thing to find. Yeah, I know like there are primitive methods of getting iron, but usually like iron refining and, you know, especially steel refining is, you know, a pretty difficult thing to get going in the woods. So if you just had like a piece of it that was already, you know, manufactured or whatever, make a little bit more sense that you could do that. Oh, they didn't fix that. Still kind of like sinks into the table a little bit. All right, or let's make some twine, I guess, till the sun goes down. Just tried your setting and survive 14 hours. Trust me, I would probably survive around the same time if I stayed in the town. It's more of a matter of running out of the town and like knowing where to go and how to get yourself started up. So that's usually the problem that if you're very new to stuff like this, you'll run into. Like I wouldn't survive, especially 0-0. I could probably stay in the town if I wasn't 0-0, but it would be, you know, pretty challenging. It'd be a matter of finding some type of weapon that I can beat off, you know. Yeah, okay, so I can be okay. Okay, pause, bro. Okay. Okay, we're done talking now. Yep, stable is out. All right, cleaned up a bunch of this stuff. What do I got? Broken small handle. Why am I not seeing that? I thought I could. Yeah, it's right here. Blind. What did you set the Z decomp? I think it's just on regular. Sometimes I do speed it up, but it's probably just regular. If you want, you can maybe set it to like 3 days or something like that. Oh man. But I just have it on probably the regular 9. Yeah, if I want to get rid of those leaves, that is a method of, you know, making them disappear. I'm going to try to max out some regularity here. That is done. Let's see about strength. Where am I at on this? I might do some fishing. 6. All right. Yeah, let's try to get a protein bonus. And I'll need a fishing rod to do that, won't I? This is my fishing 3. Catch medium stuff. Just get carving up, and as well as get my strength and fitness to 5, then I can have a weapon that I can kind of fight guys with and not be, you know, constantly exerting myself and getting 20 hit kills. And then I've got the layout for the start of my house. I don't have a shelter above me. Those bubbles are gone. That is enough fish to have me be encumbered by, so probably enough to get protein going. See about slicing some of these to leave as bait. Probably this one. Alright, we'll leave these 2 fillets up here. Use those as bait later, and just fish guts there. There are all our protein. That out. Now comes the process of, what's it, doing push-ups. Do this. I have 6, but we kind of already knew that. Still fat, but that's probably going to change here. Yeah, see, now I have 9. That means I have the protein bonus, and I can just sit here and grind it out. So we don't want to eat anymore, because I'm already trying to lose weight, and I have the protein bonus. Okay, well, I lost it. So I'm just on the edge of having it. We don't want to go over. You go over the protein bonus, you get 7.2. So you still have like a bonus, but it's not the most you could have. And I can actually be doing carving here. Yeah, there's a protein bonus of getting either 50 to 300. You can't see it indirectly, or you can't see it directly unless you have debug mode. But since I have the strength overview, I can see that my strength goes up by 9, which means I am in that range. And if you don't have a RuneScape experience bar, you have to sit here and massage your strength thing down here to watch it go up, and you just wait until it goes up by 9. What advice do you have for low fitness strength playthroughs? I mean, typically I would recommend, trying to just do the strength grind alone first. Because the fitness grind is just doing fitness. There's no trick to it. It's just, you just do squats over and over again. That's it. Whereas protein, it's like you can at least, learn to kind of manage the modifier and sit in that like optimal protein range to get as much of a bonus, because if you play it that way, you can have like a 2.5 times multiplier in reference to fitness to grinding the skill. Like, even if you just play and you don't even know about this at all, you can sit in like the lower reference range and get 4.2 experience per push-up, whereas fitness, you're always going to get 4. So even if the worst possible like setup for strength is like what you're doing, then you'll still have an easier time doing it than fitness. Am I playing with any modifiers? I'm not. I'm playing with 1x modifiers on everything. I started this run on stream. If you want to go back and look at all the settings there at the start of this run, I'm playing with 7 mods. The only mods I'm playing with are ones that you don't really directly influence gameplay at all, like RuneScape Experience Bar, Proximity Inventory, as well as I have a journal at the end of the day that shows me what the skills that I got during the day. Clicking button on menu and watching the character do 500 push-ups, yes. it's so realistic. It's almost like I've done the strength and fitness grind in real life. And there's a video on my channel of doing exactly this. And it's easier to do in real life than it is in the game. Yeah, it's not, I mean, I think the fitness grind is one of the worst grinds in the game, and that's also mainly because, like, playing with low fitness it just feels awful. I think the strength grind is definitely a little overblown in how people say it's like, it's the worst thing ever, because you can play around it. Also, playing as, like, a low strength, high fitness character, your guy can, like, constantly just, you know, be fighting or running and whatever, getting away from things. However, you know, if you're trying to load up on loot and all that, you might have a little bit more issues. I think there should be more viable ways of farming strength. I think strength is fine. I think fitness needs to have like some carb multiplier or something like that. Carb multiplier or just a straight up multiplier or something. I don't know. Or maybe you get, you know, a lot more fitness from running, which, by the way, is another thing that I did on the channel. If you run around in circles for, no joke, 7 in real life hours, and this is including, you know, fast forwarding, you will get to one, from 0 to 1 fitness. So it's like hilariously bad getting fitness experience from running. Whereas like in real life, you know, if you ran, you know, miles and miles and miles, I think you would get more fit. You know, I don't think you would get more fit. I know you would get more because I have done it. Strength 1 also bald. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. I can't even grind strength fitness. Hold up. Actually, give me a second here. We're gonna zoom out and give you guys some Cocomelon to look at. These are my character. This is what I've done. I've been alive for, I don't know, probably like 13 days. But I'm gonna be right back. All right, we're so back. Point add a manual multiplier. Yeah, I honestly think so. If you're going for like game balance, a 2.5 times multiplier for fitness is nice. Or if you're just going for your own sanity, a 10x, on fitness and strength, it's not as balanced, but you'll max it out in probably like 3 months if you're actually grinding. I leave it on 1x just because people come in and say I'm cheating. We're just playing with 1x. Maximum suffering. I guess it's not maximum because we could play rat race and have times 8.8 multiplier or I don't know, whatever it is. It's lower. So I think in rat race, if you have all their settings, you play fast learner, it essentially just makes it 1x multi. The XP is just like another setting that I don't really like playing with that. But yeah, I think if you just want like a balanced playthrough, a 2.5 times multiplier for fitness and strength isn't horrible. Especially if you're playing multiplayer, I would highly recommend just giving it like a 10x. I think 10x multiplier and multiplayer is not balanced. It is balanced because who wants to sit there and watch their character do push-ups at 1x speed? I definitely don't. How good is blacksmithing without mods? I think blacksmithing is pretty useful. It's your way of getting, all sorts of tools, and especially nails in the wilderness place like this. It's not, well, so namely, it's not balanced from like the stone scythe / flint saw perspective, but you get rid of that weapon, it's pretty good. Hi, can you make the webcam smaller, please? I can almost see you. Yeah, bro, we can make it actually. You want me to be like a gamer girl and just have my webcam covering 80% of the screen? Is that what you want? We play the game in the furthest from cheating every time I pop in. It's like you find a new way to waterboard myself in Zomboid. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, like this one, I mean, I don't know. There's like a small, 1% of people that come in and nag me about things, but I don't. It doesn't bother me. Can I see where you are? I'm in Falls Lake, and you go to the left. You go to the left of Falls Lake. There's a river that makes a little N shape like this, or whatever, or like I'm between the guy's legs and the balls are right here. That's where I am. If you're not going 1-to-1 for reps with your Zombo character, you don't want it that bad, bro. There's no way on earth I'm doing sets of 50 on push-ups, just and doing like I don't even know how many sets in a day that my Zomboid guy can do. Like I'm maybe hitting like 35 on the first like 3, and then it's just falling off a cliff. How do you get your smelting metal in the wilderness? You just forage, yeah. I'm in the armpit of the map. I don't know, this looks more like legs to me, or this is like, I'm at the tip of the nose. No shot I'm doing. I mean, even when I did the fitness and strength ride in real life or whatever, like I did just 5 sets of everything, and that's like good enough to grind strength in real life. Yeah, fun fact, you don't have to do 100 sets in a day to gain muscle. Who would have thought? The day you learn that doing 1 set of any exercise is infinitely better than doing 0 sets, it really just changes your training mentality. Then you find one way to force my character into doing infinite push-ups. Yeah, that was like the very first update of Build 42. You can't do that anymore. But yeah, if you like sat down and had the exercise menu so open, you could just exercise infinitely. So you would just sit there and be maximum exerted, but your strength is going up, and you just do that for like the first day. and get to whatever strength you want and then be in immense pain. But yeah, you can't do it anymore. How fast would you become swole IRL if you put yourself through the same regimen as Zomboid? You would probably, you wouldn't, you would make less gains. You just destroy your muscles. I mean, like, I guess it depends on if you just have some gene that allows you to do that, but I mean, I got arguably pretty swole just doing 5 sets of push-ups, 5 sets squats, 5 sets overhead press, 5 set curls. Namely, doing all that, you don't train your back at all, and, you know, that's something you could add in. Does the time skip fishing tech still work in order to skip the minigame? Yes. Yeah, I'm not doing strength like that ever anytime soon. I do need that rock, actually. Rocks are kind of rare here. Yeah, you're not catching me doing, I don't know, what's a valid amount of push-ups that a Zomboid character can do? Like, so if they do 50 in a set, going from not exhausted at all to fully exhausted, and then they do, I don't know, 30 repetitions of that, 30, so 50 reps in 30 sets, 1,500 push-ups every day. I mean, saying it that way, it doesn't sound horrible, but it is like a lot more than you need to realistically do. Like, if you're a regular person, I think 100 or whatever is like, that's enough. Yeah, just do 100 push-ups a day. That's not bad. It's like super doable. 5 sets of 20. DHT 365 does 1,000 push-ups. Yeah, I mean, if you're like some of those like jail guys or whatever, where it's like you're just locked in a room and that's all you do, you know, you can get away with doing that because you just put up with it all the time. But if you mean like the mask guy or whatever that just like does, there's a few people that do those like crazy sets where he just like holds his arm out and rests one arm and then does another 5 push-ups and then rests the other arm. I can't do that shit, bro. I'm about to max out the bench here the next couple of days. I'm expecting a 135 kilo bench or a 295 pound. That is what we are going to attempt. So I've done 225 or 102.5 kilo or whatever for like 10 reps every weekend for the past 3 or 4 weeks. It's kind of been where I've been at on the training. That's how I've done it. As well as all, you know, my working sets kind of correspond to that level of intensity. But I think 295 or 285 around there. That's probably where I'm at. Probably what I'm shooting for. Yeah, the Zomboid guy, definitely the low fitness form on the push-ups is a little suspect, but like here we can do a form check on Mr. Riddle Stokes here, and you know, see what that looks like. It's not great. All right, let's do, well, I would do a form check if I weren't in agony, so we are actually not doing any push-ups because I can't. Let's know when we're going to do some real weight. I got that soft hand weight. I think like a 30-degree angle is the way you go to not hook up your shoulders. I actually go pretty narrow, but I've been doing like close grip bench along with it, so. Start exercising. What sets should I start out with? Push-ups, pull-ups, just body weight squat. Body weight as in not like no bar, no nothing. Yeah, but I think you can get pretty far with just push-up, pull-up, body weight squat. That hits just about everything. I was talking about push-up, not bench. I mean, either way, like my approach to bench and push-up is pretty similar. I just do like a narrow, more tricep dominant. All right, let's get rid of this Moodle. Because this is a bad Moodle to have. There we go. All right. This is gonna save me. All right. Push up. We got a couple different angles. Yeah, he's at like 170 degrees. As well as like the dive bombing torso and swaying the weight up. Not the best. For a beginner though, I think this is okay. Not horrible. Now we did dice. This, I believe, is going to send us into the bad age. There we go. Nice. Destroy for fuel. Throw them all in there. Oh, I have lost my bonus. Eat some more fish. Cook fish fresh. Very good. I can do more push-ups. I have 9 again. And now I can do bat. Short bat. Can waste a tree branch, it doesn't matter that much. Right, and then we do short bat. I can research it. Learn the long bat, and now I can do long bats. I can do enough to get to level 10 probably. Game will get more physical skills like toughness, probably not. What would toughness be doing? Would it be like making you harder to get bit or like harder to get scratched or something? If anything, I think it's going to get less physical skills. I think that they should combine certain skills like sneaking and Lightfoot. I don't know why these are like, here's something that I've talked about before. If we like hover over, it says like what the skills do, you know, whatever allows creation, blah, blah, blah. So Lightfoot, what does it do? Decrease the noise of your footsteps, whether running, walking, or crouching. Okay, that makes sense, right? Lightfoot, it, you know, makes your footsteps quieter. What does Nimble do? Increase how quickly you move when in a combat stance and decreases footstep noise. Okay, we did footstep noise again, but I thought that was Lightfoot. So why is it on that one too? All right, anyways. Then we go over Sneak. Decrease the distance at which zombies spot you and the sound of your footsteps. Again, it's like, why footsteps 3 times? Come on, man. Like, what? Like, we could just put the Sneak and Lightfoot together. Like, I don't know why they have to be separate. It's just. And they level up the same way too. It's not like there's any difference between sneaking and getting sneak skill and sneaking and getting Lightfoot skill. They do the same thing. Chadness, zombies have an increased high chance to become terrified of my aura. Toughness skill makes me more resistant to damage. That's what I figured. It would be like a scratch resistance or something like that. I think more or less that it like kind of comes from strength, right? Like how many skills do we need to overlap these kind of things? Like I could see in actually a higher strength character does have an easier time pushing Zeds off of them. So there's like some slight included elements of that already in the game. Yeah, I don't think it's the worst addition, but do I think it like, you know, is a desperate need for being added to the game? Not really. Yeah, the masonry and glassmaking though are so I think the prime examples of skills that can be combined, sneaking, lightfooting, just make it sneak, you know. Those can be combined. Tracking and trapping, I think these should just be hunting, you know, and be combined with each other. Outside of that, I don't really think there's a whole lot you can do. You know, there's namely a lot of, you know, glassmaking or whatever skills that 99% of players are not going to touch, but like there's not really an easy way to just isolate them into like one conglomerate skill. Yeah, butchering and cooking could be together, but I'm all right with those being separate. I just think tracking and trapping should just be hunting, and sneaking and Lightfoot should just be sneaking. There's no reason for those skills to be separate, especially sneaking and Lightfooting. That one is like just a question mark on why they even exist, and they've been like that for so long. All right, I'm in agony. As well of a skill. I would hope that they go with aiming, but like I understand that aiming a gun and aiming a bow are, you know, not really outside of just like not being a spaz and moving your arms around, I guess. But I guess combat ranged or whatever, that's what that will become, maybe. It's like I already have a mod that makes this skill tab smaller, but I don't know how much larger it can really get. But it's supposed to be in 42. They are. They did say that they were going to stop including them in effort to just make it stable, though. So that is the reason they're not in the game right now. He's building a house. I'm leaving the hobo life behind. Let's prep paying off. What's new? Stables out, bro. Those will be balanced by having a ton of muscle strain and stamina drain. I think they. I mean, from what I understand, using a longbow is a very difficult thing to do. You have to be pretty strong to do it. What ideas would you guys have for new skills? I don't know. I mean, my ideas for like additions to the game are mainly I think that there should be some like carb bonus that you can get for fitness, and then also there should be like a sandbox option to change the amount of survivor Zeds counter. Just like a percentage. So if I could make like 1% or 0.5% of the population be survivor Zeds, so I could actually run into them more often in 16x gameplay. Masonry and napping should be in the same skill tree. They essentially already are, but yeah, I mean they're not like hugely different. Be so cool if you somebody use the animal framework to make a robot mod. Well, automatic robots turrets. A little futuristic. Although I mean maybe more in line with that space plant game. I forget what it's called, but seen it. It's kind of advertising in conjunction with like Zomboid creators now. Longbow is like 120 draw archer practice for your technique. Yeah, I understand it's not like something that my 0-0 hobo character is gonna pick up rather quickly, but all right, let's get some of this stuff kind of sorted. Got my chair. I'm gonna sleep right here. And my what's it? Crafting surface. Awesome. Yeah, bicycles, I imagine just from like knowing how Zomboid kind of works, the turning is probably going to be weird for them to just drop it in and implement, but I really would have thought they would have figured that out by now. Tanks a vehicle in game? They are not. There are no tanks or even really military vehicles for that matter. Let's see. That is splinters. These are done. Crafting. That's tool, but eventually I'll change how it is. Like weight crafting. I guess I'll just put all my metal stuff out here. They don't have buses. Yeah, there's no buses. There's I would have thought they would have added in some new cars too as well. What's up, Hammer? Crazy how the firearms meta changed. Now you can actually aim. I'll be honest. Maybe a bit controversial opinion. I liked the old aiming, but The new aiming is fine. It's not like you really see me shooting a gun all that often, but I did enjoy the aiming. I don't mind, you know, arcade elements in games all that much, and that just so happened to be one that I thought was implemented pretty well. Yeah, there's definitely tank mods out there, but just in the vanilla game, they don't exist. All right, 3 strength, 2 fit, baseball bats. Almost have a roof on my head. Almost. An entire tile of baseball bats. How many is this? 26. Streaming again. Yeah, we've been a little bit more active. Visual changes. I mean, I'm of course, you know, a wilderness guy, so I've been just in the woods the whole time, but the trees are different. They drop more logs too. Like these trees and a lot of the sprites around here are very new. All right, we got to get some more axes. So, wait. Let's do that. Wear that. Put that on floor. Yeah, there's new challenges as well. To close the menu. Thank you. My opinion on the ambience in the game, I think it's pretty good. I mean, when I started playing this build 42, there weren't like sounds at all for the crafting sounds. So, oh my god, that tree was one hit. So they've added in that. There's not just like dead silence while you're doing blacksmithing or whatever. But yeah, I think the sound design's pretty good. Meta is still rabbits, or fishing, but yeah, you can do rabbits just about everywhere, and fish is isolated too. Yeah, fish is more isolated where you can do it on the map. But I can just have infinite fish pulled out of the water versus rabbits. I gotta wait for like 2 months to kind of get going. Reach the max limit. Yeah, it's we saw that at the start of the stream, so you can also put it to 0 and it gets rid of culling entirely. So we'll have to try that out. Anything with crafting that's changed in this final update? Not that I've run into so far. Wish they worked on the combat and zombie AI behavior. Yeah, if there were a little bit more variance to, you know, just walking away. Some of that you can change by just not playing with all fast shamblers. Like all fast shamblers is where like the whole just like I held one key, you know, and just held attack the whole time kind of falls into it. Whereas if you have the slow shamblers, mixed fast shamblers, or whatever, there's a little bit more like sideways slash like up and downs to combat. But I mean, yeah, in essence, you do just back away from win rat race. Probably not. I'll do 16x, but there are just a few settings on rat race specific that I do not enjoy. But I understand people want to play how they want to play, and I want to play how I want to play, so I'm just gonna play this way. But I guess I'm rat race adjacent in that, like, you know, the problems I'm gonna encounter in this run are similar to what they will as well. Also, 16x the limit it is. There are no ways of increasing it that I know of, at least. There's probably some like super grief way of doing it, but 16x is, you know, already difficult enough. It takes me, like, I'm not going into any town anytime soon with these settings. Making it 32x, would that make it more difficult? Yeah, maybe. It would just be even more time consuming. And I mean, you could say the same thing about playing anywhere from 4 to 16x. Like, it's in essence, you're just adding more time. So. I mean, it's more dangerous in that there are more Zeds that can kill me. When's Jaquez race? Run ends when I find Jaquez. So I just wait until I get super lucky and find him instantly. Yeah, I mean, even like the most powerful computer that exists right now that will have issues running Zomboid. It's just not a terribly optimized game. A crew branch. Oh no. You know, I don't need carving materials anymore. I'm already done. But here I am still getting them. It's mainly just because I want the logs now, so I can finish my house. My PC runs it smooth, but I'm awesome though. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any major issues. It's just if I'm in like LV checkpoint with, you know, 4,000 Zeds around me, then yes, I have issues. So I mean, sure, maybe you have some like crazy supercomputer. I personally have an i9 3080 Ti, which I get is not, you know, the most recent of GPUs, but however, is it powerful enough to run like current day releases at max settings at 144 FPS? Yeah. Do I have trouble running a Zomboid sometimes? Yes. Did glass cannon fitness meta shift in a bit, or is it less supreme now? What do you mean by like just to maximize your points? Yeah, I mean, it's always like fitness and strength is always going to be the best way of getting a lot of points, because it's the one like trait that you can just straight up lose. You know, I have this weak, I guess, you know, overweight as well, but overweight is only 2 points now. A meta that I could see changing and that actually would be balanced is they keep being 0-0 as -10, but they change what the -2 ones, like the one that gives you plus gives you 6 additional points. That one should be like 8 or 9, because those aren't like getting from, you know, to 2, which or 3. You know, this is basically where I would be if I were 6 you know, pointer versus a 10 pointer. But getting those first 2 levels is not hard at all. But the difference is you get 8 additional points to spend by doing that. I still think starting 10-10, you know, should be expensive. Otherwise, it's just like, well, why don't we just have every character be max fitness and strength at that point? Yeah, I think Smoker could be 5 points now. It's not that bad if you can, because you can forage tobacco now. If you dry out the tobacco, you get an entire pouch of tobacco from 1 tobacco leaf. And then you can grow it too. So it's not the worst, but the start of your runs, you're going to be like hopeless for, especially if you're playing 16x, you'll be hopeless for quite a while. Yeah, the RAM, I mean, Zomboid is a little bit more CPU intensive than most games, but yeah, current year, if you're playing with 8 gigabytes RAM, you're probably starting to feel things hard. Especially now that buying RAM is like the most expensive thing ever. Sell my couch and beanbag and upgrade on my computer. I'm not, with current day prices, I there's 0 chance I buy anything computer related anytime soon, bro. I am going to stick to my current build as long as I can. Being forced to overcome Smoker, you cannot. And that's like how most of the, you know, traits I think should be balanced anyway. Like a lot of like, you know, people are like, you should learn to read, you should learn to do X, you should learn to not, you know, you know, especially become desensitized. That's another perk that is like very commonly downloaded. I think become desensitized is broken. And like, you know, of course people are like, but I got 10,000 kills without it. It's like, well, now you're busted anyway. And plus, like, even if you got 10k kills, you're effectively desensitized anyway. But, you know, become desensitized after 500 kills or something like that. Like, that can happen in, you know, a matter of days if you have the right build. But, yeah, I mean, either way. I mean, I chose Cowardly on that build 42.12 gameplay or run I did, and it wasn't even really that bad after like 4 months. By the way, like maxed fitness multi, like I've clearly done more squats than I've done push-ups, but like this is just where, you know, strength ends up gapping fitness. Pretty easy to get going. I mean, yeah, especially, well, now desensitize has been just nerfed into the... Yeah, you get panic resistance over time. I might not be overweight anymore. Now I'm like just barely not there yet. Yeah, Cowardly's not, it's not the worst, but you know, if you have 2 points that you can save somewhere else, like it's, I would try to get it out. Like I think most, if not all, like the panic traits are kind of C tier picks. They're all right. They're not the best. Let's try to get some. I don't know if I have enough twine to finish. I probably don't. I'm actually gonna go and forge today, and maybe after the fog goes away, I'll do that. Is it possible to forge screws? I don't believe so, but screws are a bit of a troll. You actually have a pretty high chance of finding a box of screws when you're foraging for aging. And it's not like there's a ton of recipes that you really need them for. Claustrophobic with 16x. I mean, yeah, if you're playing like this and you're outside all the time, and it's not like you're ever really going indoors to begin with, but I just try to avoid all the panic stuff. They just become annoying at times. Reinforced baseball bat. Yeah, there's definitely some weapon things that use them. They're just very infrequently used for screws. And I mean, I typically, whenever I'm like talking about using the screws in recipes, I go here and type screw, but then it, you know, pulls up screwdriver for everything. Yeah, that is one of the few things that actually uses screws. There's, you know, all these ones, but you know, you find a box of, you know, screws and you get 100 of them. At that point, you never really run out. You're always more limited by the nuts and bolts than you are anything else here. Nuts and bolts, saw blade, wood saw. What else is? Yeah, that's. I think that's literally it for screws. They're pretty limiting. Find a box of screws in the middle of the forest. Bro, I wish I could find myself a box of nails. But no, I find box of screws. And then I want box of nails, but I find box of screws 6 more times. Unbelievable. How could this happen to me? Okay, that is it for my fitness journey for today. I need to find twine. For that, maybe fill my water up before I go out. And I might walk around with a weapon on me because it's like I'm gonna get over encumbered anyway. I might as well have something to beat guys up with if I do happen to have to do that. Alright, let's forage, do wild plants, move this up here so I can select it. Wild plants, disable enable. Hey, I mean, if you're backslot only, I mean, when I was doing the short paths, like I didn't really have too much of an issue just using the regular short paths anyway. It's just less resources and you get a million of them from tree branches. But yeah, maces are better if you're lower skill. That like 6 to 9 range. Search bonus give does search focus give bonus? Yeah, you have a higher chance of finding the things you're looking for. Yeah, no chance I'm finding hunks. I found Hotties magazines pretty frequently, but I think the hunks one is actually more rare. Can't you? I thought the short bat with spikes you couldn't put on your belt. I thought it was a back only. There's like some, I don't know, weird. From what I remember, Like the spiked club is a back exclusive. The mace is a back exclusive. But I know the short bat for sure is just a belt item. But I mean, when I was doing it, short blunt, I think the mace was obviously the best option for it if you have like infinite resources. But I just more or less did short bat manufacturing the entire time when I got it to 10. Yeah, I've never been lucky enough to find an M16. You can, you know, it is, there are M16s out there. Have I found one? No. I've found multiple gen mags. I've found a box of nails. I've found all sorts of things like that, doing trash foraging. But I've never found a katana or anything. I found a spiffo head one time. That's something I've done. Make sure this stuff is going in the bag. I am forced to pick up the caterpillar or the millipede. I mean, the long blade is like they straight up have books now. I think the long blade changes I think are just mainly for like some extremely like new to the game players that, oh, I didn't take any perks at all. I have no weapon skill at all, right? Like, what do I do to get weapon experience? Well, guess what? There's books now, and you can make any type of like machete or whatever and put it on your belt. It's very like easy to get into, and you know those are weapon types that like you get that to like a level 4 and you're already able to like one-shot stuff. So you can imagine, like, I don't know, say your mom was to play PZ and you got her onto like a multiplayer server that you had already been playing for like, you know, years or whatever. You have books and everything set up, you have Forge or whatever. Like that's like how you would get her to kind of go. Dude, did I just find like a mountain of rape leaves? Why do I have 17 of these? Alright, we're gonna change the trash here, because I am the road. Yeah, there's no spear book. Yeah, spear's another one of those weapons where I've seen other people use them. They look really powerful. Back when I played a lot in 42, they were not. They were dog shit. They were easily the worst weapon type. But I don't think that's the case now. Now it's short blade, easy first. Oh, why am I taking this when I could just have a baseball bat? I'm thinking. Well, hopefully I just don't really have to do fighting at all. I did all that carving just to walk out of my base and do foraging out here and not have the weapon that I grinded all that time to get. I didn't even take a short pad or anything. I mean, in build 41, if you get a +1 to spear, you're OP as fuck. Like there's with no doubt in my mind that spear is in contention for top 2 weapons in that game. Like it's either the spear or the hunting knife, and that entirely depends on what you value. Like, do you value raw killing power and, you know, killing Zeds fast? Spear. Do you value not getting exerted ever? And, you know, that's essentially it. That's what the hunting knife has. Where am I based? I'm in Falls Lake. I'm to the left of it in the little river zone area. Yeah, I don't know why they, like, you know, doubled the weight of every knife and also made them, like, grief in that you have to sharpen them. When, like, pretty much every player that, like, was relatively new to the game would say short blade is the worst thing in Build 41, which was simply not the case. But now it's actually true. It's just... Forging fix? Forging wasn't broken to my knowledge, but it does work. Forging was broken like way back in when multiplayer initially came out. Oh, and speaking of boxes of screws, by the way, here's 100 of them. Oh no, my screw condition is low. Let me unbox them and then rebox them. And now I have a full durability of screws. But yeah, the boxes of screws, I swear, they're not that uncommon, bro. You can, I will find... So in my adventure of finding nails, I will probably find 6 boxes of screws before I find 4 nails. That's been my going rate. I think the machete should weigh too. I don't think the machete's unbalanced weighing too, because otherwise you make it lighter, then you make it 1.5. Does the short sword now weigh 1? I don't think any weapon should weigh 1. You know, namely the stone scythe and flint saw should weigh 1.5. But they've left it unnerved for the entirety of Build 42. But I think the 1 and sub 1 weight should be like knives only, and knives that weigh 1 should like do way more damage than they currently do. Probably not way more, but you know, they should be more in line with the flint saw or whatever. Like, sick unboxing. You want to see another unboxing stream? I wonder what I can get. 100 screws? No way. What day survival is this? I don't have a digital watch, so I don't know. That is privileged information. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, really, the only weapon I think is unbalanced right now is the flint saw, flint scythe. Like those ones should be 1.5. After that, I think most all the weapons aren't. They're not horrible. Like you can keep the knives how they are. They're still gonna be the worst, but they won't be as like just completely invalidated by the flint saw. Where's my Rolex? I'm telling you, man, like that, just signing up for that run, it kind of pissed me off, bro, because of how lucky I was getting, and now it's like I'm just getting nothing. I got a Rolex, bro. I got a tent kit. I got a golf bag in like one stream. Do I allow myself to get the belt? No. I can make my own belt, although it's going to take a long time to do it. Plus, I can do the rope belt if I really want. Great short blade nerf. Yeah, they've been really knocked down a peg. I mean, what does short blade had that the flint saw doesn't? The flint saw and flint scythe, or stone scythe, do everything that short blade can do, and better. What eat bugs in the woods when all the towns get overhauled? Bro, that is just what we're about here. Everyone is like buying into the big Riverside propaganda, and I am simply not having it. Have you tried playing on a controller? I have not, but I've heard good things outside of inventory management. Can eventually craft hunting knives, but the hunting knives are also, they weigh 1 and do like the same if not worse damage than the flint saw and have worse range, like way worse range. Like a max character using the hunting knife versus a max character using the flint saw is always going to be better. Despite being like a lower skill requirement slash no crafting station requirement weapon to make. Yeah, I mean, I think the stone knife and flint saw are pretty soulless there. It's sauceless gameplay, bro. I'll say it. Long stone blade. Yeah, long stone blade is the Giga Chad. You're playing this shitty. Oh my god. 3? Oh my god. Oh, I need one more. I can make a pottery wheel. Bro, I've never found 3. I've never found 3. Damn. What's the mod to show XP RuneScape experience bar? Yeah, I still have to find one more nail to do it. And I feel like this last nail is going to be cock and ball torture. I'm not finding this shit anytime soon. Yeah, I've said it a few times. Flint Scythe and Stone Saw should be 1.5 carry weight. Oh, that's a chisel right there. That's nice. But yeah, Flint Scythe, Stone Saw, not balanced at all. Let me catch up. Y'all getting away from me. Dopamine detox in a fort. No, that's not even what dopamine. So getting these nails, no joke, took me like 60 days of foraging to find 4 of them. But now I'm finding, I don't know what day it is. It's like day 15. So at the rate we're getting it, bro, I could be done in 20 days. I could be done in a third of the time. But that's I don't know, man. That's probably that. It's very wishful thinking. I don't think I'm finding another nail anytime soon. Britas is OP. How could you say something so controversial, bro? Yeah, I don't think anyone playing with Britas, unless you're like maximum paint drinker kind of thing, thinks that having an AA12 just loaded with shells from your, neighbor's garage is. I would hope they are thinking they're just doing it for fun, or it definitely is fun. I'll get that. I think using an AA12 is cool. I've played Killing Floor. I play Killing Floor a lot. I like the AA12. Hey, Red, I think your webcam is covered up a bit. Could you make it smaller? Sorry, bro. Let me change that for you. All right, we're getting too dark for me to see. I think we can launch ourselves up a floor with a DB. Different game, bro. But I don't know. I think DB hunting shotgun easily the best weapon in killing floor. I don't know. It's either hunting shotgun or it's actually I don't know. Mark 23 or LAR. Most utility. The hunting shotgun's up there. Hunting shotgun is pretty good, especially like off perk. It's got off perk usage. But I mean, so does Mark 23 and so does LAR and most other things. M1014. No, M1014. If you use M1014 off perk, it is god awful, bro. It's pretty bad. Do I think it's a cool gun? Yes. Do I think it's good on support? Yes. But off perk, it's pretty dog. Let's put that up, that up. I have someone's dirty bandage on. I can count the pixels on the webcam. Well, how many is it then? I know British is a gun mod. What's the deal with it? It's just not, it's not balanced, but there's not a problem. Like, I don't think a lot of mods are balanced. If you have fun playing with it, all the more power to you. Yeah, you can kind of just like look in the vague direction that the oids are and hold down left mouse button and they die. But I mean, like, if you're gonna oversimplify things, you more or less can get that with, like, you know, vanilla weapons as well. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Alright, we're gonna put this away, and I'm actually gonna switch to my weapon that I, you know, grinded forever to get. Yeah, no, I mean, I think British is fun. I just don't think it's balanced. Yeah, med is, I mean, med is definitely, depending, if you're like running around the map, of course, you know, med and Zerk are unmatched in that capacity. But if you're like trying to hold down an angle or anything like that, med and Zerk are very weak. Yeah, I mean, I still think it's pretty overpowered, but yeah. Getting Zeds to come to you isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's, you know, getting Zeds to come to you that you can't deal with, that's the bad thing. Whereas if every Zed comes to you and you just have, you know, 1,000 shotgun shells, that's no biggie. That's free, you know, or you set them all on fire or blow them up with a pipe bomb. I'm making 20, by the way. I mean, that's why I was so hyped finding those 3 nails, you know. I can eventually get the pottery wheel. Eventually. That's a huge eventually. That's a... Alright, well, I got the twine. Why would I do that, bro? That's fine. I'm not... That's fine. I wanted the door on this side, but it's... whatever. I'm not... That's just me being stupid. Oh my god, I have 4 walls. I'm rich. Uh, when it came to pure crash out, mowing everything down, Build 41 was one to go for me. Yeah, I mean, I had a ton of fun with the shotgun Build 41. I love the shotgun build. Nice house to show off. Okay, it's not. I won't claim it's a house until we have a roof, right? But once I find a sack, which I just need to do some more foraging for, then I can put a dirt roof on this, and then we're, fully out of the hobo era for sure. Frankenstein's hobo. Okay, bro. All right, well, I'm okay with calling myself a hobo, but you using that word to describe me, come on, man. And I still need to get stairs to go up top, which I can do that right now, actually. Oh, this is a home. How dare you? Take an entire axe to cut down and even... Thank you. If I didn't just make all of my freaking hemp into twine right now, I could have had rope to make these logs easier to move. That's not where we're at. It is not difficult to get baseball bats or spears anymore. You can just cut one of these big old trees down and get 4 of them. Not complaining. Oh. I really wish that there were some, crates you can make with just sticks or something. Because the whole getting limited by just the bookshelves as your storage early, this is pretty bad. I might end up doing that anyway. Alright, I have an upstairs. But no, Bo, that's not an upstairs. It doesn't count. Only one tile. Alright, resting. That's cool. Now I'm walking over here. Fill my water up. I have stairs. Yeah, bro. Alright, now for more foraging and cheating. When will they include ladders? 2030. 2035. Every time somebody asks for a feature in Zomboid, 1 day gets added to how long it takes to do it. Yeah, people kept asking about build 42, and 1 day just kept getting added. Yeah, NPCs are just not happening. They're if that's the rule, they're just long dead. We have to start asking for features that we don't want now, and then they won't happen. Millipede. Show me the nails. How hard is it? Ooh, what is... That's a corkscrew? What is this? Auger drill. Interesting. Oh, and a paperclip. Is not the rarest thing to find, but I mean, I can already do bone fishing hooks, so kind of didn't need to pick it up. Yeah, this drill not the worst thing to make. The flint one you get pretty early on. I think there are some like drill specific crafts that you can't do with the flint one. Bunch of food, but I'm not hungry. Yeah, there's like the hand drill and all that. I do know you need it. I just don't particularly need it right now. Yeah, I think the button might have it as a requirement. As is more smeltable metal. Oh, and hey, look. Wouldn't this be awesome? Wait, hold up. Tell me I can get the nail from this. This is life-changing. Is there a way? Yes. No, it doesn't work like that. Oh my, come on, man. I could have been done. Oh my god. Like that would have been the ultimate scripted, you know, day before. Find 3 nails straight up. Day after, find a paperclip, then find a fishing rod with a nail hook. Take it off. Then I'm done. Oh my god. If only. What are these cotton balls? What do you do to speed up the tailoring grind? If you can get sheep, it's not bad. It used to be making the cotton rolls only took 100 thread. Now it takes 400 thread. So making the cotton roll with no sheep is rather difficult. 30. Oh, I can make the dirt roof now. Yeah, but if you get sheep, you shear them, you get wool, you get a spinning wheel, make thread, and turn the thread into cotton. And that's like pretty much the rundown of, you just make tailoring crafts more expensive as you get more skill. I kind of don't want these rags. I don't need them. Got a couple, but... Well, okay, so if I level up tailoring, I pretty much need to do... Because I need to do underwear to do that. Or rag bandana. I'll get the rags. Because otherwise, I have to do the fishing grind, and that was pretty bad. And until I do this, I can't have shirts or pants. So I'll be stuck to the poncho garbage bag, even if I can find whatever it is. Bread knife. I need duct tape. That's what I need. I don't think those guys had a digital watch. I could be tripping, but I don't remember seeing one. Wow, an angler magazine. I can learn how to do something. I do have organized up this build, right? Like that's a thing. It is. Alright, well, I mean, today was scripted enough. I did find a sack, so now I can have a roof to my house. Probably just turn around here. I think I'm gonna go back and loop around that way. Try to find some stuff. What is that? Mushroom, don't care. Bro, is that your purse? No. What, how much right now? Probably like 50K? I have no clue how many people are actually playing. I know typically it gets like 20,000. But I mean, most games on Steam don't max out until the weekend. Oh, that's the trash bag. 71. That's around I would expect that. I would expect this weekend to go over 100k, and I just definitely yelled and didn't do, but... Yeah, this weekend, I mean, especially the, like, getting... The people that are playing right now are, you know, people that already knew about the game, right? But the people that are playing now are then going to go and talk to their friends and talk about how multiplayer or whatever is out and want to play it, you know? And then this weekend, it just explodes. That's how it's going to go. Press Q for the cure. Yeah, I did just cure myself. Oh, I need this flake right here. Thank you. Yeah, Friday's gonna be pretty big. Friday, I do expect to have a server up and running for all those channel members out there. I mean, it's already up right now. It's just on default settings, though. But we got to play through and kind of see what's up, what's new, and how things might change. I think I might just go with the settings that I had previously mentioned, familiar with. Similar to what we have here, but in across the river spawn. Let's go ahead and get that put there, those away. Now I can build my roof. You call this a roof, bro? Yeah, man. Voice volume is lower than usual. It definitely is not. I have not changed anything. I'll move closer to the microphone. In fact, I made the game volume even lower. Yeah, it's more so that I've just been playing for 5 hours and I'm slouching somewhat. That's what's happening. Yeah, I'll just get a headset microphone. I can't hear you, Max. I actually can't read your message. Yeah, who are you gonna call hobo now? Look at this house. This is amazing. You wish you had a house like this. Incredible. And if I had a digital watch, I could check if this is actually considered indoors, but judging by the fact I don't hear rain falling on me right now, I'm going to say it is. So I have a house. I don't know exactly what day it is, but pretty good progress, I think. Now, what I could be doing is just grinding out fitness. Might as well do that while it's raining, because I'll get cold and catch a cold, and that's not really fun. But, you know what? Perfect day to have a roof, man. Okay, all this stuff needs to be thrown out. Oh my... Does this thing not, like... Bro. It's closed. What do you mean, bro? Oh my god. Oh my what? There a primal mod where you spawn in the woods? Not that I know of, but you can teleport over with debug or just run out into the woods like I did today. Yeah, I mean, I might just make another one and put it inside. Also, this, how it goes into the wall like that, that's cursed as well. I don't like that. Unplayable. Yeah, I closed it, bro. You can see. Closed Amphoria. All right. Well, at this point, it's all tainted, so might as well just get rained in. The mod that update in stable lets you spawn anywhere on the map. You choose a spawn on the map spawn selector. There's also like the option in like multiplayer to like change the spawn point of everyone. I don't know why they haven't included that in single player. That would be a welcome change. All right, that's probably enough water for the time being, at least. All right, let's do, I guess I'll just do some napping. So, I'm already, like, good on wood. I don't really need to rush to 4 napping, but I can just get this to level up. So it's going to require me to do, what, saws? And I might as well use them as weapons. I don't think that's enough to get to 4, though. I don't already have an owl. One of those. An owl. How many knives do I have? I might need to just make a few of them, though. Yeah, actually, we'll just keep doing knives for a little bit. I don't even have a chisel. Alright, we can put you in the cooler. Guys in the cooler. Growl in the cooler. That's like pretty much every tool I have here. The rest of it's outside right now. It's gonna be a bit before I've got containers for most of this stuff, but oh yeah, I have water now, so. And I'm going to close this just in case. But I've kind of learned that that closed lid does nothing. I ask, do you have a sky block mod in Project Zomboid in next video? I have not played it, no. But I mean, I've played similar challenges to it, I guess, you know. Spawning with nothing or spawning across the river. I mean, this more or less is like a build yourself up from nothing kind of dealy bob. Alright, I do actually have to fish now to gain weight. I have to think about weight now. I'm no longer obese. So is out of that. Let's find some bubbles. All right, hopefully that's enough. I mean, I'll be able to gain weight with this, but I don't know that I'll get the protein bonus or not. Take these out, put the fish in. I was like going to full exhaustion doing the fire. All right, let's get the push-ups out. Oh yeah. I don't have it. I mean, I could have probably already understood that. I got it. But I don't think I'm getting weight with that. Still 9. Second I overdo it, well, I guess there's no chance of me overdoing it when I've eaten every fish and still have the protein bonus. I guess I could do burpees now to go into agony from that. What's up, Ruiner? How's it going, bro? Just in time for the burpees. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not going to stick with them for too long because I'll get into agony if I just keep that up. You missed the whole start with no shoes. My feet are scratched. I'm in, you know, not agony, but I am. I fortunately, like, didn't really have all that much rain or anything until now that I have a house and lean-to shelter and all that set up. So I was actually pretty chill on my weather at the start of this run versus my like tutorial run I did yesterday. I just had like 47, 45 degree like mornings where I was getting rained on constantly. Pretty bad. Yeah, fortunately though, I think the Phallus Lake spawn, especially for 16x, is very forgiving. I was able to just kind of walk out of the town. Of course, you know, my feet did get scratched, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. Alright, well I'm in agony now, so I think it is time for us to go back to our foraging selves. See what kind of things the world has to offer for me today. Or if you'll start getting migration, more than likely not, because this is a tile that has 0. I am, you know, relatively close to the town, but most of them are just going to get stuck up against this. Like, this is a very natural, you know, barrier. They have to essentially come, like, directly from the south for them to even get to where I'm at. And that would be true even if there was, like, a helicopter or meta event or anything. Yeah, this is a pretty powerful spot for just about any wilderness style start. Yeah, Virgil didn't have a fantastic time, but you know, we're sort of through most of that agony. I mean, as I say with the agony boodle, but that is somewhat self-inflicted by the burpees. But I mean, I've got water, I've got the seals to make food, I have a weapon. I'm not obese anymore. But we kind of solved the whole weight gain thing as soon as we possibly could. By the way, second box of screws of the run so far. I already have 3 nails though, so I'm on my way to getting the pottery set up. That should happen eventually here. This is always an empty beer bottle, by the way. It's never a full one. Okay, this is always an empty beer can. It's never a full one. Actually, pretty cool 16x spot. Yeah, I've never tried it before, but like just looking at it, it's pretty easy to piece together how it might work. I will say though, it kind of took me by surprise not having the crafting rocks this update, but I wasn't exactly expecting the trees to be different and all that stuff, you know, to have happened. So if you do end up doing like a 16x run coming over here, make sure you grab some rags to make a stool before you get here, because otherwise you won't have anything to craft on, and you know that can be problematic. I've seen the big rocks around. Trust me, I saw them the last update. They are not here anymore. They're just not around. Like there are these, but those are just like you can walk on that. But I mean, that's the same spot that I did like less than a week ago. I played a single player to like, you know, get a eyesight for what the differences might be come stable, if there were any, and there were definitely rocks when I played it then. New tree stumps to count as surfaces. Regardless though, like you need an axe to get the tree stump to happen. So if you have an axe, you've already at one point either had a crafting surface or are far enough along that you have like a hatchet or something. Bill 42 version of the old 3 mansions. Are you talking about like some changes to the map or something, Runner? I need that actually. What am I walking into? That's probably too much for me. Especially with agony. I'm just not. Yeah, we're not. With this type of stream, we're not doing that today. What is this? It's adhesive tape? A toy car. Oh, well. Photo of a woman with a baby. How unfortunate for you guys. E, and the battery works, and there's matches and a suitcase with some hoodies and stuff. Wow, I could wear the hoodie, guys, and warm myself up. So can I just not get in the trunk, since that's the case? Long socks? We're not wearing them. We have to do crafted clothing only. That's all that's allowed. We're at the old 3 mansion spots on the MP server. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sections of the map that are just full of voids now. Like the Retnaro even had like a little cabin that had like traps by it or whatever that they've since added oids into now. So just about everywhere that is like an existing house already has just a million zomboids around it now. But so that's just all the more reason to build your own house in the middle of nowhere, I guess. Bigfoot skull, don't necessarily need that. And I about to max it out. I am. I'll probably get foraging 10 in this stream. Especially at this rate. What's up, bro? We're out here looking for trash. I really don't need that rock, but I don't know, back in the day maybe it was more important. It's like a rabbit skull. What game is this? Like, I'm not even sure myself, bro. Sometimes I don't even know. I should probably eat this right now, right? Like, alleviate some of my pain. Roblox mod? Yep. This is what Roblox will look like in 2099. Habanero, don't care. Delicious meals. You know, they've added in a sit on the floor keybind, and I'm just so used to not clicking that to, you know, oh, hey, I'm walking directly into you. Drop it on the floor. Drop it on the floor. Escape. Drop it on the floor. Drop it on the floor standing still. Alright, I really can't be doing fighting today with my level of muscle strain. Is that green peas? Maybe we'll grow them. I don't think this is... Yeah, this isn't a road. What we got? Mushrooms. The face by 61 millimeters. Well, how about I just yell on accident? Tell every zomboid where I am. Bro, I don't even have a shirt on right now. You guys don't want to see this. I'm fully naked. Yeah, I'll have some more interesting settings on the server later on, but of course right now they're all default. Now, this isn't the server though, this is a single player that I'm playing, but the server is up right now. I'll probably put it, I'm not gonna jump directly into just doing no culling at all for, you know, stability's sake. I'll put it at like 3,000. So 6 times, maybe. Or, you know, fuck it. We'll just turn it all off and turn respawn off and just see if it even functions, I guess. Limit test. But yeah, I'll have that up later. I want to get this run going off the ground. Did I just find... That's crazy, right? Because this is like 3,000 calories of food. It is. It's an entire thing of beans. Lunchbox. Empty lunchbox, but an entire thing of beans. Somebody was just eating raw beans for lunch. I'm finding so many paper bags. All right. Saucepan. Metal. These screws can go there. It's another bucket. I took all this trash with me the whole way. That's crafting. The beans are staying out here, man. Beans. Yeah, I got beans. I mean, I've gotten rice before, so I know some of that stuff is just out there. A granola bar I did not forage though. I should probably make the plant drying rack because I have all that mallow, right? Drying rack. Large plant drying rack. Do I need a flint saw? I do. I need nails. I'm not doing that. Simple large plant drying rack. That's what we want. I don't think I can fit all the tools in here, especially the axes. Yeah. I'm gonna get them moved at least, but that's about it. Floor. Steel. Go back in. Let's do large plant drying rack. Now, Let me dry it. Please, bro. Of course it's the wrong one. Okay. Simple, small plant drying rack. Okay, black sage. Kind of important. I think it's... I'll just do the mallow first in case I get you cold. I wonder if I can put it in there. No. Well, I suppose I could just make another one, right? Like I already can. Have a bunch of these in here, man. Can I click on this still? Okay, nice. Wait. Simple, small plant drying rack. The large, okay, I can still access it, nice. Let's do black sage. All right. Pull that up. Forge an entire thing of rice. Not this run, but I have in the past. In the loom is what I need to make burlap. I just used all my long sticks, so I need to cut more trees down. Nice, it broke right at the very end. I have not had any issues now. I mean, some people I was playing with yesterday had performance issues because they had blood decals on. That's something I would keep an eye out for. Make sure you don't have blood decals on, especially when joining the server, because sometimes there's a lot of them. But I haven't had any performance issues now. Yeah, I don't know how they haven't managed to figure out the blood decals yet, but they, I mean, are still very much a problem. Alright, so I want long stick. That one, do it. That's enough for the loom. Or maybe it's not. Boom. I need logs and a saw, which I don't think I have a saw yet. Hammer. Some more logs. do the simple loom. And this, I can do burlap with hemp dogbane, but I need to grind tailoring before I can really get any of that stuff going. I'm gonna leave this stuff out there just so I can not get it mixed in with other crafting stuff on accident. Take that, take stones, make another hammer here before I dip out. Stones, and we'll put the clay right there. Yeah, I haven't personally played in the newer areas, so I can't speak to like how they might be, but I mean, blood decals were very much still a problem with somebody literally yesterday when we played multiplayer, so worth investigating. But yeah, it could just be the new areas are unoptimized, or I don't know. I like the blood. Yeah, I do like it, but it's just it sometimes is it's pretty laggy, even with crazy computer. Is that a dirt roof? Yep. I forged a sack and I just picked up dirt and put it down. It's the easiest, if not only way that you can do, you know, a roof without A, using nails, or B, using tiles. I think you need nails to make tiles anyway, because you need the pottery wheel, right? Or you need the tile mold to make. And this takes nails, so like I could use one of my nails technically and maybe get to it, but I don't know. Just do dirt roof. Yeah, the press, like either way, like your nail locked behind it any other way, so it's you just kind of have to do it. I do wish there was some primitive roofing, primitive flooring, whatever. But I mean, it's all right, I guess. Actually, we're gonna put the bats outside. There's like 100 of them. Yeah, grass roof. There really should be some more uses for grass in general. You can dry grass, I'm pretty sure, on these things too, is the thing. Okay, let's look up just grass. Yeah, dry grass. But grass isn't used for anything outside of just like animal feed. Like, I don't think grass should have like a zillion crafts or anything related to it, but it would be nice. Also, what is my food situation looking like, actually? Bad. I mean, hey, I can eat 44 mallow. Eat. Eat all. I'm gonna be the most cold resistant person out there. Why can't we dry lemongrass? I know it's beyond me, man. At least the lemongrass is like strawberries, and when you harvest it, the plant stays, so you can just keep, you know, getting it fresh, so long as you don't let it die. Using a drying rack to make hay is silly. I mean, yeah, it's... I mean, I don't know. Gotta give it some usages. We're going to Magoy. I mean, you can just go nuts on the server right now. It's not like we're... It's just apocalypse settings, so go ahead and just explore around, do whatever. But I'll have it more set up later on. Just gotta, you know, see if the update is playable first. Alright, I've filled myself up almost entirely on mallow. Yeah, it's like, I feel like they took the, you know, one plant that had a very common use amongst just about all players and made it, you know, very difficult to use. I was like the one plant I just carried around with me at all times, while also, you know, making corpse sickness 4 times worse than it used to be. Yeah, more flooring in general. There should be like a lot more uses for tree branches. Not a whole lot of building crafts that use them. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna be right back. All right, we're so back. Oh yeah, like if you're just talking about like all the tiles that exist in the world that you can't craft, there's like 1,000 of them. You know, but I mean, at least the game lets you pick up, you know, most if not all of them. Thought the stream died? No, I have to. So as a crippling water addict, I do have to relieve myself occasionally. I could just be like a cat that doesn't drink water ever and pee once like every 2 days. Just the most rancid, you know, orange piss ever. Imagine drinking water. It couldn't be me, bro. You know, water easily S tier drink. You think otherwise? What's wrong with you? Plan for the run after this initial phase. I go into what's it? Boss Lake and kill 1 million oids, and then I steal all the guns and go nuts. But yeah, it'll be a while before I can do that. Actually, hold on. Let me do 1 set of burpees right now. Space out the exercise fatigue. All right, so now I'll have like that set somewhat spaced later in the day. Yeah, I mean, I think the next goal is I have the loom set up, right? I'll kill a small amount of oids each day, get the rags from them, grind tailoring by making underwear or whatever it is, you know? And then I can eventually get a shirt because, you know, I'll have gathering up and up and up. That's nice. That is metal. Why burpees? I thought this was the worst individual recipe. Just, I don't know, as completionist in me to get all these bars maxed out, but yeah, it is technically worse. And the strain being like all over your body is one of the reasons that it's bad. And I'll max out all the exercises so I can prove I'm a Giga Chad and doing things suboptimally. I see the build 42 gameplay still sucks. Maybe it sucks for you. There's no pleasing some people. Run played for 14 hours, got corpse sickness and dies RP. Yeah, the corpse sickness is brutal now. Especially, you know, if you do prone to illness and don't have a mask, you can't really be expected to be out for very long on top of the corpses. That's why I've, you know, made an effort to kind of fit resilient into my builds nowadays. Also, what's up, Dave? Yeah, I died to corpse sickness when it got initially changed because I was fishing and fast forwarding while I was fishing and just not really paying enough attention, and it'll get you. You should get on the server sometime, Dave. We got, I mean, right now it's just Apocalypse, but later bro. I just forged the saw. Let's go, bro. Oh, that's low durability, but that's so nice. Yeah, anyways, we'll be, trying out some of the, culling list gameplay here pretty soon. Alright, we got the scripted run in full effect right now. Forge Saw, let's go. What server? You already know the server, bro. Thank you, Dave. Oh my god, I can keep the lights on today, guys. But yeah, the server's the same. It'll be updated. I'll try to do that after stream today, and we'll have culling off, all that goodness. Probably similar to, what I was in Build 41, but... Bro died to his own stink. Nah, man, the Corpse Sickness is Build 41. Don't mess around. It's very powerful. Alright, no frog left behind. Dave, I still remember that little like trail of insects you had in your in your area. But yeah. It was kind of funny. I will say doing LV 16x with no culling in like multi is gonna be far more difficult than it was just like dealing with the respawns and having culling on. The whistle. Okay, I don't know if I want the whistle on because I've been pressing Q on accident far more frequently than I typically do, so I'm gonna put it off for now. Is this a dumbbell? Oh my, bro. All right, we're reaching scripted levels of finding stuff today, but that's rather funny. Can't block spawns anymore. I'll see about we can try turning. Bro. I found it. I see. I could pick this up, and it could be more than one too. Is the thing? It could be. Bro, this is the quickest. I don't even have a digital watch, and I got 3 of them, bro. Come on, man. Oh shit. All right. Yeah, this is very good. God damn, bro. Yeah, but anyways, oh man. I'll see about like turning player built construction damage off, then we can play with the respawns on. But I think first test for the server is gonna just be playing with the culling off. So that's like a new thing you can do now. Peter, I mean, hey man. He can't even say I, edited the settings or whatever, or... I'm just... Okay, I still get this invisible wood glue. Billion builds the house. Bro, Billion... Okay, Billion actually does contribute. So I really don't have complaints in how Billion plays the game. But we will be doing Naked and Afraid gameplay to start it off. He lives like the trash people from Walking Dead. Have you seen Billy and Milk, how he's been playing in 42? He just doesn't bathe at all. He actually stink maxing. I mean, last time I did the nail grind, it took me, what, 3, maybe 2 entire streams to do it. But I didn't have access to the road foraging either, which has like 3 times the trash rate. That's not new, that's Billion Milk. I mean, I agree. I just feel like it's amplified now. It just feels like every time I look at him, he's somehow dirtier. I didn't want that. Well, what if I find a bottle of wine? The game is telling me to pick it up. I need a dumbbell. Well, I do have one now. They haven't changed the rates of exercise from what they have always been, and the push-ups are just better. But I might get the dumbbell just to max it out, like I'm doing the burpees right now. But I've got burpees to do first. Who the oh. Chill out, dude. How do you think of Nolan? Bro is using his dad's account so he can watch 18+ videos on YouTube. No way, bro. Are you for real? Okay, well, I mean, I guess today was scripted enough that now I can walk through a bush and freaking scratch a hole in my shoe. All right, that's cool. Karma. Maybe, I guess I talk a little too much shit. Step on another nail. Hey, man, I mean, I like barely clipped that bush right there, just obliterated my foot. Did I find a teddy bear too? Nice. All right, well, I can do the pottery wheel, so you know, I don't really have a whole lot to complain. Put my scripted technology away. And my saw. Bro, I got... Oh my god, dude. Today might have been the best forging day. Got metal. Screws I will never need. Corkscrew, probably never going to use that. And I have another bucket. Put this stuff out by the loom. Let's see, Alright, but now I gotta make more foot wraps, because these ones are busted. They cannot be repaired. I mean, let me check first, just to make sure that that is the case. Foot wraps, inspect. Oh, wait. Well, I don't have thread, so they just are not going to be repaired, is what I'm seeing. Oh, I need a bench. I guess I might as well keep wearing these because they could break again. Or, hold on. Awesome. Don't have the needle here. Okay. Now I have foot wraps with no hole, and then I can put a bandage back on here. Alright. Problem solved, sort of. You know, see, there's the other end of the streamer luck. The just... I mean, I didn't have a Zed chasing after me, so that's like all I can really ask for. Let's get this rake out of here. Rake. Oh, I have an actual bandage I could be using. Why can I not wash it? Alright, cool. Let's see. Tailoring. Head wrap, 5 rags, 6 rags, 4 rags, 2 rags. Alright, we're doing bandanas. Oh yeah, I can't automatically tell myself to do them, so... Am I using primitive? What do you mean, like... If it's like a mod you're asking about, I don't have anything on now. Alright. Not bad, not bad. So now I'm tailoring 1. I can do thread, obviously. I think... But I can't do the twined shoes unless there's like some shoe I can look at to learn to do it. Which might be the case. Because that's what I remember doing for all my tailoring. Maybe I just haven't looked at the shoes enough. Alright, well, either way, I need to pick threads to do some of this stuff. So let's just get some thread going. I could do some burpees too. Alright, half a thing of thread. All my stuff is dried. Freddy Fazbear? Yeah, bro. Yes, bro, it is. Oh, you know, I should... the bucket now. I could water stuff. Might be in trouble here. Damn, that agony hits right at the end of the day. Mild pain relief. But just eat like 10 of it. Yeah, I guess I can just do the plant stuff now in the dark. So I can go to bed. What do I want to grow? I want to try to do lemongrass despite it, you know, not really being that effective. Then I'll do black sage. Oh, I can't dig a furrow. So I can dig a grave in the dark. I can't make a furrow. Oh, okay. It was just blocked because the tile was occupied. Oh, I just poured my water out. That's what I'm doing. All right, the rest of those done. Put that down. There. Put that away. Still can't go to bed. Let's try eating. I mean, this is what this stuff is for anyway, so... Like, 5 of them? Let's see if that even does anything. It did not. Yeah, I suppose I could just get stuff set up for the pottery wheel. Like, I need these large stones. Go and start picking them up. That is enough for small wheel, anvil, and large wheel. 12-hour stream. How about 6 hours and 49 minutes? I do 12, I mean, I do have some gamer snacks, so I could just like eat Cheez-Its and like drink a Coke, and that's my calories. But I don't know if my aging self will like that very much. Nah, it ain't 12 hours yet. It's 7 hours. You can like scroll all the way back on a YouTube stream and see how it is. Ain't that long. Yeah, there is a face cam. It does exist. Yeah, I meant like, I guess chips are just a grab it kind of food. I just don't have any right now. I got a big bag of Cheez-Its. That's like if I just walked in there, and that would be my food right now. No cooking. Or where are the big rocks? Who's hiding them? Still not ridiculously tired by it and in agony. I think there was a big stone along the shoreline here I dropped forever ago. 13 hours? Your body muscle's a mess? Hey man, I'm not saying I eat Cheez-Its and drink a Coke every day. I just have a Coke and have Cheez-Its in my, like, on top of my fridge right now. That's not my normal diet, and it never has been. But if I were ripping a 12-hour stream, bro, like, who has a normal diet that does stuff like that? It's not like a normal person streamer thing to do. But yeah, sure. It's 12 hours. We're doing it. Where's my fishing rod? Alright, because if we're talking about food, Virgil needs some food. Alright, so our sleep schedule is completely ruined now because I have burpees. Alright, we got the fish. Those up, that one there. Catch bait fish, we're good. Go back. Bait fire, notch plank. Gonna do 1,000 tries. Alright, try number 3. Thank you. Now I get to rest from excessive exertion while I'm ridiculously tired. Put the fire out. Alright. Trying to go inside my house. Real house, by the way. Eat cooked. Cooked. Eat cooked. And I guess I can just make bats. There's not like a... Hold on. Because this takes large branch. There's not another large branch. craft I desperately need. I think it's just weapons. Yeah, bat is just the best thing to do. I don't think I build with these either. No, nothing at all. Alright, we're just gonna make bats. Bat. Maybe I'll get shoes. Bro, I got shoes. I got the most stylish shoes out there. I got foot wraps. Yeah, it's most I like kind of I guess what build 42 is built around is just getting your own things. But I did get the hold on. So I have a chisel and then I have a hammer. I got those large rocks during the nighttime, and let's see about getting. So I want the anvil. I need masonry too. Oh. Oh no. We might be in trouble. We may be in trouble. So I have to get masonry 1, which means I need to make blocks, which are much easier to get if I get napping up. Now, do I have enough to get to napping 4 right now? That is the question. So napping, I can do flakes. Let's just get some flakes going. And then if I do saws, which I need tree branches to do. Saw, how about the twine? Do I have twine somewhere? Am I really all out of twine? Is that what's happening? I might need to make more. I have burlap, so I mean, sorry, the hemp. Let's get these. Maybe a little more. I don't need that much burlap, but I do need some. But I really need twine right now. Actually, hold on. We're gonna... I keep getting sidetracked, it sounds like, but if I make a belt right now, I can have a utility slot. There we go. That is something you can do for wilderness. Now I have like a slot for like a short bat. Okay, we got the twine. Now I can make the saw, allegedly. There it is. Alright, that is a bunch of saws. But what this lets me do is now I can make the maul, right? That might be level 5 though, I think. Yeah, I can do the large stone axe head now, but next I can do the maul at 5. But I need the maul to make the large stone into small stones, and then I turn those into blocks, and that's how I get masonry. Dreams of the Dam every time I craft. That's just the glory of fast forward here. 2 times speed, 3 times speed, and then even faster. Alright, well I have good axes now, or at least parts of them. But I think maybe I should just get a bunch of these axe heads. What they give me, like 100? That gave me like 75. I need 1,000. That's actually quite a bit. Here, how many flint knives do I have? I have enough. I guess I can just make these into flakes and then turn them into saws. Am I gonna use stone vases eventually? Yeah, much further down the line. But yeah, right now, just I wanted to get the pottery wheel going. What do I need? I need more tree branches. Little do most people know, this is the most powerful weapon in the game. This little piece of shit with rocks on it. Right, so I'm halfway. I mainly just stayed up so that I could fix my sleep schedule, but that actually was a pretty useful day. Let's see. I mean, I guess I could just go and get more flat stones and level up napping that way, but I might just go to bed here and... Where are the fish? Let's eat all this fish and then forage for stones in the morning. This should fix the sleep schedule, hopefully. I mean, I might have fixed it a little too early. I'll probably wake up at like 3 a.m. Okay, 4 a.m. Not bad. Do some exercise until the sun comes up. Yeah, I don't have a protein bonus, so we'll just do squats. Yeah, I think we're solidly into the Stone Age at this point. But what we're getting towards is if I get the pottery wheel, then I can make a crucible. And I can make the crucible, and then I can melt stuff down and actually start using metal. Speaking of metal. Oh, and that guys is foraging 10, so that took me like 7 hours to do. I did have a experience bonus, but it was only tier 1. It is a very quick level or skill to level up. Tree branch. I do want this. Nice. Every piece of flint gets us closer to our goal. Every piece of flint. No way, bro. Please be on the torso or something. Alright, I don't care. Bro, I'm getting assaulted this stream. They scream in pain when I scream in pain. Get injured, they get injured. How am I? Tell me how this got tainted again, bro. Tell me how it happened. Bro, can I just not trust these amphorias or something? What is happening? I closed the lid. Yeah, just another guy foraging when he forges the, what, I don't know, CBT machine express. I did not realize I was inside there. Nice. Very nice. Bro, just keep giving me the flint, bro. Yeah, just keep doing that. Metal bar, nice. Steel rod. The sword I could make right there. All right, very, very productive foraging day because, like, I'm already almost home and my inventory is chock full of exactly what I need. Can't really ask for anything better than that. And found what I need for the mall. Row tail. Maybe not. Alright, so I got that goes there. Go inside. These are all napping. See, so I've been forging, I mean, probably for a while, but this is a sizable amount of metal that I can just smelt down the second I get to it. Alright, so I'm going to try to fill this water up again, but I don't know what would have tainted it. Alright, it's fine. Maybe I just filled it up off the ground, or maybe I filled it up out of that one and I just didn't realize it. The dirt roof? Yeah. No, I didn't put the dirt on planks. You can just put dirt on the floor for, like, a roof. That is your, like, no nails way of, sorry, not cooking, building. Stable's out? Yeah, this is stable. Yeah, nails are kind of hard to get for me right now, so. All right, we want to do napping. We already have the flakes. Need tree branches over here. All right, very nice. Let's go ahead and throw these on the ground. Do I have another rag somewhere? I think I turned it all into thread. I believe I did. Well, hold up. Wait, weave twine shoes? I can just do that from looking at the foot wraps? I didn't know. Also, now I have like more insulation on me that I didn't have before. What if I just keep injuring myself and covering myself in bandages so that way I can have more clothes on? No, I need to make the flakes. Flake. How many flakes did I got a ton. All right, 2 more. That should be enough. Or I took all the tree branches. I don't have any more. Well, rip me. What does this mean? Put the flake down. I put my bat down. That is not what I want. Put the flake down. Now, if I make a large handle with something. Oh, wait. I know what I can do. Because I got the scripted saw. You take this log, saw it up. Then I come back over here and I carve large handle with my planks. Right? Then I can assemble axe. Why can I not do that? They're right here. Large handle, large axe head. Do I need twine? Is that what's up? Maybe. It's always twine, isn't it? Twine. That one. Do it. Then I do axe. I can do it. I have the better axe now. Okay. Then put these up. Put one of these away. Is that a dirt roof? It is. I just put dirt on the floor. And it worked as a roof. How's the run going? We got a whole, I don't know when you left, but we got a whole house. I've got baseball bats. I've got clothes. I am all sorts of the way there to progressing. I've got plant drying racks too, so I can, you know, maintain some of the stuff that I'm growing. Alright, why did I do this? I got this so I could do saws. Yep. I can do 2 more. Wait, yeah, I need to do that last one. Okay, guy. Now I do the maul. And then I assemble maul. Do I have the handle here, don't I? Yeah, large handle. Found all these bottles foraging. What, these? You can get these from fishing. This is the fishing pile. This is just like broken net, seaweed, tin cans. It's the trash you get from fishing. So if you fish and you don't put bait on your rod, that's the stuff you catch. So if you just do that over and over again, you get lots of stuff. And the reason I did that is so I can get rags. Because rags you need to make the shoes that I have. And if I didn't do that, then I would have no shoes and I would be hurting a lot, essentially. Alright, so I got to... Here, let's get some twine. I always need twine. That goes down. We have our saws. Virgil is choosing to go out the window like a monkey. I'm gonna break these. And then I can make all my rocks into blocks. Wait, stop. No, not those blocks. Those are important blocks. Yeah, that's another thing about this build 42. You really want to make sure flint nodules, you can make those into blocks. Don't make those into blocks. That is a bad idea. That is bad. This vanilla, yes. Alright, just made a ton of blocks, but we don't necessarily need the blocks. What we need, or, you know, what we wanted out of that is making this anvil. So anvil's made, stone wheel. Small stone wheel. So stone wheel, or this stuff especially, we need for the pottery wheel. This, which we need planks, we need nails. Got very, very lucky this stream, and we're able to forage the nails that way. That does not typically happen, trust me. Yeah, I got very lucky this time around. I got that Minecraft cheating speedrunner, whatever luck. Alright, potter wheel. Very nice. And then for the advanced kiln, I need 20 clay, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 20. So we're gonna go out and look for some more clay. After I, of course, put some of these tools away. Yeah, of all my foraging runs, this was probably the luckiest one, because I found a saw, I found all the nails I need for the potter wheel, all in like the first stream essentially. That was something else. So I'm not really going to be beating the cheating allegations anytime soon. Alright, so what did I need? I need clay, which is stones. I just haven't been picking it up. Found a saw while forging. Yeah, I found a hacksaw. I found 6 nails. It's kind of next level, I'm not gonna lie. I found the saw and the nails in the same day, I'm pretty sure too. Can you grab clay from the deposits? I can, yes. But I feel like I'll find it, and I also need to, you know, I did kind of just absolutely demolish my flint stockpiles by making 1,000 saws and getting all that stuff set up. So I might just do stone forging, you know. Unless there's just play out and about like this. It's really not the worst thing to find. Pretty common. Do I want this? Not really, but no, we'll take it. That is Freemasonry experience. Oh, you know, I guess I have the maul now, right? So I can just hit all these like flint things on the ground and get flint that way. Forging refund up CDA run. Did start. I found a camp kit. Other run, I found a machete. Yeah, I found a camp kit in like the last run I did before this stream, just to like kind of test what this would be like. It's, if you're like just starting off, hypest thing ever, because it's like now, like especially CDDA, because it's already cold out, right? It's like snowing all the time. The camp kit, very good. Oh, another giant rock. Need one more clay. Okay, I told you to sit on the ground. Possible to get knowledge from Bushcrafter from a magazine, or only possible to select the trait? You can... Okay, so there is a, like, magic magazine that tells you, like, if the berries are poisonous or not. It's quite possibly the rarest foraged item that you can find. You can find it just, like, in the world, though. Like, on bookshelves or in somebody's mailbox or whatever, but... If you're asking about, like, getting the recipes, I think more often than not, people are just going to auto-learn them by over-leveling. That's actually kind of an insane find. Can I get leather from this? And then the skills itself, you know, it's just a matter of grinding if you don't have a bonus to things, so... You can get to 10 with no bonus. Especially if you can read, like, and you have the books. Leveling a skill is not a problem. But being illiterate and grinding a skill with no bonus, that's where you really run into problems. Alright, give me the leather. Bro, where's the leather at? Come on, man. Alright, that's fine. Also, I don't know why I used the flint flake instead of using one of the 6 knives I had right there, but that's whatever. Being illiterate is shit. Yeah, wouldn't you know? See, I've already maxed out carving and foraging without reading a single book. In one stream. That's all it took. Not one book was read today, and I'm already this far. Is it possible to run through, though, out of like 50 or so runs, finally survive enough to play Zomboid, but nice way to learn how to survive super bad situation? Oh yeah, I mean, the start of CDDA is, even if you're like the best player alive, is somewhat RNG, you know? I mean, just getting out of the house, sometimes you can't do it. So I think if you play like fast healer or something, you know, sometimes you can just like straight up walk with the bandage on, but that's, you know, not typical because like your slow healer, all it does is just like make your wounds that you get more severe. So one of the rare exceptions where slow healer isn't like just the best perk to take. I think slow healer and thin skinned are like some of the easiest, as well as conspicuous. These three are just like the easiest perks to always fit in your build. But yeah, in CDDA, it's not exactly the best. Where's my wood axe? This. Yeah, I mean, the table in that building is somewhat infamous for, you know, just blocking you. I'm gonna deforest this whole place by the end of it. I quite like the new trees. I mean, I like how they look, and then I like that they give me more resources too. So it's like, oh, I actually cut a tree down and got more than one singular log. As well as the amount of like large branches, and it's all, you know, been increased. Yeah, the trees are a lot better for resources now. Especially saplings and large branches. Before, you would like max get one singular sapling and one singular large branch from like the biggest trees that are out there. But now you get, the most I've seen is 4. Like 4 each. So 4 saplings and 4, large branches from one tree. Also, holy moly, 11 hunger from 1 acorn. Okay, that's gonna make me sad eating it unless I put it in a salad. Which I can do. Bro, how much meat am I getting from this rabbit? Alright. Well, that solves my food issues for a little while here. This size acorns? I don't know. That's a pretty big acorn. I don't know. Like a granola bar is 15 hunger, so eating 2/3 of an acorn, or two-thirds of a granola bar is equivalent to 1 acorn. All right, getting up there on the fitness and strength. All right, but I got the pottery wheel now, which, you know, now I can do the ceramic crucible, right? If I do enough bowls. And then once I do that, I need to get the forge set up. However, I might space it out a little bit here and get a day of, just because I'm close to level 3 fitness, do some squatting, you know, have a day of agony, mixed in here. Since we've been progressing fast enough. Put the fitness XP on so you can see it going up. My dude's almost an end game already. Not, I mean, not from like a fitness and strength perspective, no. But like, I have bats, I have a house, I have water and a way to purify it. I have fishing, although I'm only level 4. But you know, fishing, you get online pretty quickly, so. All you need, yeah, I just need like a giant stack of mac and cheese or something that I can boil. You know, we gotta fit some food in there somehow. Some protein powder, that's it. Gamer fuel. And unfortunately, G Fuel, what occupies caffeine exclusively, when in reality it should just be like some calorie block that you eat to sustain yourself. Like what the calorie mate from Metal Gear Solid, just those square of compressed food, the food cube from Kenshi. How do I get the amphoria and what do I use it for? So you make a wooden trowel, which you can do at level 0 carving. So yeah, get a wooden trowel from a tree branch and then get 10 clay. And the amphoria is just like a large container for water. So I can right click on it. I just keep all my purified water in this. And it's, you know, 300 liters of water. So you can fit a ton of water in that. Like, it'll be a while before I have to fill it up, and I have only done 1/10 of the, you know, required or maximum liquid I can put in. Alright, I got potatoes now, so 57 potatoes. I'm just gonna take some of the potatoes that we just got and replant them. So I don't know what day it is. That's like day 20 around, you know. I feel like 5 times growth speed isn't the worst. Like, I don't feel like, you know, me planting those potatoes and waiting 25 days for them to grow was really overpowered anyway. Yeah, so I think I might leave it on 5 times. Good enough for me. Hey, I'll see you, Hammer. Wait, I don't want that one. I want this one. I think there are some plants that actually prefer not being fully watered, but I'm just gonna dump the full amount on them and forget about it. Maybe there's some level to the game that they want you to like hyper focus into keeping your plants alive like that to get the most yield, but that is just simply not how I'm gonna play the game. Alright, I actually get a decent chunk of cooking experience for cooking like 50 potatoes at a time. Now this is my real G Fuel. You're not a real Zomboid player until you have a trash bag of potatoes and that's all you eat. It's just my food. Trash bag of potatoes, wood, log house, 1,000 squats a day. This is gaming. Where's my trash bag shirt? Unfortunately, haven't found duct tape, so no shirt at all for me. John Zomboid thrives in the woods. Everyone else is partying out in Riverside. But while they did that, I studied the potato. While they were out partying, I was squatting. I was getting the biggest legs and the biggest potato gut imaginable. They were so unprepared for me when I am about to attack Riverside and burn that stupid city to the ground. Talking about Riverside again? Hey, bro. I have to cope super hard for all the people that are having fun in the new additions to the map, right? When meanwhile I'm such a chud stuck out in the woods eating potatoes and doing squats. I'm the spud chud. Bro, this is king gameplay, bro. It doesn't get better. Do I have Riverside PTSD? Bro, Riverside is the biggest. Don't even. Okay, I'm just here. I'm gonna pause because I've already crashed out too many times about Riverside. This stream alone, I don't even know how many it's been at this point. Probably like 8 or 9. All I'll say is it's a shithole, and I will never go back. No matter how much propaganda is out there saying how cool and how amazing it is, oh my god, bro, it has a police station, it has a, oh my god. We're not going there, bro. We're not going there. When do I think I'll do another cryogenic winter run? No time soon. I mean, I do intend this run to be a rather long one, so like if I'm playing single player, it's gonna be this run. Well, it has a fire station now. Yeah, right, buddy. Yeah, right, bro. You just want me to go to Riverside, don't you? Yeah, Rosewood's not bad. I will say Rosewood was always a bit lacking in the water department, you know? So that's the nice thing about the whole West Point town is you're just on the water line. Easy straight shot to LV if you do want to go, you know, relatively central. Nowadays, though, like, if I had access to looking at the entire map, Falls Lake actually looks like it's the most central of the sandbox spawns. But, so, you know, if you wanted to go to Irvington, you wanted to go to Brandenburg, you wanted to go to wherever, but, I mean, if we're talking about sandbox spawns, you can also just spawn in those towns now. So, I mean, goes without saying. But I'm liking this fall spawn. This fall spawn's a pretty easy get out of jail free card for 16x play. There's not as much like RNG of like, oh man, I wonder if I can even just run through like 60 Zeds straight and bumping them. So Although I will admit, you know, that is kind of fun, the scramble at the start of the run. But I've kind of reintroduced a little bit of the scramble by just, you know, limiting myself to not spawning with any clothes at all. And, you know, I have to spend the first week or so just, you know, with my feet scabbing up before I can get shoes. Yeah, there's always been like one lake by Rosewood, but it's of like this original spawn towns, it had the least water. I might be cooked here. I don't have too much pain. Or actually, hold up. You know, we have something for the pain, right? Regular pain, but what if I take this black sage that provides mild pain relief and eat like, I don't know, 4 of it? That's gotta do something, right, game? Okay, it did. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Awesome. First person to ever dry sage and use it in Zomboid despite it being out for like a year and a half. Speaking of dry sage, let's get this out of there. And do I have more growing? It's too far away for me to tell, but I'm pretty sure I do. The water bottle. Maybe I'll go out. We'll do a bit of foraging. I'm not going to be in any major pain anytime soon. Hold back and make some smoke bombs. Wait, if I do get into pain, I can just eat this black sage. Hold up. Ooh, I should eat this. It's already going bad. I forgot about this thing. Well, it didn't make me sad, so we're good. I don't really want more acorns. I have like 10 of them. First PZ player to die of sage poisoning? Absolutely not, bro. I only ate 4. I'm definitely not the first person to die from sleeping tablets and alcohol, though. That's a combination you don't want to do. Or show me what it is. What is it? The cat toy. Somebody earlier was mentioning that lemongrass sucks because you can't dry it. What does the herbs do now? So there's like certain ones that have, you know, uses, like garlic right here is some infection poultice where you grind it up and put it on your wounds. Lemongrass, notably, what it does is it relieves food sickness or corpse sickness, right? And in the past, it would never go rotten. So you could always have, you know, a piece of lemongrass in your back pocket to save you if you got to the last level of corpse sickness. But now it goes rotten, so you just have to like periodically get fresh ones, I guess, as time goes on. Yeah, that's concerning. Either way, it still is as useful as it once was, but it just has the it can go rotten tag now, and you can't dry it out. I want to rip your guys' clothes up. I research shoes, I can't. Right, wait, can I rip or research? I can't research hand wraps. Yeah, the good thing about lemongrass though is that it It grows, if you know how strawberries grow, the plant just stays after you harvest it. It grows like that. Holding torch. I don't like you guys being there.
Hey.
Or showing up at my doorstep. Still no digital watch, by the way. Am I a stir fry or a soup enjoyer? I in this game, stir fry. Soup I don't really like because it, you know, requires you to boil water, or not, you know, it just requires you to purify water. It can be, it's just another step. In real life though, I like soup. And dog food enjoyer? Okay, bro. Okay, bro. At least say the whole sentence. I eat the canned dog food, and then I eat strawberries after to offset how depressed it makes me. Oh, wow. Oh, I just have every, like, possible thing popping up when I'm fighting now, because I've been grinding all of them. And I didn't rip this guy's clothes up. I think I could be going into any town by the time the stream ends? No. That's like a later on thing. I mean, like, I'm actively attempting to do that, you know, but keep in mind I am a, let's look at our stats. I am 3 fitness, 3 strength, you know, that's not the worst, but, and I'm 1 long blunt. So I am probably not going into the towns, no. Once I am 5'5" in the fitness and strength department, and then really any weapon skill, I would prefer to be like 4-ish or whatever to do standing combat is the thing. That is when, like, I can, you know, reliably, hey, there's 10 zombies ahead of me. I'm not gonna die. That's, you know, where I go into the town right now, like, I minimum am gonna see groups of 10. I'm gonna see groups of 20. I'm gonna see, you know, and it's not just like there's gonna be one. There's gonna be, you know, hundreds of these that I'm gonna run into. There's the duct tape. How much duct tape? Can I make the shirt? Oh my gosh, guys, we have a duct tape shirt. I'm gonna take this pencil. Oh, I get crayons too. You don't need to purify water to make soup. Is that for real? I've always purified it. Fourth nail, I actually have a potter wheel. So stable rat race when? Probably not. There are settings that I don't particularly enjoy in the rat race, namely 1,000 follow distance plus negative XP multiplier. So I will just remain rat race adjacent. So yes, it's a 16x, but I will choose not to participate. Every single existing item in the game to the foraging loot table. Well, fun fact, it actually does. You can already forage just about everything in the game. You can find an M16, it's just very rare. But if you mean like, you know, make it so a stick has the same rarity as like a 44 Magnum, that would be interesting. But that would also just be like, I don't know, super RNG, as if it isn't already. Yeah, some stuff is just so rare that it doesn't really happen. I mean, of course, if you're me, I guess you can find a saw and 6 nails in the same stream. But, you know, that doesn't happen to everybody. That's just, I don't know. But, you know, with enough, you know, sample sizes, anything is possible. This is my first time doing foraging, you know, or even really just a foraging based run. Right, how can I think I'm just gonna have to drop some of this stuff and pick it up on my way out. Oh, and that dumbbell too. I guess I can take the dumbbell home. I mean, hell, I found a dumbbell this stream. That's like another thing that it's not really useful for anything, but it is interesting to find it. And not everyone's lucky to find 6 nails. Oh, I have graduated to a digital watch. Now, I won't allow myself to get clothes, but I can't ever make a digital watch, so I'll take that one. Oh, comic book. I can read that. Like, just barely not strong enough to be able to... Oh, there was a digital watch this whole time here. I didn't put it on. Alright. I could have had this, like, days earlier. Alright, that is too many for me to deal with. I can't do that right now. Unless... See, I just keep getting a better and better digital watch as time goes on. Might take this back just because I don't have leather strips yet. They are needed for certain things. Wait, let me learn the recipe from this shirt. So sleeveless shirt. Okay, that is actually pretty important. Can I learn from the jeans? No. Alright, we are gonna be over encumbered, it seems. What's up, gunfire? Okay, this is good tailoring resource. I wonder, can I do the pants? Or is there something I need to look at to know how to do the pants? It appears I need to learn somehow. I don't know what pants I need to look at. I just gotta walk far enough back that I only get a couple of them. Can't learn. I don't even know what I just learned from that, but probably just sew dress. Probably head back with all this stuff because I'm going to be very overloaded. Yes. Alright, here is hoping I don't get caught by anything surprising in the woods, but I think I'll be fine. We're just gonna wear a dress? No. What would make you think such a thing? That is your name. That is his name. Yeah, so far I'm liking PZ, the stable release. Now, I personally haven't been, teleporting around the map. I don't know what is new around. I know a lot is new. I know these trees are new. But I kind of just jumped in to a 16x start where I have nothing at all. So, most of this stuff I have already kind of seen or experienced, but I honestly can't see myself playing this game any other way than being some caveman in the woods eating bugs. It's like taking me out of fast forward occasionally when I'm just clicking. I don't know why that is. Oh, railroad spike. Nice. Let's do that. This is more metal. That's metal. Maybe you can melt the dumbbell down. I don't know if I will, though. I don't think I have more hemp. I do. Let's see. Metal. And I have wool. We get to the last click before the tree it saves me. Oh, that would be. I hope that's how it is, but I mean I've walked into a bush a couple times this stream, and I've been punished every single time it seems. That would be a nice change if that is the case. Did you name him Virgil after the cult classic Arcanum? No, I just random Virgil Stokes. That's the name I random when I was playing as an illiterate shooter to max out shooting as fast as I could. And now I just play as him all the time because that's, I don't know. That's kind of as far as the explanation goes. But now I'm just Virgil forever. There's no other character I can play as. Except for maybe Ronald if I do a fishing character. Alright, Virgil is about to pass out from just, you know, holding all these rags. Alright, that is a ton of rags. So what's my tailoring grind looking like here? I'm not on the right menu. Tailoring. Let's just grab everything and see what I can do. I'll leave the dog bane there right now because I already have hemp. Get bone needle, get the rags, get thread. I'm over here. Alright, so tailoring. I can do the poncho, I'm pretty sure. Poncho. Oh, I need to empty the garbage bag and then I can do that. So that is a possible shirt option for me. I can do shirt. It would require me to dump all my potatoes out. I don't know if I want to do that. But for leveling tailoring, what's it? Underwear? I might as well give myself some underwear, right? Like that's a thing. Neck guard, we'll do that. These are clothes. Okay, I'm wearing real underwear now. Can your character say the same? Probably not, bro. I'm so civilized. Garbage bag briefs. Okay, this one. That's pretty hype, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I think I just have to do these underwear is the best option, right? And I do underwear until I can learn to do pants, but pants are either I auto learn at 5 or I figure out what recipe I need to look at to learn to do the pants. I can already do the shirt now, which is allegedly somehow a shirt is less complicated than pants. I would not agree. I think pants, because pants have like less holes in them, right? All right, we'll do the garbage bag. I mean, I guess people want to see me be homeless, then we'll be homeless. I have to get rid of all my potatoes, bro. All my potatoes are gonna be on the floor. Something. All right, it's pretty much what I guess most have come to expect from this. All right, I got the fit. I'm clothed. I am not naked. Now I can just pick a bunch of thread. Wait, hold up. Let me solve my unhappiness before I do that. Count the zipper hole, pants and shirt. Both have 4 holes. The zipper hole does not count. There's no way. Okay, research from sew belt. Okay, that is kind of important. Huge moment for the unemployed not being naked. Exactly. Bro, I like keep forgetting that I didn't put all my stuff away. All right, potato salad. We're gonna take the potato and we're gonna put it into the bowl. And garlic and potato. That's like a real thing. Garlic potato salad. 23 zombies. Oh my god. I'm basically a world record holder. Oh my god. Former world record holder here. 23. Yeah, garlic and potato. That's like a real. I don't know. It's just like more often than not, the stuff that gets put in this bowl, I would not eat in real. But like garlic potato, that's pretty normal. That's mystery meat, mushroom, you know, salads that I typically eat. I think I would pass on those. Oh, look at me being unpleasantly hot. Fine, we'll go naked again, bro. And hold up, I need to make thread while I'm sitting here because that is what I need to do. Strawberry and fish salad? No. I'm good. Yeah, fruit, fish combination, probably not. Dog food strawberry salad? Okay, now I'm back on board. You know, you lost me for a bit there, but that one, you brought it. We're so back. That is until you like get to the bottom of the salad and there's no strawberry left and it's only dog food and you still have to finish it. Yeah, I mean, I know I'll piss some people off by even mentioning it, but just like the addition of fruit on certain things, pizza, namely, I think just they don't, you know, I am not a pineapple pizza enjoyer. Oh my god, he said he doesn't like to party. Oh my god, kill him. I don't know. It's not my favorite. Sorry about I have a bug on multiplayer. Everything is dark. So build 42, everything is dark. Yes. I would highly recommend, if you aren't already playing with cat's eyes, do, but especially in multiplayer, you know, if you're not sleeping, then it's going to be dark. And you may, if you are the host, you know, change the nights over to being bright nights will help. As well as if you do, you know, maybe you can complain to the server owner to get that changed around. Only one experience I bug in multiplayer. I have not played multiplayer in this update yet, but I did play on the last update, and I didn't really have any issues really. Oh yeah, pineapple on its own, God tier. It's going into S tier. It's very good, but pineapple on the pizza, no. We'll have the food can't touch autism, and you know, keep them separate. That is my opinion. Yeah, but I would highly recommend trying to play with bright nights as well as cat's eyes. Will make things a lot easier to see, as well as like if you're just indoors, there are you know, they've made it substantially harder to see indoors if there is no lights. Yeah, the other thing I really don't like is toppings on nachos. Like I want them to be separate because I don't want soggy nachos. I want nice crispy chips with salsa or, you know, cheese or whatever, and I want them that way. The chips have to be crunchy. Lost me on that. What you want your giant pile of salsa on top of your chips when you order nachos, and they're just, this guy's a freaking psycho. That one is like far less controversial than the pineapple on pizza. Like the pineapple on pizza one I can actually kind of understand, because they're like conflicting flavors that, I don't know, some people like when they go together. No way salsa goes on the side. What, you want salsa on like I've never once actually, it's always the cheese that is that way. You're trolling. Never once have I ordered chips and salsa and they come out with the chips with the salsa is on top of it already. Alright, I've got to start getting fishing online because my weight starts with a 7. 7 is bad. So it might honestly be the end of days for my protein bonus here. Alright, that is going to have to be enough for now. Look at my garbage dress. It's a poncho, thank you. It's actually a poncho. Butcher small animal. I could never. Kill my best friend, the frog. That is just not going to happen. I should bulk up to 100 kilos IRL. Well, joke's on you because I'm like already there. I'm freaking huge, bro. Although, so the bad thing about that though is it's like, I'll go to the gym and it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna bench 225. That's like pretty strong, but it's just body weight. So it's like, it's not that impressive. I can't tell from the 2mm face cam. Yeah, bro, you can see how bald and obese I am. It's really a problem. Bald, do you get a ladder and turn on the lights? Bro, what do you mean, like in my room right now, bro? I mean, it is dark. My face is illuminated by the TV. Or here, I'll turn the light on. All right, we're so back. I got lost. Yeah, bro. No, I just had to get the ladder to turn the lights on. But my face cam over Virgil's face, it would just be in the way. I like being out of the way. All right, we're gonna try to get a protein bonus on. Actually, I need to break to figure that out. Okay, we have a neutral bonus. Neutral. Neutral. Or what's it take? I might have overdone it. I might have overshot. It's so easy to overshoot when you're eating the fish. There's no way to purge. I'll just have like thousands of protein and have to wait for it all to go away. It's over. I think it's over. I mean, really though, I still get more gains than fitness. It's just suboptimal. Kind of far from animals. Yeah, I mean, there you can find roadside animals that don't die of starvation. But yeah, in this type of game mode, I'm a bit SOL in that department. That's kind of to be expected. It's over for me, actually. But, okay, wait, I'm still losing weight. How? I just ate the ocean. I'm getting this strength level, bro. Alright, awesome. I'm 4-3. Yeah, I can find rabbits pretty easy. There's also deer around here, so it's like getting leather isn't impossible. I just won't have butter. I won't have sheep for tailoring. Drop stable without fixing calories or milk. Yeah, I mean, it's really just the. I mean, admittedly, I haven't eaten beef or lamb since they allegedly fixed it, but I mean, it's been broken for forever, so I wouldn't put it past them just forgetting to. Or... Rabbit's still king. I mean, I figures that really what they just needed to do, like, I don't think they needed to change fish or rabbits. Like, they're pretty balanced and require you to have like a lot of things set up to kind of get them going, right? They just needed to bake and all the other options on the same level. Yeah, fish have, I mean, it's always just been a fishing game. But, I mean, like, build 41, you could trap rabbits and gain weight that way. Not the worst thing. How do you have time to play PZ for 8 hours straight? Because I took off a week from my job. And I work in a job that, like, doesn't really have a set schedule. And it's not something really that do you want to work in a warehouse, bro? It's like a Amazon style work where I just fucking clock in and move mattresses around for, you know, $25 an hour. It's nothing to write home about, bro. But even when I wasn't doing that, I've worked an office job before and just, you know, played PZ like this. I didn't stream it back then, but Sopian-esque workplace, it's not fun, but it's, you know, hey man, I can have the lights on. I can do stuff like put gasoline in my car. And it's also, you know, just having no life in general. Like, hell, I didn't even go to the gym today, man. I just got lunch and started playing the game. That's what I did today. Oh, I was cooking this. How's this one cooked? Oh, I probably had a fish in my inventory that I didn't know about, and I just put it back. Yeah, you don't have to play the minigame if you just stand 2 tiles away from the shore. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad job. I mean, my feet do hurt at the end of the day because it's just like a lot of walking and picking things up. But yeah, for 25 bucks an hour, it's not really the best. I have a Honda Civic. Build, this is the build. And I spawned as 0-0. I drive a Honda Civic and it is 10 years old. I'm not buying a new car anytime soon. That is not happening. Bro, my gains, they're all gone. ...2014 or 2015 Civic. I just got a regular gas. I don't have hybrid. I didn't even know there were hybrid Civics, but I don't think a hybrid's a bad choice. But yeah, I don't have any like fancy center console, no heated seats, no nothing like that. We just got the regular baseline. Honda Civic. Bro, give me the protein bonus, bro. Alright, well, I gotta gain weight anyway, so I guess we're just being fat asses and eating fish. Yeah, that's the thing about like hybrids and electric cars. I just don't really know much about them, to be honest. So like, I don't even know what I would be getting into in terms of like maintenance, like how often you need to replace the batteries on them or whatever. Yeah, I think it's over for me getting a protein bonus. It's fine. I gotta catch up on fitness anyway. Lagging behind. Not too much pain to sleep. Wonderful. I'm just gonna eat all these baked potatoes in a bowl until I am not tired or not in pain. Did I start gaining weight? I did. Okay. I'm only tier 1 pain, so I'm gonna go and eat the black sage again. I ate 3 of it, but my pain didn't go down. Wait. Whatever, I'll just go to bed. I don't care if it's suboptimal. We're getting to 4. We're getting to 4. Then I'm gonna go on the road. Try to find some sand. I don't think I walked by sand ever, but I need that to make the crucible. And once I do that, then I can make these things into nails. Well, I'll need to grind a little bit of blacksmithing before I can do that. Go to chair. Why do you want me to sit in the chair for? Oh, you know what? I forgot about the whole picking thread thing, but I think my needle's out here. I could have been having thread happen, but I've not been doing that. Or, okay, the needle's in my inventory. Never mind, I'm stupid. Alright, B, do thread, do that, make it all. Oh, okay, you're insulting me. That's what we're doing. Freaking trying your best to sneak in hobo insults. Okay, bro. Well, I thought you just wanted a funny screenshot of something sitting on the floor or something, but no. Alright, I've got a decent amount of thread, but I don't think I have much to do with it. Parts, weight, delta. The first day so far that I've gained any weight. And it was not a lot. Alright, but that is probably enough grinding for now. I think I'm going to go back out to the road after I eat some potatoes or something. Let's wear hood down, wear... This stuff is just gonna go bad. Oh, you're good, bro. Don't worry about it. I think I got a little too many potatoes. That's fine. Alright, go down to the road, get some more thread. Some dead billion milk on the road. And dog food. Okay, I've been live long enough for some people to go to bed and come back. More than likely. Give me that hunting knife. I didn't get water before I left. Rip. Did I find cat food after finding dog food? Yeah, still no pants recipe on any of these things. Don't know what I gotta look at to find it out. But I quit the previous no loot run because stable came out. Now I can theoretically play the game and have my save, you know, stick around. Theoretically. You know, I really could go for a different backpack, but that is up to the Oids to bring it to me. Alright, they are spreading out here. I have not seen this many over here in a while. Really ever. Alright, let's just chuck a bunch of this stuff down. I should probably back off after this one. How do I know if I'm eating to hit the protein bonus? If you get 9, uh, you get 9 experience per push-up. You are getting the protein bonus. If you're getting 6, you either went above or below the value. If you're getting 4.2, you're way below the value. Now, if you overdo it, the only way to like save yourself is just wait for days and days and days for that value to go down. But even if you do overdo it, it's still faster grinding strength than it is fitness. Yeah, you can overdo it. Yeah, in reality, there's not like really any negative to eating too much protein. You know, unless it's like the whole, oh, I ate 400 bananas and died of radiation poisoning or something. I seriously doubt anyone is eating so much protein that they have a negative effect on them. I got a ton of rags. Do I have like 100 now? I don't actually know. No, it's like 80. Alright, let's sit down for a bit. Make sure I got full stam. And I should be trash foraging out here. I do still need these, but... if you are new to the protein mechanic, it may be worth playing in debug mode and then clicking on general debuggers just so you can look at the value and understand when it's going up or what it is. Because if you're in like some, you know, purgatory range of like 700 to 900 or whatever, it's going to take days before you reset. And that's days of essentially not eating any protein at all, you know. Whereas if you're still using protein to gain weight, you'll probably just forever be maxed out. I've not found twine in a while. Garbage bag, nice. Maybe I'll make some garbage bag underwear. First aid kit, never has anything in it. But soybeans, it is. Frying pan. Okay, hold up. Secondary. Right? Then I take all of this crap and put it in there. Have I been going commando this entire game? Absolutely not. I have briefs made of rags. But I could have an even more homeless outfit of garbage bag underwear. Got 2 things of glue today. It's not a purse, it's a suitcase, thank you. You wouldn't understand what it's like to be just a civilized and productive member of this foraging society to have a suitcase for their belongings. You unwashed, filthy billion milk. Yeah, take that. Full offense intended. Think I need to get a bra? Or are you just telling me to cover my nipples? Stop looking at them. Oh, now I can put a lot of stuff in a suitcase. Damn. Only 50 encumbrance reduction, but it's a decent amount. This knitting needles? It is. I can just make those though. They're not the worst thing to get. Okay, this is not good. Where is my suitcase? On the floor. Now I can fight you. My entire day of no water is catching up to me. Oh, I forgot the cat food. Well, I don't really think I was going to eat the cat food. I guess it is walking into the tree. That's when it's stopping. Yeah, I clicked on the tree there and it, yeah. I'm just so used to spam clicking, you know, when I'm going up. I don't really have to put a whole lot of thought into it. Door hinge, go up here. Knitting needle, screwdriver. Let's see, bread knife is something I can melt down. Cat food I can eat. Oh, my bag is full too. Railroad spike, those will probably melt. All right, ton of rags. I should be able to get to a decent tailoring level with all that. It's good. Piece of tape. Dog bane. All right. Let's see. So I have a needle somewhere. It's here. Needle. Thread 8. Thought I had more thread, but I guess it does check out that it's just pretty hard to get a lot of it. Now I'm just going to eat potatoes. All right. Now I'm not unhappy. What am I gonna do? Underwear? Or neck guard? I think it's neck guard. $2.9. 2.9. I think I can rip the neck guard up though. Yeah, I can't rip underwear up. Can rip these up. And I get 1 rag back. That's not worth the extra craft. All right, so we're just doing underwear. Oh, too dark. 13 underwear. I have so many underwears. There we go. Fill, empty water. Go back to the briefs, to these. How much rags do I have left? It looks like barely any. Now, it would be nice if I could rip up the underwear, but I can't. I'm in agony and I can't do anything else. Put down where, just put that down. Leave that in the cooler. Oh, I need my new underwear sewing business. I'm not too good with names. I keep playing as Sturgill and Virgil. Maybe like Sturgill's sewing. I have no clue. My underwear sewing empire. Alright, I have to eat these acorns. I've had them forever. Gamers Underwear Inc. I don't know. GUI. Should make wooden floor. The floor is completely dirty floor. Well, that requires me to have nails. And getting nails in this game mode is insanely difficult. Nails are made to use it. You know how many nails I've seen in this entire run? I've seen 6. And essentially this entire time I've just been working towards being able to actually bake nails and use them. It is very difficult. I guess put these sticks away. Destroy for fuel. We'll do broken handle. Forge a nail box? Absolutely not. Super Virgil. Eventually. I mean, like, I have the forge and all that. I just need to get, like, what is it? Sand. And that's going to require me to go out and be in agony and fight while that's going on. I think I'm just not going to do that. That sounds bad. This strain is going to stick around with me for God knows how long. I guess what I can do while this is going on, I can just go and get large stones so I can level up masonry. Get that going. Well, how this ends up being more efficient is if you just take them all out with you and break up the stones where you find them, because then they weigh less. So I'm going to do that. Whip this with hands. There it is. I can hold it. Don't scratch myself, please. So can I break these up? I guess not. Natural water source, and it looks like the rock. I don't know why that has like a sprite associated with the rock, but I was really hoping that I could do something with these. What am I doing for work? Bro, I work in a warehouse, moving mattresses and other heavy things around with my hands. No forklift or anything. I'm cheating? How am I cheating? I'm cheating by just going to where the rocks are. Yeah, it ain't really anything special. Alright, are you guys ready for the ultimate ass blast of rocks being hit with a hammer? Because it's about to happen. Let's put that up. Let's go find oh, these hammers do break, so oh, we'll just make a chisel now. Chisel. Fine. Blake. Chisel. Alright, block. Here we go. 1 times speed. 2 times speed. 3 times speed. Well, why would you do that? My ears. 2 times speed. Yeah, right, buddy. Guy just can't keep his mind off the poop. I don't know if I can make it louder. I think that is just as loud as it can be. Maybe if we add full auto shotgun to the game. The heck am I doing? I'm making blocks so I can level up masonry. So masonry, let's look at the masonry tree. So I've already done like the crafting station stuff, the wheels and the anvil. But later on, much later on, you can make these mace heads. I will need to get, what is it? Blacksmithing going before I can do this though. This club hammer and masonry chisel are specific to this craft. I can't just use the like stone hammer or the stone chisel to do that. Unfortunately, I kind of wish that you didn't have to have those because it does give them a purpose. Oh, where's the big rocks? I've seen none of them. This place sucks for rocks. You can't even, well, I've had an okay time finding and foraging, but they're apparently very, extremely rare here. So what's my mall looking like? It is pristine. That wasn't the one down here, was it? It is not. Bro, I can't do it in the dark. It's over. That feel when I've been smashing a rock with a stone hammer, but the sun sets just enough that it resets my progress, and now I have to do it tomorrow. What is this? The blooming flower I've never seen. I really hope I'm on the right side of the river. Okay, I am. Nice. Alright, we're gonna do more blocks. Which means more block noises. Block. Alright, but I'm not in pain anymore, so I'm gonna go out and kill Zeds, get rags from them, finish doing my underwear crafting. After I get some water, of course, let's do that before we head out. And eat some potatoes, eat... Oh, I have potatoes in my inventory, so... Oh, that's all the wood. Muffin tray. Is that a St. Patrick's Day card? It is. Who's ever bought a St. Patrick's Day card? I very clearly need to go alongside that, like, shoreline, or I'm gonna have start having some problems. Some type of meta event, just pulling these guys from the town. That headphones. Oh, we have a lot of guys here now. I do want that scrap metal. And this tree visibility thing, such a great change. There were some angles that just playing in the forest, it just really sucked. Are the Zeds coming over here? There's like shotgun events, meta events. You've heard like the people screaming. It just moves them around. Anyone notice secret military base is gone? I'm almost certain it's still there. Unless you went down like the wrong path or you're trolling, I don't know. Game board. No, I know for certain it's there. It's like I watched Red Naro go all the way to the bottom of it today. You're going to split the stream? I'll probably stop before 12 hours just because the YouTube VOD has issues doing that. Twitch has no problems with like high hours, but YouTube cuts it at 11:59 in like some seconds or something like that, so I probably won't go 12 hours now. But I'll be live tomorrow regardless, so maybe a little later in the day though, because I do have some stuff I have to do. I unfortunately have a life. As much as I have thrown my life away and just only played this game today. I do need to do some stuff tomorrow. This is easily the most progress I think I've made in a stream, at least to start a run. But that's primarily because, one, I kind of know what to do. Two, I got really lucky and found nails. Three, I don't know why I'm still counting, but yeah, I don't know. I've made a lot of progress today. What is this? Metalworking punch. Amazing. Basketball. That's one less thing I gotta make with the forge. If I could find tongs, that would be awesome, but that's probably not gonna happen. It just saves me having to make those shitty tongs that break in like one hit, and gotta make like 40 of those. What do we got here? Fishing net. Nah, I'll probably cut it before then. Yeah, don't worry about it. I understand people are probably going to want to, you know, because I intend this run to be a longer playthrough of the game, and, you know, the VODs that start the runs are usually the more popular ones, so people can kind of see what you got to do to, you know, get a run that you get 1 million billion kills with. You know, what you got to do to start it off. Because, I don't know, as fun and interesting as it might be to get like 1,000, you know, million kills, I think the start of the run is definitely, you know, there's a lot more going on. There's a lot more goals getting achieved constantly. It's a little bit more enticing for people to watch, so I understand it. Gotta move back to the bag, but kind of surprised I haven't found a school bag guy yet. or duffel or anything. Steel scrap. Ah. I just want the rags. Give me them. Amazing. Oh, I'm not even forging right now. Screw, one singular screw. Okay, back-to-back screws. I think this is a joke. Rising mode. So is that like one of the apocalypse difficulty kind of things? If you're curious about like the loot values for the different modes, you can actually look at them in sandbox mode. Like the presets are saved. So if you wanted to see like 6 months later or any of those things, you can just go to sandbox and select it and see what it is. Ooh, there's a satchel there. Satchel is actually better than my sling bag. Alright, we're gonna wear this. Rip, close, rip, close, rip, close. Then move all of this stuff into the satchel. Wait, hold up. Let me get this stupid literature out of here that I can't read. This is an upgrade, and I can get a sheet back from this. Maybe I have to take it off. Alright, cool. There goes the hobo bag. Hey, man. I'll go back to a burlap. I think I'm okay with taking backpacks because they're just kind of critical. It's like in a similar boat to the watch. I guess to a lesser extent because you can make backpacks, but like most if not all the backpacks you're locked behind leather for. Yeah, you got yours from a horde event though, and we already had burlap bags. You were, okay, wait, no, you're right. Hold on, hold up. I remember this. Fine, Billion Milk. This is what you want. this is you want forced hobo. You know, I'm enforcing the rules of no bags so hard this time, bro. You made me do this. Wait, there's already a, yeah, here it is. Bro, making me give up a better bag when I have 4 strength. That's gotta be enough. Someone sees me. Alright, we're gonna take this stuff home. I'm gonna be super obese with no bag to carry it in. Not allowed. How far into the game do I have to maintain the no bag upgrade? Because Apple joined and exited the whole no loot thing instantly. He even spawned with clothes, bro. Where's the cat food? I mean, fun fact. You can forage a military bag on the roads. You can't forage a military bag in the... Okay, shit. That this is... Oh, boy. How far are they on my tail? Yep, okay. Well... This is cool. I think I just don't get those rags today. I mean, I'm gonna go back for it, but... Yep. I think I'd leave these here. Then I go down. Alright, well, I gotta be allowed to have this. Oh! Hand off the keyboard. Alright. Bro. How many times are you gonna make me pick up and put down the same rays? Zombies in my zombie video game. Bobby McCormick. How dare you? Oh, sorry. There are oids in my oid game. Forge a meteor once. Yeah, I've never even found a meteor. I found the iron ore before, though. I never ended up using it. I don't think you could at the time. Hey, man, I got, like, almost 100 oid kills. Despite me just, I don't know, living in the woods the entire time, basically. Alright, let's get the metal out. Metal, metal, metal. That is a tool. Tool. This is burlap. Crafting, crafting. Got the alarm turned off. That I can rip up eventually. I am in False Lake. To the left of it. That has got to be enough to get to the next tailoring level. Hey, I'll see you, Billy Milk. Yeah, honestly, trying to find a decent spot to end it as well. I mean, in terms of, like, progress, though, I've made a ton of it. I am going to have to start focusing a bit more on the weight here. Yeah, I'm about to be underweight. I'm already fishing 5, right? So, it'd be too hard here. I do want to get at least started on having a shirt, as well as this next level in fitness should be very easy to knock out. If I sit here and I do, what, reefs is what we were doing. There we go. Put these away. No, I was not keeping an eye out for sand when I was out there, but I do need that for the crucible. That is another thing that I've just completely been ignoring. Eat these so I don't starve. Okay, shirt. I want a shirt. I can do that now. I just need thread. I need a button. I need scissors. I don't think I have scissors yet. The buttons, I can do bone bead. Need a drill for it. I do have a drill. And I need a whetstone. Drill, whetstone. Let's see. Bead, craft it. I don't think I need multiple of these, but I'll go ahead and make a few. Let's put this up. Where was... There's like a rotten apple in here. There's 3 of them. I don't remember what the punishment for death was in that game. Or maybe they even changed it. Alright, get some burlap. Let's see. Can I make any clothes with this? Just shoes. Alright, so I'm kind of locked behind scissors to do some of this other stuff, I think. Yeah, shirt, I just need scissors. And pants, I need the recipe. But if I am level 2, I think... Is it really just going to be still underwear is the best thing to do? I mean, I guess I could do twine shoes, but I'm going to need to look for twine now if I do that. Alright, we're just going to leave this here. Put that back on. Close that. Oh yeah, I'm not leveled up my fitness here. Let's finish that. That'll be like probably the last skill up I get for this stream. We'll see. Yeah, I'm thinking about calling it here though, because that's mainly I'm just getting hungry, bro. Got some IRL noodles. And did they lower running experience? Like, am I crazy or? I guess I just haven't been running a lot, but 0.5, I don't think you get 0.5 before. I thought it was all increments of 1. I'm gonna run until I get a bonus. I guess I've just been doing fast walk to this whole time. Okay, I get a fitness level before I get a running level. Never before seen. Okay, stop. Bro. You know how hard this was to do? They're just throwing fitness at me. I got like 5 of them. Bro, it's giving me running experience and it's not even showing up. It's off. Oh my god. $1.3. Okay, so it's just regular. I just haven't been running. That's what's going on. Alright, good to know. Longest Build 42 opening stream. There's probably some people that have been at it longer than me. I mean, I started at, I mean, hell, I went to bed today and people were playing it, like the update currently, so there's people that were ahead of me, more than likely. Have they progressed as much as I have? I don't know. I'm definitely, you know, not the farthest along in the killing department, because there's some people that are a little bit more focused on it than I am, you know. And I didn't help myself by giving me no shoes to start off with. There's or just Falls Lake, you know, might not be the best spot to do that either. Yeah, I'm not terribly optimized for that, but it's not exactly a competition game either. That was it. I'm just trying to be a homeless caveman guy. Now, I've not seen rabbits out here, and I saw deer when I did the original test run of this, but they are not in the same spot. Makes me think I might have some issues finding them later on. Wait, did I... Oh wait, I can learn the recipe from these. So pants, why are these pants different? Alright, maybe I keep playing so I can do the pants. Well, never mind, because I need to find scissors, and that is, like, almost entirely RNG. I either find it stuck in a Zed, or I find it from foraging, and both of those are just, like, possible outcomes, but they're probably not happening. I mean, hey, if I find scissors at a Zed, I'll keep playing. But if I don't, that will be the end for today, at least. There was a recipe somewhere here. I have a garbage bag poncho on, and then I have rag hand wraps, rag foot wraps, and I had the rag head wrap, but then I found my, you know, blue hat that I always wear, so I was just gonna wear it. Wait, that might be, this is wheat. Yeah, it's wheat. You can actually make flour, I think. They're out today. I'm getting very lucky with the knockdowns. Yeah, bro. I didn't spin. Alright, I'm just gonna clear this area out before I start ripping stuff up. Alright, let's see if I was a bit over ambitious by whistling or not. We'll be fine. There's one up here though. Backpack. That I'm not allowed to use. Taking all this stuff is just gonna make me so depressed though. I should probably have some type of salad. Okay, that is really bad for me. I don't have a backup weapon. Maybe I just get the clothes and dip, bro. I did not expect this. Well, it might be kind of bad going back there later. I did whistle, but it seems like they're kind of pulling up there anyway. Feels kind of wrong ripping up all these clothes that are otherwise full durability, but that is just what we be doing. Alright, wheat seeds, go over here. That away. I'm gonna make some potato salad. Alright, nice. Wash all bandages. That down. Let's go ahead and mark ourselves on the map. Got a nice little house And let's check on our food. What is this? Ready for harvest black sage. I mean, the infiltrate the town thing is definitely not a solo day thing, but I mean, it's a goal for sure. I don't think it's gonna happen today or tomorrow. Definitely not today, but it probably won't happen tomorrow either. Like, if you're somewhat new to seeing 60x gameplay or anything like it, it takes a while to make progress, especially to just like going places. But I mean, for today, like, I got most, if not all, of my like early game crafting stations kind of built, as well as, you know, the initial, you know, strength and fit grind where now I can kind of like fight Zeds and not just be covered in boodles sort of things. But yeah, it'll be a while before I can, you know, just be in the town. Like, I'll be on probably the outskirts of the town for, I don't know, a handful of streams. And I mean, Falls Lake might actually be smaller than I'm expecting, and, you know, I won't have as much of an issue getting in, but just from my general experience with 16x, it does take a while to kind of, you know, get things off the ground, I guess. But yeah, tomorrow I'll probably get 5-5 on strength. Why are those bubbles just frozen like that? Yeah. Oh, they're all like, what is going on? Can I catch fish? That's bizarre. They're like slowed down. Yeah, anyways, yeah, getting 5-5, you know, that's the whole teal point where I don't have to have puny or weak on my character's trait points, and then after that, I have like the little muscular stout or whatever version of it. That's when you can really start playing the game. Like, I'm still kind of questioning if I can take fights, you know, when there's just too many of them showing up. Like, I got pushed away just because I whistled the wrong way and my bat ran out. Okay, this is not supposed to be that way. Like, that gunshot that just went off is going to pull so many to my river. They're just going to be on the shoreline. Alright, I'm kind of concerned by these bubbles that only progress when I move. Easily the largest fish I've caught so far. But we're just going to use it for bait. Alright, third time's a try. Third time's a whatever. Oh boy. Oh nice, you can keep doing it when you're exhausted now. You used to just be hard stuck. Alright, let's get some weight gain. This is, what, level 5 fishing? Yeah. I can already catch pretty sizable fish. Arrow's going down. We don't want that. I don't know if I'll be able to get the arrow to swap in a timely manner. I've eat this one. Big fish. Alright, there we go. Let's do that. Come over here. Do one more set of squats. Make sure we got the up arrow still. We do. Alright. That is going to be it for today. Great start. I've already got the pottery wheel, which is like the major hurdle to doing these kind of wilderness runs is getting those nails. Of course, you know, I have a saw, so I could have taken apart the flooring tiles and like furniture and stuff and got nails that way, but I don't know. Just the way I did it with foraging alone, pretty raw. All right. Get some long plays, but I never know how to set the difficulty right. I mean, if you are interested in seeing like what my settings were, I started this run entirely on stream. You're actually getting here right at the end, unfortunately, but yeah, all the settings are shown on stream. I think like it's a matter of either having enough Zeds that push you away from being able to loot stuff like super easy, or making the loot low enough that you have to search like the entire map to kind of find things, or some combination of the both of them. Yeah, either way, 1 month in, you know, we got pretty much our early game strength and fit grind out of the way. We got 4 of those. Entirely maxed out foraging, halfway through fishing. Well, halfway is level 8. It's actually not level 5, but, you know, it's off the ground. Effectively maxed out carving. There's, you know, nothing else to learn by doing that. And yeah, I mean, I guess tomorrow it's more of just pushing deeper into Falls Lake, as well as grinding out fitness and strength and getting those all checked out. All right, well, either way, I'm going to make some dinner, and I will catch you guys later.